Addendum: Marx has specific aims, such as abolishing capitalism and replacing the society based on the competition of atomized individuals by a free association of human beings who cooperate according to a plan. He provided certain arguments for pursuing these aims, such as his proofs that capitalism's regular mode of functioning entails enormous social and ecological costs. Marx frequently makes such arguments in analyzing the capitalist process of production. But in offering such proofs, he is not complaining about capitalism violating any kind of norm or ideal. He does not appeal to moral sentiment, conscience, or anything of the sort, but rather to the existential interests of those who must bear these costs in the hope of motivating people to struggle against the social conditions that generate them. Returning to the main text, we find Marx drawing general conclusions from his arguments so far. Here the persons exist for one another merely as representatives and hence owners of commodities. As we proceed to develop our investigation, we shall find, in general, that the characters who appear on the economic stage corrected translation, that the economic character masks of the persons are merely personifications of economic relations. It is as the bearers of these economic relations that they come into contact with each other. 178f. After casually referring to character masks, Charaktermasken, on page 170, where it was translated as roles, Marx uses the term again here, translated above as characters, in a more general sense. With the term character masks, and later economic characters, Ökonomische Charakter, on for example page 206, translated as economic characteristics, he refers to specific economic roles assumed by individuals, the logic of which arises from certain economic relations. The commodity owner is one such role. Commodity owners' actions are decided by their wills, but when acting as commodity owners, the content of their chosen actions is derived from the economic relation. People act according to character masks, and the person is thus the personification of the economic relations, as Marx pointed out in the preface. 92. Addendum: with these observations, Marx implicitly formulates a profound critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Hegel 1821, which generalizes bourgeois economics' conception of human beings as owners. Hegel sees the person as an individual who bears an abstract relation to himself abstracted from his particularities, his concrete characteristics. The person's central feature is the will. 35. His will can be directed at anything, making that thing into the person's property. 44, if it is not yet the property of someone else. The person thus gives himself an external sphere of freedom. 41. From the relation of human beings to things, basically their relation to nature, Hegel derives a specific sociality, namely that of the property owner. Against this, Marx implicitly maintains that the Hegelian person is a personification of an economic relation. His status as property owner is not simply a product of his will regarding the things of nature, but instead involves a specific social relation, the exchange relationship. The economic relation is not based on the will, but rather the reverse. The content of the will is based on the economic relation. This isn't the only place in Capital where Marx criticizes bourgeois social philosophy's fundamental assumptions. The criticism continues, for instance, at the end of Chapter 6, in Part 6 on wages, in the part of Chapter 24 dealing with the inversion of property laws, and in Chapter 48 on the Trinity formula at the end of the third volume. C. The contradictory requirements of the exchange process and its solution, money, 179 to first paragraph 181. A preliminary remark on the course of Marx's argumentation. In Chapter 1, Marx implicitly distinguishes between the money form as a specific form of value and money as the material bearer of that form of value. The general equivalent form, and the money form is nothing more than the general equivalent form tied to a specific commodity, was recognized as something produced by the world of commodities. In the general form of value, the whole world of commodities relates to a single commodity as an equivalent. This commodity, then, is the bearer of the general equivalent form. 158-59. Chapter 2 is no longer dealing with the money form's determinations. Instead, it deals with money as the result of the exchange process, and it does so on two levels. On the one hand, it considers money as the result of the contemporary exchange process in capitalist societies, 179-81, commented upon below under point C. On the other hand, it looks at the historical process leading up to the contemporary state of affairs, 181-84, commented upon below under point D. What chiefly distinguishes a commodity from its owner is the fact that every other commodity corrected translation, commodity body counts for it only as the form of appearance of its own value. The owner makes up for this lack in the commodity of a sense of the concrete, physical body of the other commodity by his own 5 and more senses. 179. Here Marx reprises the distinction posited in Chapter 2's first two sentences between the commodity, Chapter 1, and commodity owners, Chapter 2. When we consider the exchange relation between two commodities, their respective use values are irrelevant, see Chapter 1.1, point D in this commentary. This ceases to be true when we consider commodity owners. A commodity that is to be exchanged does not have any use value for its owner, otherwise, he wouldn't exchange it, his commodity only has use value for others. This basic situation in exchange leads to two contradictory requirements for it to take place. Since the commodity is not a use value for its owner, it must be exchanged before it can be realized as a use value, that is, before it can be consumed. In exchange, however, commodities are related to each other as values. For that reason, Marx says that the commodities must be realized as values before they can be realized as use values. At the same time, they must stand the test as use values before they can be realized as values. 179. According to Marx, this is because the labor expended on them only counts in so far as it is expended in a form which is useful for others. However, only the act of exchange can prove whether that labor is useful for others, and its product consequently capable of satisfying the needs of others. 179f. The reference to labor counting is obviously about its counting as value-creating labor. At the end of the first subsection of Chapter 1, Marx emphasized that one only produces a commodity if one produces use values for others, social use values. 131. We're thus caught in a circle. To be realized as use value, the commodity must be realized as value, but for it to be realized as value, the commodity must stand the test as use value. The contradictory requirements, however, are not yet over. In the second paragraph on page 180, Marx points out that for every individual commodity owner, exchange is both an individual and social process. Every commodity owner wishes, on the one hand, to exchange his commodity for a certain other commodity that satisfies his individual need. On the other hand, every commodity owner also wants his commodity to be exchangeable with every other random commodity, that is, he wants it to be generally socially recognized. In other words, every commodity owner demands something from all other commodity owners. They should accept his commodity in exchange, something that he himself is not prepared to do since he only accepts those commodities that satisfy his needs. It's evident that these requirements cannot be simultaneously fulfilled for all commodity owners. In the next paragraph, Marx characterizes this state of affairs using the concepts developed in the analysis of the value form. Tellingly, in this brief excursus at the level of value form analysis, Marx no longer speaks of desire on the part of commodity owners, as in the previous paragraph, but rather of counting. For every commodity owner, his own commodity counts as a general equivalent. The result is a paradoxical form of value, in which every commodity would be the general equivalent. However, that is by no means possible. In the first edition of Capital, Marx ended the analysis of the value form with precisely this paradoxical form of value, see Appendix 3. But since this applies to every owner, there is in fact no commodity acting as universal equivalent, and the commodities possess no general relative form of value under which they can be equated as values and have the magnitude of their values compared. 180. The second part of the sentence, that the general form of value is necessary for commodities to be generally compared as values, was one of the key results of Marx's examination of the value form. See the commentary on page 158. The lack of a general equivalent here has drastic consequences for the commodities that are supposed to be exchanged. Therefore they definitely do not confront each other as commodities, but as products or use values only. 180. The contradictory requirements of the exchange process, which are not arbitrary requirements but rather arise from the basic situation of exchange, appear to make the exchange process impossible. Nevertheless, the exchange process occurs, and Marx presents the solution with a well-known turn of phrase. In their difficulties our commodity owners think like Faust, in the beginning was the deed am Anfang war die Tat. They have therefore already acted before thinking. 180. Since Marx makes this emphatic reference to Faust, we should consider the context of the Faust quote. In Goethe's tragedy, Faust wants to translate the New Testament, and reads the first sentence of the Gospel of John, "In the beginning was the Word." Faust does not agree with this statement and plays with various possibilities, finally concluding that the only suitable sentence is "In the beginning was the deed." 22. For both Faust and Marx, the point isn't a temporal beginning but rather an objective priority. What has primacy? Knowledge based upon thought or action not yet based on understanding. Addendum: although they are not mentioned in this passage, Marx's quotation from Faust is directed against contractual theories of money, which have been part of the bourgeois theoretical canon since John Locke. Locke maintained that people, when still in a pre-governmental state of nature, agreed to attribute value to a specific object and use it as money. Locke 2003, 1/2021. Locke and other contractual theorists do not assume the existence of a real historical event, such as a meeting where people voted to introduce money. Rather, the contract in the state of nature is a methodological construct that aims to reveal money's essential properties. Such theorists see money as essentially the result of a common insight on the part of those engaged in exchange. To them, at the beginning is not the deed but rather the insight from which the deeds follow. But how is it possible that there is this deed occurring before thought, as Marx contends? His succinct answer is: the natural laws of the commodity have manifested themselves in the natural instinct of the owners of commodities. 180. The phrase natural instinct is obviously used ironically, since being a commodity owner is precisely not a natural characteristic of human beings. At the same time, this expression points to something important. Instinct means a behavior that is not consciously controlled, and this is precisely the idea here, a behavior derived from the natural laws of commodities, analyzed in Chapter 1, which commodity owners must follow if they wish to exchange. They can only bring their commodities into relation as values, and therefore as commodities, by bringing them into an opposing relation with some one other commodity, which serves as the universal equivalent. We have already reached that result by our analysis of the commodity. But only the action of society-corrected translation, the social deed, die Gesellschaft like Tat, can turn a particular commodity into the universal equivalent. 180. However, this explanation is unsatisfactory. Commodities cannot universally relate to one another as values without a general equivalent, which in turn can only result from a social deed, but that does not prove that this social deed actually occurs. The argument becomes even more difficult if one assumes, as Marx does, that the social deed occurs without previous knowledge of the interrelations of commodities and money. So why is it that the social deed is in fact the solution to the problem of exchange? First of all, recall that Marx is not concerned with a temporal beginning. It's not about societal activity that transforms commodity production without money into commodity production with money. Marx is always analyzing both the commodity and the exchange process in capitalism. If he begins by presenting a commodity not determined by price and exchange not mediated by money, he is not assuming that either actually existed at some time. Rather, both the commodity not determined by price and exchange not mediated by money result from the process of abstraction that Marx mentioned in the preface of Capital. Marx is not addressing a problem of temporal origins but rather a problem structurally present for those engaged in exchange. For every person engaged in exchange, exchange must simultaneously be an individual and social process. The exchangers solve this problem in the deed, without thinking, through their natural instinct as commodity owners. They stick to what they know, the fetishism of the world of commodities, which they do not see through as fetishism. Marx does not explicitly mention commodity fetishism here, but it is clearly the source of that natural instinct. 23. The producers' social relations are reflected back to them as an objective characteristic of their products of labor, as their value. Commodity owners wish to objectively retain these values in exchange, since for the owners, it's not the use value of their commodity that is decisive. It doesn't have any use value for the owner, otherwise he wouldn't exchange it, but rather its value. For that reason, commodity owners are prepared without thinking to relate their commodities to an independent manifestation of value, and exchange them for it. But it is only through all commodity owners relating their commodities to another commodity as an independent manifestation of value that the commodity becomes the general equivalent. Money, the permanent general equivalent, is the result of a contemporary social process, in which we all participate when buying or selling, that is repeated again and again. It is not a consciously coordinated process but one enforced by the natural laws of the commodity. Through the agency of the social process it becomes the specific social function of the commodity which has been set apart to be the universal equivalent. It thus becomes money. 180f. Immediately after this statement, Marx puts in two sentences without any transition from the Apocalypse, or Book of Revelation. The two sentences are found in distinct chapters, and Marx switched their order. Point 24. The Book of Revelation is the final and most controversial book of the New Testament. Its vivid prophecies the arrival of the four horsemen, the plagues, the appearance of the Antichrist, and the imminent end of the world greatly stimulated people's imaginations and art during the Middle Ages and early modern period. The Apocalypse also played an important role for both sides in the disputes between the Catholic Church and the popular movements it denounced as heretical. Today, the number of the beast mentioned in the quote, 666, is usually encountered in horror movies about satanic cults. If one takes the beast in the Apocalypse as a metaphor for money, then the quote expresses an important insight obtained from Marx's analysis of the exchange process. Human beings transfer their power to the beast, money, but then must submit to its power, since one can only buy and sell that which bears the number of the beast. People indeed carry out the exchange process. However, they do not relate directly to one another but to money. Through this mediating function, money acquires a power to which people must then submit. D. The historical development of commodity exchange and money. 3rd paragraph 181 to 3rd paragraph 184. Money necessarily crystallizes out of corrected translation. The money crystal, gold crystal, is the necessary product of the process of exchange, in which different products of labor are in fact equated with each other, and thus converted into commodities. 181. By emphasizing the money crystal, gold crystal, Marx indirectly draws attention to the difference between the money form and the material bearer of that form. In Chapter 1, in the section on the value form, Marx showed that commodities can only universally relate to one another as values if their values can be expressed by a general form. If the general equivalent form is connected over the long term to a specific commodity, the general value form becomes the money form. Thus far Chapter 2 has shown that commodity owners must act in accordance with these attributes of the value form in the real exchange process, because only if the exchangers relate to a general equivalent can the contradictions of the exchange process be resolved, and the commodity that permanently takes the role of a general equivalent becomes money. Point 25. Here again Marx stresses that it is only in the process of exchange in which different products of labor are in fact equated with each other, and thus converted into commodities. That is, before exchange they are simply products, but not commodities. Both the form analysis of the commodity in Chapter 1 and the analysis of commodity owners' actions at the beginning of Chapter 2 presuppose the commodity as the general form of wealth, as Marx says in reference to societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails. 125. The historical development of money in pre-capitalist conditions, which has not yet been dealt with, now becomes the object of analysis. What we discovered in relation to the historical appearance of the forms of value, 158, also applies here. The results of the analysis are not derived from the historical development. On the contrary, it is the analysis of the fully developed relations that provides the key to understanding the historical emergence of the corresponding forms. Right at the beginning, Marx takes a sweeping look at the whole historical development. The historical broadening and deepening of the phenomenon of exchange develops the opposition between use value and value which is latent in the nature of the commodity. At the same rate, then, as the transformation of the products of labor into commodities is accomplished, one particular commodity is transformed into money. 181. Marx appends footnote 4 here criticizing petty bourgeois socialism. This is an allusion to Proudhon's Philistine Utopia which was criticized in footnote 26 of chapter 1, 161. In terms of substance, this note adds nothing new to the previous one. There is even the same comparison between money and the Pope. The next two paragraphs outline the two transformation processes mentioned in the last sentence quoted. Marx describes the difference between the simple expression of value, X commodity A equals Y commodity B, and the direct exchange of products, X use value A equals Y use value B, by pointing out that in the case of direct exchange, the articles A and B in this case are not as yet commodities, but become so only through the act of exchange. 181. In the previous paragraph, Marx made virtually the same statement with regard to commodity exchange. It takes exchange, he said, to transform the products of labor into commodities. 181. The difference, however, becomes clear in the next sentence. The only prerequisite for exchange is that individuals mutually recognize each other as the owners of private property, but this relationship of reciprocal isolation and foreignness does not exist for the members of a primitive community of natural origin. 182. In a society based on exchange, useful things are produced with a view to exchange, their value character being taken into consideration during production. 166. However, in the primitive community of natural origin that Marx has in mind here, this is not the case. In the first scenario, exchange in fact makes commodities out of things that were produced with the intention of their being commodities. 181. However, in the second scenario, the community of natural origin exchange makes something new out of these objects of utility. For this reason, as Marx emphasizes, the exchange proportions when such products are exchanged are entirely coincidental. Exchanges of this type, the first paragraph on page 182 refers to the exchange of commodities, but it would be more precise to say the exchange of products that develops into the exchange of commodities, do not begin within the community. Instead, they begin with foreign communities or their members, since only with them does that relationship of reciprocal isolation and foreignness exist through which private property owners acknowledge one another. However, the regular repetition of exchange between communities starts to affect them internally. They begin to make a distinction between immediate utility and utility for exchange. The quantitative exchange relation, no longer coincidentally determined, leads to the establishment of fixed magnitudes of value. See also the passage 167-68, which is quite similar in terms of content despite the different context. After tracing the historical transformation of labor products into commodities, Marx outlines the parallel transformation of the commodity into money. In the direct exchange of products, each commodity is a direct means of exchange to its owner, and an equivalent to those who do not possess it, although only in so far as it has use value for them. At this stage, therefore, the articles exchanged do not acquire a value form independent of their own use value, or of the individual needs of the exchangers. 182. In this situation, exchange remains limited. For exchange to expand, a general equivalent is needed. However, as Marx explains, the problem and the means for its solution arise simultaneously. 182. Exchange of one's own products with those of others only occurs if all the products are commensurable with a third commodity, which temporarily assumes the form of the general equivalent. Over the course of history, diverse commodities have taken on that form, until it is finally attached to certain kinds of commodities. In this way, the general equivalent form crystallizes out into the money form. 183. My commentary on the value form section of Chapter 1 mentioned historicist interpretations that take Marx's presentation of the origin of the money form as a somewhat abstract depiction of the historical emergence of money. 139. Yet this kind of historical account appears on pages 180–84 only after Marx has presented both the value form's development in Chapter 1 and the problem of exchangers' actions at the beginning of Chapter 2. Historicist interpretations mix up these three levels, which Marx clearly distinguishes from one another and which have a hierarchical relationship in the argument. In these interpretations, the argument's different levels in chapters 1 and 2 can no longer be kept apart. For many authors holding these views, Chapter 2 serves merely to make the concepts in Chapter 1 more concrete, although it is unclear why that is necessary. With regard to the historical dimension of Marx's sketch, 20th-century research indicates that money's emergence was actually a more complex process than Marx assumed based on the state of knowledge in the 19th century. For example, Karl Polanyi, 1957, points out that in early advanced civilizations, the various functions of money, such as its role as a medium of exchange or store of value, were initially distributed among quite different material supports. Also, the claim that slaves served as money, 183, is historically dubious. The second and third paragraphs on page 183 deal with the precious metals, gold and silver, to which the money form finally adhered. The reason, according to Marx, is the appropriateness of their natural properties, 184, to money's functions as a form of appearance of value. That is, in order to serve as an expression of value, the different exemplars of the body of the money commodity must be of uniform quality, easily divisible, and capable of being reassembled from their parts. All of that is true of the precious metals. In both paragraphs, Marx points out properties that money acquires when monetary relations are fully developed. The use value of the money commodity doubles. Alongside its properties as a physical commodity, the use value referred to at the beginning of Chapter 1, there is the formal use value arising out of its specific social function. For example, gold has natural properties making it useful for tooth fillings. As money, however, gold has the additional use value that it can buy things. Addendum: this observation might smack of hair-splitting. Nevertheless, as Marx further explores the functions of money, he will more fully characterize this formal use value of money. The section on interest-bearing capital in Capital's third volume examines money as a sui generis commodity that not only serves as a medium of exchange but which is itself traded. Additionally, Marx states that individual commodities are only particular equivalents of money and that money is their general equivalent. This leads to the conclusion that individual commodities relate to money as particular commodities relate to the general commodity. What does that mean? Individual commodities and the money commodity are all objects of value. Individual commodities are merely particular expressions of value, that is, value expressed in iron or wheat or boot polish. By contrast, the money commodity is not a particular expression of value, expressed in gold, but rather as long as gold is money and continues to be so the general expression of value, hence the immediate expression of value. This argument basically expresses the first peculiarity of the equivalent form, but now, in relation to the general equivalent form, use value becomes the general expression of value. Money form and money fetish, last paragraph 184 to 187. In the 3 paragraphs remaining in Chapter 2, there are a few long footnotes consisting almost entirely of quotations. Marx uses these to substantiate his brief references to various economists' conceptions of money. Only if one were dealing with these authors in detail would it make sense to discuss these quotations. Instead, Marx's arguments in the main text are what demand our attention. In the first of the 3 paragraphs, Marx notes a fundamental mix-up occurring in many theories of money. The process of exchange gives to the commodity which it has converted into money not its value but its specific value form. Confusion between these two attributes has misled some writers into maintaining that the value of gold and silver is imaginary. 184f. Marx already pointed out that economists usually mix up value and value form in footnote 17 on page 141. To understand what Marx is saying in the above quote, we must carefully specify the difference between value and value form. On the one hand, commodities are values to the extent that, in exchange, an abstraction is made from their properties as use values, so that they only represent an amount of abstract human labor. Every commodity, whether gold or iron, is an object of value. On the other hand, a commodity has a specific value form, because other commodities relate to it in a specific way. Gold has the money form because all other commodities use the material of gold to express their own value. In exchange, iron is just as much an object of value as gold, but the other commodities do not relate to iron as the expression of their value. For that reason, gold has a different value form than iron. Since the specific value form of money results merely from the relationship of commodities to the money commodity, and this relationship can in principle change at any time, if another commodity becomes the money commodity, one can fall prey to the notion, if one does not distinguish between value and value form, that money's value is merely imaginary. Marx mentions a further mix-up. Since money can, in certain uses, be replaced by symbols of itself, it has been conceived of as a mere symbol. What does that mean? If gold is the money commodity, but exchange is done not directly for gold, but for a paper bill representing it, then exchange occurs not for money, that is to say, gold, but rather for a symbol of itself, a symbol of gold, which serves as money. Thus, a symbol serves as money. Some have concluded from this that money itself is merely a symbol. However, if one explains money as a mere symbol, Marx continues, then one declares it to be the arbitrary product of human reflection, 186, that is, something derived from conscious human thought. After pointing out in the next paragraph that gold's value as money is not determined any differently from other commodities' values, Marx summarizes. The difficulty lies not in comprehending that money is a commodity, but in discovering how, why, and by what means a commodity becomes money. 186. Marx's reflections on 184-86, which we have just discussed, assume the existence of a money commodity, in this case gold. If a commodity functions as money, then the value of the money commodity is no more imaginary than the value of other commodities. In such cases, we must indeed endeavor to understand how and by what means that commodity becomes money. The matter is more complicated in the contemporary monetary system, where different countries' currencies are no longer tied to a money commodity. See the commentary on the money form in Chapter 1. However, even in the case of a non-commodity money, that which functions as money can only do so because all other commodities relate to this non-commodity money as the expression of their value. The core of Marx's analysis does not depend on whether we're dealing with a commodity money or a non-commodity money. The final paragraph of Chapter 2, 187, deals with the money fetish. In contrast to his treatment of the commodity fetish, Marx addresses the money fetish briefly, and the term only appears in the chapter's final sentence. In the section on the commodity fetish, Marx began by asking what is mysterious about the commodity. He took the reader by the hand, so to speak, and gradually explored this mysteriousness and its consequences. With the money fetish, however, he proceeds very rapidly. Marx is obviously relying on being able to seamlessly build on his earlier presentation of the commodity fetish. We should therefore make an effort to recall what commodity fetishism is all about. In this last paragraph, Marx traces how the money fetish arises from the exchange process. In doing so, he goes all the way back to the value form analysis in Chapter 1, the reflections there on the value relation of two commodities, abstracted from the exchange process. In the simple form of value, the commodity that functions as the equivalent appears to possess the equivalent form as a social property inherent in its nature. Corrected translation: a socio-natural property, Gesellschaft like Natureigenskaft, 187. I commented on Marx's first use of this latter expression on page 165, where the better translation socio-natural property was used. When analyzing the simple form of value, Marx spoke of the mysteriousness of the equivalent form, which only impinges on the crude bourgeois vision of the political economist when it confronts him in its fully developed shape, that of money, 149. Since the properties of things usually do not arise from their relations to other things, the commodity functioning as the equivalent appears to have the equivalent form by nature, 149. We followed the process by which this false semblance became firmly established, a process which was completed when the universal equivalent form became identified with the natural form of a particular commodity, and thus crystallized into the money form. 187. The semblance is false, because it inverts the real relation. A feature resulting from a relationship seems to be an objective property of a thing, independent of this relationship. With the simple form of value, this semblance was not yet firmly established. If we consider just two commodities, then it's clear that one is the equivalent only because the other commodity relates to it. Things are different with money, the commodity to which all other commodities relate. What appears corrected translation, seems to happen is not that a particular commodity becomes money because all other commodities express their values in it, but, on the contrary, that all other commodities universally express their values in a particular commodity because it is money. The movement through which this process has been mediated vanishes in its own result, leaving no trace behind. 187. The last sentence aptly expresses the basis not only of the money fetish but also the commodity fetish, and, as we will see later, the capital fetish. Thus the result of a social mediation presents itself in such a way that the mediation is no longer visible, it seems to be unmediated. The properties that the thing possesses only due to this mediation seem to belong to the thing itself. If one inquires into the causes of these properties, the mediating movement does not even come into view. From this, it also becomes clear that the use of money in no way presupposes that people know what money is. By repeatedly relating their commodities to another commodity as their universal equivalent, people make that commodity money. They do this without being aware of it. 166, was said in the section on the commodity fetish, but it applies just as well here. In the section on commodity fetishism, Marx also pointed out that political economy begins its analysis with the results of the process. 168. In effect, it is a problem to begin with this finished form of the world of commodities, the money form, which conceals the social character of private labor and the social relations between the individual workers, by making those relations appear as relations between material objects, instead of revealing them plainly. 168f. Political economy starts with the results of a process that is socially mediated, without however understanding them as mediated results. Consequently, its answers to questions about the content of these finished forms tend to remain within the limits of fetishism. This is generally, but not always, the case. See the end of the section on the commodity fetish. Not recognizing that money is the result of a mediating process leads to the following distorted perception. This physical object, gold or silver in its crude state, becomes, immediately on its emergence from the bowels of the earth, the direct incarnation of all human labor. Hence the magic of money. 187. The expression all human labor refers to all commodity-producing labor, since only its products are exchanged for money. That gold and silver are money by nature is just one of the common explanations of money, though it's not so important these days. However, Marx addressed another explanation in the paragraph on 184-86, the idea that money is simply a symbol, its use deriving from an agreement or arbitrary ruling. These two basic perspectives are also called, in turn, metalism and, monetary, nominalism. It's important to recognize that Marx opposes both viewpoints, although Chapter 2's final paragraph only deals with metalism. What the perspectives have in common is that both are unable to perceive the mediating movement that turns something into money. In its place something else is substituted, in one case nature, which supposedly makes gold and silver into immediate incarnations of value, and in another case society, or the state's institutions, which can consciously rule that anything is money. At the end of this paragraph, Marx looks at the social basis of that process of mediation, which is not recognized by either economic perspective. Men are henceforth related to each other in their social process of production in a purely atomistic way. Their own relations of production therefore assume a material shape which is independent of their control and their conscious individual action. This situation is manifested first by the fact that the products of men's labor universally take on the form of commodities. The riddle of the money fetish is therefore the riddle of the commodity fetish, now become visible and dazzling to our eyes. 187. The claim here that people relate to one another in a purely atomistic way in the production process means that people expend their labor as private labor, separate from one another, and allow only exchange to mediate economic intercourse, thus making their labor products into commodities. As values, however, the commodities can only be widely related to one another if they all relate to a general equivalent. And when the general equivalent attaches to a specific commodity, it becomes money. In that sense, Marx writes that the riddle of the money fetish is merely the riddle of the commodity fetish become visible. This last statement holds regardless of whether we are dealing with a commodity money or a non-commodity money such as state-issued paper money that is not backed by a commodity, which is therefore not merely the representation of a money commodity. Hence, it is by no means true that the disappearance of the money commodity entails the disappearance of the money fetish. 22 'Tis written, in the beginning was the word. Here now I'm balked. Who'll put me in accord? It is impossible, the word so high to prize. I must translate it otherwise. If I am rightly by the Spirit taught. 'Tis written, in the beginning was the thought. Consider well that line, the first you see. That your pen may not write too hastily. Is it then thought that works, creative, hour by hour? Thus should it stand, in the beginning was the power. Yet even while I write this word, I falter. For something warns me, this too I shall alter. The Spirit's helping me. I see now what I need. And right assured, in the beginning was the deed. 23 Dieter Wolf has emphasized the importance of the subsection on commodity fetishism for understanding Chapter 2 of Capital, Wolf 1985, 206 ff. 24 In the Mew and the Penguin edition, the quote from the Apocalypse is placed in its own paragraph. In Marx's original, and the editions of Capital that Engels edited, the quote appears at the end of the previous paragraph, making clearer its connection to thoughts expressed there. 25 In traditional Marxism, the analysis of the commodity was frequently reduced to the connection between value and labor. For a long time, almost no one paid attention to the analysis of the value form and money. In the 1970s, Hans-Georg Backhaus stressed the central importance of the interrelation between value theory and the theory of money in his Materialien zur Rekonstruktion der Marxischen Werttheorie, Backhaus 1997. In this work, Backhaus presents Marx's value theory as a critique of pre-monetary theories of value. In Heinrich 1999, I examined the character of Marx's theory of value as a monetary theory of value. Chapter 3, Money, or the Circulation of Commodities, 188-44. With every new chapter of Capital, we should clarify what the subject matter and level of abstraction are, based on Marx's chapter title and any introductory remarks. The title of Chapter 3, Money, or the Circulation of Commodities, is a mixture of old and new elements. In Chapter 1, Marx spoke of the money form, and in Chapter 2, he spoke of money. By contrast, the expression in the title phrase circulation of commodities has not appeared until now. For this reason, it is not immediately clear why the chapter title should connect money and circulation of commodities with an or. Moreover, there is no further information here about this chapter's subject matter, since after the initial subheading the text immediately turns to addressing the money commodity's first function. Addendum, by contrast, the contribution to the critique of political economy does deal with the connection between this chapter of Capital and the preceding material. There, at the end of his examination of the exchange process, Marx states, as they develop, the interrelations of commodities corrected translation, the processing relations, die prozessierenden Beziehungen, of the commodities to each other crystallize into distinct aspects of the universal equivalent, and thus the exchange process becomes at the same time the process of formation of money. This process as a whole, which comprises several processes, constitutes corrected translation, is circulation. MECW 29, 292. In this quote, it's clear what the circulation of commodities means. It refers to the totality of all exchange processes of commodity owners. Chapter 2, which yielded the category of money as a result of the commodity owner's activity, dealt with the process of exchange, which is a part of the totality of the exchange processes that was obtained by means of abstraction. For its part, Chapter 1 addressed the exchange relation of the commodity, which is a part of the exchange process that was obtained by abstracting from the commodity owners. This shows that Marx's chosen starting point for the presentation in Capital, the commodity, is not something immediately given, but rather results from a previous abstraction. Marx discovered that this starting point made sense through his research process. For us, by contrast, it is only in the course of the presentation that we can judge whether this starting point makes sense or not. Point 26. But why should one examine the processes of exchange as a whole after examining the individual act of exchange? The first sentence of the quote above provides an answer. The processing relations of the commodities condense into distinct aspects of the universal equivalent. Marx deals with the general equivalent's three fundamental aspects, Bestimmungen or determinations, in the three subsections of Chapter 3, they then take on concrete form in the individual functions of money, although a single money determination can include more than one money function. The connection of the relationship between commodities in circulation and the fundamental determinations of money, a connection that is merely claimed at this point, not yet demonstrated, explains the or in the title. The examination of money's determinations coincides with the analysis of the circulation of commodities, since these determinations come out of the latter analysis. Something else becomes clear here as well. When beginning his examination of the value form, Marx pointed out that the commodity in the relative form of value plays an active role, whereas the commodity in the equivalent form plays a passive one. One commodity expresses its value, while the other serves as material for the expression of value. This distribution of active and passive roles does not stop here. A commodity can only be in the general equivalent form and ultimately the money form because all other commodities actively relate to it. This is the only way a specific commodity can become money. A commodity becomes money because all commodity owners relate their commodities to this particular one. Here, the same is being claimed about the functions of money. These functions result from the processing relations of commodities. Neither money nor its functions are simply given. However, this movement of the processing relations, as Marx writes at the end of Chapter 2, vanishes in its own result, leaving no trace behind. 187. As a consequence, it seems that money is simply there, or that states and governments could simply create it by fiat. And the same goes for the functions of money, which are seemingly there, as givens. Most bourgeois economists thus simply accept money's functions as given facts, merely enumerating them and failing to grasp that they are a result. For a long time, Marxists fell prey to this inverse error. The world of commodities led them not to take money seriously, with labor's role in determining value appearing to be the only important thing. What many Marxists overlooked then was that money is a necessary result of circulation, which cannot be circumvented. More on this under 1a. The contribution to the Critique's second chapter, which corresponds to the content of Capital's third chapter, has a brief introduction that defines its object of analysis. The principal difficulty in the analysis of money is surmounted as soon as it is understood that the commodity is the origin of money. After that it is only a question of clearly comprehending the specific form-corrected translation, form determinations peculiar to it. During the following analysis it is important to keep in mind that we are only concerned with those forms of money which arise directly from the exchange of commodities, but not with forms of money, such as credit money, which belong to a higher stage of production. MECW 29, 303F. Capital's third volume deals with these additional forms of money. Chapter 3 in the first volume thus does not conclude the examination of money. Here again, it becomes clear that the 3 volumes of Capital constitute a whole, and one must therefore read them all. 1. The measure of values. Marx's first sentence in Chapter 3 not only makes clear that he presupposes gold to be the money commodity, but also that he is considering a monetary system based on a money commodity. Addendum: when dealing with the money form, I pointed out that the contemporary monetary system is neither de jure nor de facto based on a money commodity. I referred to Heinrich 2012, 69, 161, Heinrich 1999, 233 ff, 302 ff, and Stutzel 2006 for a deeper treatment of this question. These works attempt to show how the central features of Marx's conception of money remain valid even after the money commodity disappears. For a critique of this conception, see Noel Gruthuysen/Kruger/Wolf, 2009. These authors make a twofold claim. On the one hand, they reject the idea that Marx's analysis of the commodity and money can do without reference to a money commodity. On the other hand, they contend that the contemporary monetary system remains based on a money commodity even if invisibly so and in a way that nobody notices. Gold is still supposed to be the money commodity. However, since a commodity can only become a money commodity when all commodity owners express the value of their commodities in this special commodity, it seems absurd to speak of a money commodity not being noticed as a money commodity. Under the heading "The Measure of Values," Marx begins to investigate the functions of money. It's easy, on the basis of our everyday experience, to enumerate money's key functions, such as being a measure of value and a means of both circulation and hoarding. These functions of money also form the basis of the dominant economic theories. But whereas these usually begin with a brief list of money functions and then quickly proceed to considering more complicated relations, banks, financial markets, currencies, Marx looks at these functions of money only after examining the relation of commodities and money, at a fundamental level, in the first 2 chapters of Capital. We can see, based on the scope of Chapter 3, that Marx's concern here goes beyond listing money's various functions. Marx says that money's first function is as the measure of values, but he doesn't explain why this function should be considered the first among money's various roles. Addendum: the contribution to the critique of political economy has a more detailed account. The first phase of circulation is, as it were, a theoretical phase preparatory to real circulation. Commodities, which exist as use values, must first of all assume corrected translation, create, schaffen a form in which they appear to one another nominally as exchange values. Here it should say, values 27 as definite quantities of objectified universal labor time, that is, abstract labor time. MECW 29, 303-4. Real circulation here refers to commodities actually changing hands. If this changing of hands is to be an exchange of commodities, and not mere products, then the products must have a form allowing them to confront each other as values, and their value must be expressed. The original German has commodities creating this form, but this is strictly speaking wrong, since commodities don't do anything. There is an explanation for this unclear language. Marx's presentation in the contribution to the critique of political economy had not yet clearly differentiated form determinations, the necessity of which is deduced, from actions, in which these form determinations are realized. Even in this earlier text, however, the distinction itself was in substance quite clear to him. A. Immanent measure of value and money as its necessary form of appearance, 188. The first main function of gold is to supply commodities with the material for the expression of their values, or to represent their values as magnitudes of the same denomination, qualitatively equal and quantitatively comparable. It thus acts as a universal measure of value, and only through performing this function does gold, the specific equivalent commodity, become money. 188, emphasis MH. Marx identifies two facets of money's function as a measure of values, a qualitative one and a quantitative one. First, the values of commodities are presented as qualitatively equal, because they are measured in the same material, gold. Second, the values are quantitatively commensurable, because they are all expressed in quantities of gold. However, it's not something that gold does that allows it to function in this way. Marx states, "It is not money that renders the commodities commensurable." 188. Addendum: Marx does not make clear in this passage of Capital whose theory he is arguing against. In the corresponding section of A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, MECW 29N306, however, he mentions Aristotle. Aristotle had explained that money makes things commensurable in exchange, but that this is only a practical and expedient measure, since things in truth are incommensurable. Marx follows up on the last remark in his excursus on Aristotle in the value form analysis, c. 151f. Because all commodities, as values, are objectified human labor, and therefore in themselves commensurable, their values can be communally measured in one and the same specific commodity, and this commodity can be converted into the common measure of their values, that is, into money. 188. Marx makes two claims here about the cause and effect relation. 1. That gold, as the measure of values, can measure at all is due to commodities having already been reduced to a common dimension in which they can be compared and measured. 2. That gold is the common measure is not due to gold itself, but because all commodities jointly relate to gold. Marx's earlier analysis of the value form yielded both results. On commensurability, see Chapter 1, the last paragraph of page 140 and the first two paragraphs of page 141, on the general equivalent form as the joint contribution of the whole world of commodities, see Chapter 1, the first paragraph of page 159. Money as a measure of value is the necessary form of appearance of the measure of value which is immanent in commodities, namely labor time. 188. The distinction between an immanent measure and the external form of appearance of this measure is not an intuitive, everyday 1.28. The question arises, if labor time is already the measure of value, then why do we still need money as an independent measure? Or does money measure value, because it simply represents hours of labor time? Marx does not mean the latter. In footnote 1, he raises the question, why money does not itself directly represent labor time, so that a piece of paper may represent, for instance, X hours labor. 188 and 1. This addresses a question that did not come up explicitly in the earlier value form analysis. Marx came closest to dealing with this problem in his critique of Proudhon in Chapter 1, 161 and 26. The question emerges, however, because Marx has just emphasized that commodity values are commensurable as objectified human labor. So, why not just measure value directly with labor time? The answer that Marx provides in footnote 1 initially appears rather unsatisfactory. The question raised comes down simply to the question why, on the basis of commodity production, the products of labor must take the form of commodities. This is obvious, because their taking the form of commodities implies their differentiation corrected translation, doubling, Verdopplung into commodities on the one hand and the money commodity on the other. 188 and 1. This last claim, that products as commodities must double themselves into commodities and the money commodity, was precisely what the question puts into doubt. Merely asserting that it happens is not an especially convincing answer. Nor does the next sentence offer much more than a hint. It is also asked why private labor cannot be treated as its opposite, directly social labor. 188 and 1. So far Marx has only mentioned labor in directly social form, 151, in his discussion in Chapter 1 of the equivalent form's third peculiarity. The labor that produces the equivalent form's material body is labor in directly social form because its product does not require any mediation and is instead immediately social. Marx's cursory remark leads us to the following question: why can't the products resulting from the many different acts of private labor, that is, individual commodities, be at the same time products of directly social labor, that is, commodities taking the equivalent form? Obviously, Marx doesn't intend to provide an exhaustive answer here, rather, he refers to the contribution to the critique of political economy, meaning that we have to consult that work. In the passage that Marx quotes here from the contribution, he is criticizing the ideas of John Gray, who wanted to abolish money and make labor time the immediate measure of value. Marx's main counter-argument is that commodities are only comparable as the things they are. Commodities are the direct products of isolated independent individual kinds of labor. Corrected translation, isolated, independent kinds of private labor, and through their alienation in Tauserung 29 in the course of individual exchange they must prove that they are general social labor. In other words, on the basis of commodity production, labor becomes social labor only as a result of the universal alienation in Tauserung of individual kinds of labor. MECW 29, 321f. This quotation deals with precisely the condition that, in my commentary on commodity fetishism in Chapter 1, I called retroactive socialization. Commodities are products of private labor. These acts of private labor are not yet components of society's total labor, they are still to become social labor. This only happens in exchange as a result of the universal alienation in Tauserung. How do private acts of labor become components of society's total labor? This occurs insofar as individually expended, private labor is reduced to abstract human labor in exchange. Before exchange, private producers, independently of each other, individually expend certain amounts of concrete labor. For example, carpenter X dedicates 5 hours of carpentry labor to manufacturing a table, carpenter Y, in order to produce a similar table, requires 6 hours of labor, tailor U requires 4 hours of tailoring labor for a pair of pants, and so on. These amounts of concrete labor that producers individually expend during the production process are all that can be measured with a clock. What constitutes value, however, is not individually expended concrete labor, but rather abstract human labor. It's therefore not simple labor time that is the immanent measure of value, but abstract human labor time. However, it is only in exchange that concrete labor is reduced to abstract labor. Only in exchange do we find out whether the socially necessary labor time, 129, is closer to the 5 hours required by carpenter X or the 6 hours required by carpenter Y. And furthermore only there do we find out in what relation in respect to the distinction between complicated and simple labor the labor of the tailor stands to that of the carpenter, the different extent to which both of these kinds of labor count as multiplied. 135, simple labor. The labor time that can actually be measured prior to exchange which is individually expended, concrete labor does not help us determine value. Value only exists in the universal, reciprocal relationship that commodities have to each other in exchange. As the analysis of the value form in Capital's Chapter 1 and of the exchange process in Chapter 2 demonstrated, this universal, reciprocal relationship is only possible if commodities can relate to a general equivalent. So the immanent measure of value, which is abstract human labor time, and its form of appearance, which is money, do not exist in a temporal sequence, in which one can simply choose which measure to use. Instead, money as the measure of values is the necessary form of appearance of the immanent measure of labor time, and the immanent measure, abstract human labor, cannot appear otherwise than as money. That's why in the contribution, Marx refers to money as the immediate form of existence. Unmittelbar existence form 30 of the labor alienated in Tausert in exchange, mu 13, 42, that is, of abstract labor. 31. Addendum, in the contribution, Marx criticizes Proudhon's conception of socialism, abolishing money but retaining commodity production, on the basis of these conclusions. But it was left to M. Proudhon and his school to declare seriously that the degradation of money and the exaltation of commodities was the essence of socialism, and thereby to reduce socialism to an elementary misunderstanding of the inevitable correlation existing between commodities and money. MECW 29, 323. In substance, the same basic misunderstanding is found among all those who believe that the value of a commodity is determined solely by its process of production. If this were the case, then it would be difficult to see why money is value's necessary form of appearance. Basically, the claim that value is determined purely in production advances a Proudhonian position, with the inconsistency of not drawing Proudhon's conclusions. As a twofold result, we can affirm, 1. It is not money that makes commodities commensurable, commodities are commensurable as values, 2. But this does not mean one can dispense with money as a measure of value. Rather, money is the necessary, inevitable form in which the value of commodities appears. Incidentally, it may be observed here, 188, as in Chapter 1, 128, 148, that Marx speaks of a form of appearance, without referring to that which appears as an essence. Evidently, he continues to be cautious about using the term essence. B. Price and Ideal Money 32, 189-190. Marx begins by repeating his characterization of the price form on page 163 of Chapter 1. In the price form, value is expressed in the money commodity. In contrast to the general relative form of value in which a series of commodities express their value in the general equivalent, now the simple, isolated relative form of value suffices. Only the money commodity itself has no price form. In the next paragraph, Marx formulates a new thought: price is something distinct from the commodity body and is just a purely ideal or notional form. Corrected translation: purely ideal or imaginary form, reine ideale oder vorgestellte Form, 189. Despite being invisible, value exists in these very articles to the extent that they are exchanged as commodities. It should be added and is signified. Corrected translation: imagined, vorgestellt through their equality with gold. It is, however, an equality that exists only in their heads. For that reason, the custodian of a commodity must make its value visible by sticking a price tag on it. Footnote 2, attached to this paragraph, testifies to Marx's power of association but contributes little to the argument. From a contemporary perspective, it stands out how uncritically Marx adopts the then common manner of speaking about savages and semi-savages. The ideal quality of the price form has consequences. Since the expression of the value of commodities in gold is a purely ideal act, we may use purely imaginary or ideal gold to perform this operation. In its function as measure of value, money therefore serves only in an imaginary or ideal capacity. Corrected translation: money therefore serves only as imaginary or ideal money, dient das Geld der nur als vorgestelltes oder ideales Geld. 189f. To express a commodity's value, money does not have to be physically present. In this sense, money as the measure of value is only ideational money. However, it does matter what is functioning as money. The same value expressed in gold yields a different measure than when expressed in silver. As Marx emphasizes on page 190, having a double standard of value, such as gold and silver, is rather impractical, since gold and silver prices evolve differently, if the ratio between the two metals' values changes. When commenting on the beginning of Chapter 3, I discussed the claim from the contribution to the critique of political economy that the determinations of the general equivalent derive from the relationships that commodities have to each other. This state of affairs becomes evident here, with regard to the way money as the measure of value has an ideal existence. Its ideal existence results from the fact that the commodities in the price form only relate to money ideally. Addendum: generalizing, Marx notes in the corresponding passage of the contribution to the critique of political economy. The distinct form in which gold crystallizes into money depends in each case on the way in which the exchange values, it should say, values, see footnote 27 of this book of commodities, are represented with regard to one another. MECW 29, 307. But here Marx takes the analysis a bit further. Commodities now confront one another in a dual form, really as use values and ideally as exchange values. Again, it should say, values. They represent now for one another the dual form of labor contained in them, since the particular concrete labor actually exists as their use value, while universal abstract labor time assumes an imaginary existence in their price. MECW 29, 307. In this passage, Marx is not simply repeating what is already clear, namely that both commodities and the labor represented in them have a dual character. Rather, the point here is how this dual character shows up within the price form. As a use value, the commodity is really present in the sense of sensuously, objectively present, and the concrete labor that creates use value also actually exists. By contrast, the value of the commodity and thus the abstract labor represented in it are only imaginary in the price. In the contribution, Marx also addresses Adam Smith's unsatisfactory approach to the commodity's dual existence. Smith understood labor to be the measure of value, but he did not distinguish between concrete and abstract labor. He referred to labor as the real price and money as the nominal price of commodities. Smith 1776, 34 ff, thus trivializing money's significance. Just as neoclassical economics does today, Smith treated money as only a technical aid to exchange. For this reason, he considered money important in everyday practice, but without a crucial role in theoretical analysis. Marx criticizes Smith's conception by noting, the difference between labor as real price and money as nominal price is on the other hand so far from being simply a nominal difference that all the storms which threaten the commodity in the actual process of circulation center upon it. MECW 29, 307 f. Marx then points out how the contradiction contained in the commodity form becomes clear here, because the particular labor of an isolated individual which he has expended in production can become socially effective only if it is expressed as its direct opposite, i.e. abstract universal labor. MECW 29, 308. Moreover, this social character can only be expressed when there is exchange for money and not before. Marx emphasized this a few sentences earlier, when he wrote, the particular individual labor contained in the commodity can only through alienation-corrected translation, through the process of externalization, durch den Prozess der Entauserung be represented as its opposite, impersonal, abstract, general and only in this form social labor, i.e. money. MECW 29, 308, emphasis MH. C. Measure of values and standard of prices, 191 to second paragraph 195. Commodities represent their values in specific quantities of gold. If gold is the money commodity, in that way, gold serves as the measure of values. For their part, the amounts of gold also must be measured. The measuring is done with multiples of a specific weight of gold. This gold weight becomes the measure of prices. The measuring of values and the measuring of prices are two completely different functions of money. It is the measure of value as the social incarnation of human labor, more precisely, of abstract human labor. It is the standard of price as a quantity of metal with a fixed weight. 192. The difference between these two functions becomes clearer as they become more fully specified. As the measure of prices, the unit of measurement has to be fixed, so that the proportions don't change. That is to say, a handful of gold is not an appropriate unit of measurement. Instead, it should be 1 gram or 1 ounce, which constantly expresses the same amount of gold. As the measure of values, however, gold's value is indeed mutable. That is, over the course of time, a gram of gold can be the social incarnation of different amounts of abstract human labor. In the paragraphs that follow, Marx discusses the effects of the measure of value's mutability. A change in the money commodity's value does not affect the unit of measurement of prices. 12 ounces of gold still possess 12 times as much value as 1 ounce, despite changes in the gold's value. Marx's reference to a decline in the value of gold by 1,000% on page 192 is an error. If gold's value declined by more than 100%, it would be negative. What he probably means is a decline to 1/1000 of the previous value. Nor does a change in the money commodity's value inhibit its function as the measure of values, since changes in its value simultaneously affect all commodities. When Marx mentions the laws of the simple relative expression of value which we developed in an earlier chapter, 193, he is referring to what was presented in Chapter 1 under the heading The Quantitative Determinacy of the Relative Form of Value, 144-46. There we saw the effects of changes in values of both the commodity in the relative form of value and the commodity in the equivalent form. Marx repeats some of the results of that investigation in Chapter 3 on page 193. However, the claim that changes in the money commodity's value do not interfere with money's measuring function is only valid when comparing the simultaneous values of different commodities. If we consider measurements that have occurred at different points in time, then a change in the money commodity's value during the interim would mean that the measurements of value can no longer be directly compared. In these cases, commensurability depends on correctly calculating the changes in the money commodity's value. Addendum: some readers might be surprised by Marx's drawn-out discussion of how the mutability of the money commodity's value affects its function as a measure of prices and values. The reasons for Marx's thoroughness probably derive from the history of economic theory. Ricardo had searched for an unchangeable measure of value. In Theories of Surplus Value, Marx dealt with Ricardo's reflections on this matter, see MECW 32, 320 ff. Marx's discussion in Capital also responds to Ricardo's concerns, showing that the mutability of the measure of values does not pose any fundamental problems. From the last paragraph on page 193 to the bottom of page 195, Marx discusses how money names take on a life of their own. The words for metal weights, for example pound, originally served as money names, designating a specific quantity of money. The names endured, but with time they separated from the original weights. The result is that pound both designates a weight and serves as a money name. Ultimately, money units are established purely by law, and the aliquot parts acquire legal names such as thaler, pound, or penny. These legally valid names, made for the purpose of reckoning, 194f, are used to express commodity prices. And money serves as money of account whenever it is a question of fixing a thing as a value and therefore in its money form. 195. In footnote 12, Marx points out how these names of account have caused confusion in history. Legally established names for money can be used to express the metal weight of gold, which is the basis for measuring prices. The account name of gold was called its mint price, and it appeared that the state was fixing the price of gold. However, the state had merely established another name for the unit of measurement. Marx then concludes, without further comment. On the other hand, it is in fact necessary that value, as opposed to the multifarious objects of the world of commodities, should develop into this form, a material and non-mental one corrected translation, non-conceptually objective form, begriffslos in form, but also a simple social form. 195. Expressing value through a money name is non-conceptually objective because value is expressed as an object, without relying on the concept of value. If one says a certain commodity is worth $1, then the value is expressed as an object, but without saying anything about what value is. The form is a simple social one, because it is simple and socially valid. To talk of a necessary development of value, as Marx does here, is problematic, since it seems like historical determinism. Yet Marx's point is that generalized commodity production requires a simple social expression of value. It would have been more exact to say, if commodity production is generalized, then developing this social form becomes necessary. D. Price and value, last sentence of 195 to 198. Price is the money name of the labor objectified in a commodity. 195. With this, Marx summarizes what he has established so far, based on value, about price. But there is more. Although price, being the exponent of the magnitude of a commodity's value, is the exponent of its exchange ratio with money, it does not follow that the exponent of this exchange ratio is necessarily the exponent of the magnitude of the commodity's value. 196. Marx uses exponent here, not in the mathematical sense, but to mean a representative or indicator. A price indicates the magnitude of a commodity's value, but this indication is not always correct. This passage does not tell us anything about the circumstances in which the price might correctly or incorrectly indicate the magnitude of value. The topic here is a different one, the conditions of possibility for there being a difference between the price, on the one hand, and the magnitude of value, on the other. The magnitude of the value of a commodity therefore expresses a necessary relation to social labor time. Corrected translation, aggregate social labor time, Gesellschaft like Gesamtarbeitszeit, which is inherent in the process by which its value is created. With the transformation of the magnitude of value into the price, this necessary relation appears as the exchange ratio between a single commodity and the money commodity which exists outside it. 196. This makes clear once again that magnitude of value and price are categories located at conceptually distinct levels. The magnitude of value of a commodity expresses the extent to which the individual concrete labor expended in creating it counts as social labor time. This is the commodity's aforementioned relationship to society's aggregate labor. Price expresses a commodity's exchange relation with the money commodity. In this role, it is a form of appearance, a mode of expression of the magnitude of value. We can also say, based on the arguments at the beginning of Chapter 3, that it is a necessary form of appearance of value's magnitude, see page 188. This means that, in a qualitative sense, price and magnitude of value are by no means identical and are thus not directly commensurable. Marx writes that this relation, the exchange relation of the commodity with the money commodity, the price, may express both the magnitude of value of the commodity and the greater or lesser quantity of money for which it can be sold under the given circumstances. The possibility, therefore, of a quantitative incongruity between price and magnitude of value, i.e. the possibility that the price may diverge from the magnitude of value, is inherent in the price form itself. 196. Previously in footnote 21 on page 146, Marx spoke of a lack of congruence between the magnitude of value and its relative expression. What he meant was that a commodity's magnitude of value can develop in a different direction from its relative expression, but this does not necessarily mean that the expression is incorrect. For example, if the value of the money commodity declines, then the commodity's price increases, even if the commodity's magnitude of value remains unchanged. However, here the incongruity dealt with is a different one. The price can incorrectly reflect the magnitude of value in a quantitative sense. That's why now, in contrast to footnote 21, Marx speaks of a quantitative incongruity. If Marx speaks of a quantitative incongruity here, it might appear, contrary to our conclusion from Marx's distinction of value and price on page 196, that magnitude of value and price are not directly commensurable, that it is precisely their commensurability he has in mind. However, pay close attention to what Marx is actually comparing in this quote. It's not the magnitude of value and price, but rather two different prices, on the one hand, a price that adequately expresses value and, on the other, a price expressing what the commodity can be purchased for at the moment. Keep in mind this meaning of the quantitative incongruity between price and magnitude of value in what follows. Marx continues. This is not a defect, but, on the contrary, it makes this form the adequate one for a mode of production whose laws can only assert themselves as blindly operating averages between constant irregularities. 196. Marx's section on fetishism in Chapter 1 mentioned that in commodity production economic laws can only assert themselves as blindly operating averages. There Marx stated, in the midst of the accidental and ever-fluctuating exchange relations between the products, the labor time socially necessary to produce them asserts itself as a regulative law of nature. 168. Marx's reference to accidental and ever-fluctuating exchange relations means the commodity prices are constantly fluctuating but only coincidentally express the magnitudes of value correctly. Only in the course of these fluctuations do the magnitudes of value impose themselves as blindly operating averages. Addendum: these reflections could lead one to believe that a commodity's empirically visible prices fluctuate around an average price that correctly expresses its magnitude of value. In Chapter 5, however, Marx explicitly states that this is not the case, 269 and 24, similarly 329 and 9. To put things differently, the prices being discussed here at a level of presentation that still abstracts from capital are not identical with empirical prices in everyday life. Only in Volume 3 of Capital does Marx deal with the prices that are formed through competition among capitals. In the next paragraph, Marx explains that the price form not only makes possible a quantitative incongruity between the magnitude of value and price, but it may also harbor a qualitative contradiction, with the result that price ceases altogether to express value, despite the fact that money is nothing but the value form of commodities. 197. A commodity only has value to the extent that it is the product of abstract value constituting labor. If something that is not a product of labor is exchanged, then it has a price but no value. The qualitative contradiction that Marx speaks of here thus consists in the fact that money, the value form of commodities, can become the expression of a non-value. This means that the expression of price is in this case imaginary, like certain quantities in mathematics. 197. Addendum: in mathematics, imaginary numbers are multiples of the number I, which is the square root of -1. In early 19th century mathematics, it was not clear if these were actual existing numbers or dubious inventions. Hence the designation imaginary numbers in contrast to real numbers, that is, all numbers that can be represented as finite or infinite decimal fractions. Contemporary mathematics retains this designation, despite no longer making such distinctions with regard to the reality of individual numbers. Unlike the magnitudes of mathematics, however, there is a fundamental difference between prices that, correctly or incorrectly, express magnitudes of values and prices that are applied to things that are not objects of value. With regard to imaginary expressions of price, Marx makes a fundamental distinction. On the one hand, there are imaginary prices of things which in and for themselves are not commodities, things such as conscience, honor, etc. 197. Here Marx is alluding to the different forms of corruption. On the other hand, the imaginary price form may also conceal a real value relation or one derived from it. 197. Addendum: as an example of the second case, Marx mentions uncultivated land, which is not a product of labor and therefore has no value. In Volume 3 of Capital, Marx shows that land prices are generally derived from the ground rent that can be obtained for the land and the market interest rate. Other examples of imaginary prices that conceal real value relations or are derived from them are the prices of shares and bonds in the stock market, also dealt with in the third volume of Capital. In section B above, Marx emphasized that the price form is an ideal form. Now he builds on this claim, alongside the commodity's real shape, that is, its useful shape, it has an ideal value shape, in the form of its price. 197. For the owner of the commodity, however, this ideal value shape is not sufficient. If the commodity is to really function as value for the owner to serve him as a general equivalent, the commodity must really be transformed into money. Marx speaks of its transformation into gold, since he assumes gold to be the money commodity. For this transformation, Marx casually uses the term transubstantiation, a concept I will address when commenting on page 203. He alludes in this passage to the various difficulties of this transformation, using language that is both philosophical, Hegel's concept, and theological, St. Jerome. The next subsection will look at these difficulties. Now Marx summarizes. The price form therefore implies both the exchangeability of commodities for money and the necessity of exchanges. 198. Then he formulates a new thought. On the other hand, gold serves as an ideal measure of value only because it has already established itself corrected translation, it has already operated sich umtreibt as the money commodity in the process of exchange. Hard cash lurks within the ideal measure of value. 198. At the beginning of Chapter 3, Marx emphasized that the first function of the money commodity is to be the measure of values. Only by performing this function does the specific equivalent commodity, gold, here, become money. Now, however, Marx is claiming that gold's function as an ideal measure of value presupposes that it operates in the exchange process. So what is really primary, the measuring or the operating? In terms of the objective dependence of one category on another, it's the measuring function that comes first. Only because commodities express their values in a common material, for example, gold, does this material acquire the money form. Due to this objective dependence, the measuring function has to be examined first, in the first subsection of Chapter 3, before looking at gold's operation in circulation, that is, the function of money as a means of circulation, second subsection of Chapter 3. In social interaction, however, both of these functions presuppose each other. On the one hand, gold can only function as a means of circulation because it is a measure of values. On the other hand, gold is the measure of values and can only be so because it functions as a means of circulation. 2 means of circulation. Addendum: in the contribution to the critique of political economy, an introductory paragraph makes clear the relationship between the first and second subsections of this chapter. When, as a result of the establishing of prices, commodities have acquired the form in which they are able to enter circulation and gold has assumed its function as money, the contradictions latent in the exchange of commodities are both exposed and resolved by circulation. MECW 29, 323. Circulation presupposes the existence of both price-determined commodities and money. The first subsection dealt with these presuppositions. A commodity acquires a price by expressing its actual or imagined value in the money commodity, and the money commodity becomes money, because it functions as the measure of values. A. The metamorphosis of commodities. Metamorphosis comes from the Greek word for a change of form. Marx probably had in mind the metamorphoses of the Roman poet Ovid, 43 BC ca 17 AD, which formed part of the canon of humanist education in the 19th century. Since his school days, Marx had been familiar with this text, which he appreciated. He alludes to it on page 194, observing that, in the course of history, the more precious metal extrudes the less precious from its function as measure of value. Silver drives out copper, gold drives out silver, however much this sequence may contradict the chronology of the poets. The chronology of the poets refers to the sequence of the 5 ages of man from Ovid's Metamorphoses, beginning with the idyllic Golden Age and ending with the present-day Iron Age, full of hardship and discord. The social metabolism and its form aspect, 198 to third paragraph 199. The first 4 paragraphs of Part A are an overall introduction to the subsection on money as a means of circulation. We saw in a former chapter that the exchange of commodities implies contradictory and mutually exclusive conditions. The further development of the commodity does not abolish these contradictions, but rather provides the form within which they have room to move. This is, in general, the way in which real contradictions are resolved. 198. It's common to refer to this passage when dealing with the concept of contradiction in Marx's work or the relationship between Marx's and Hegel's dialectics. However, what interests us here is not these sentences' possibly far-reaching philosophical implications, but rather their concrete meaning in the present argument. In the first sentence, Marx refers to the exchange of commodities. Let's recall that in Chapter 1 Marx dealt with the exchange relation of commodities. He analyzed commodities' form determinations but not the behavior of commodity owners. Marx first does so in Chapter 2, the process of exchange, where he shows that people's actions have to follow the commodities' previously analyzed form determinations if they want to act and exchange as commodity owners. In the rest of Chapter 3, the analysis of the commodity and money's form determinations and the analysis of the commodity owner's actions are still separated in terms of content, with the analysis of the form determinations remaining primary. However, in the presentation both levels are now frequently intertwined. The first sentence refers to the contradictory requirements commodity owners bring to the exchange process, which Marx examined in Chapter 2, c. 180 ff. That chapter presented the owners all relating their commodities to money as a solution to these contradictions. Here the problem will be investigated further. The second sentence above mentions the further development of the commodity. This does not refer to a historical development, but rather to the conceptual development of the commodity's further determinations, as can easily be seen in what follows. Those further determinations do not eliminate the contradictory relationships, but rather provide the form within which they have room to move. That, at least, is Marx's claim, but he still has to demonstrate that it is actually the case. The quote's third sentence merely emphasizes that Marx does not consider his point that contradictions are not abolished, but rather find a form in which to move to be anything unusual. The example that follows in the text refers to the movement of two bodies under the influence of gravitational force. The body's movement depends upon their mass, speed, and direction of movement. There are basically three possibilities: 1. The bodies fall toward each other and collide; 2. The bodies approach each other, but do not collide, and are deflected in their orbits, moving away from each other; 3. The lighter body approaches the heavier body and is deflected, but does not possess enough energy to permanently move away from the heavier body. The smaller body thus moves in an elliptical course around the larger one. This is the case, for example, in the orbits of the planets around the Sun. Marx has this last possibility in mind when mentioning the ellipse as the form of motion in which the contradiction is both realized and resolved. 198. Insofar as the process of exchange transfers commodities from hands in which they are non-use values to hands in which they are use values, it is a process of social metabolism. The product of one kind of useful labor replaces that of another. 198. Here, pay close attention to the language. Marx does not write, the process of exchange is social metabolism, but rather insofar as the process of exchange. This implies that the process of exchange has many aspects, but insofar as it transfers products from one person to another, it is a process of social metabolism. Marx thus far has only mentioned metabolism in Capital in one other passage. On page 13333 he referred to useful labor as a condition of human existence, independent of all social forms, that mediates the metabolism between man and nature. Here he is not speaking of metabolism alone, but rather social metabolism, the changing of hands of products that occurs wherever there is a social division of labor. All societies with a division of labor require a social metabolism. However, there are different social forms in which this metabolism can occur. The exchange of commodities is just one of these. Distribution by a guiding authority or the associated producers themselves would be another form of social metabolism. Once more, Marx is emphasizing the difference between material content and social form. He addressed this difference for the first time on page 126, presenting use values as the material content of wealth, which in capitalist societies takes on the social form of a collection of commodities. The social metabolism, that is, products changing hands, is the material content of the process, whereas its specific social form is the exchange of commodities. Once a commodity has arrived at a situation in which it can serve as a use value, it falls out of the sphere of exchange into that of consumption. But the former sphere alone interests us here. We therefore have to consider the whole process in its formal aspect, that is to say, the change in form or the metamorphosis of commodities through which the social metabolism is mediated. 198f. Our focus now is the form aspect of the social metabolism, that is, the process of commodity exchange. However, Marx uses the term form in a dual sense here. On the one hand, he contrasts the process's social form to its material content. On the other, the social form examined here, commodity exchange, involves a change of form. The exchanged commodity's form changes. For that reason, the subsection bears the title The Metamorphosis of Commodities. In the next paragraph, Marx accuses economists of very imperfectly grasping this change of form, thus indirectly emphasizing his own investigation's originality. In explaining the economists' imperfect understanding, he mentions their lack of clarity concerning the concept of value. On the other hand, he criticizes how they only pay attention to the material aspect in the exchange of the ordinary commodity with the money commodity. This amounts to overlooking what has happened to the form of the commodity. 199. In other words, in dealing with money, they overlook the money form. We should recall that, when introducing the section on the value form in Chapter 1, Marx indicated that he wished to demonstrate the origin of this money form. 139, which is something that bourgeois economists never even attempted. If Marx's claim about bourgeois economics is correct, that on the level of the exchange relation, presented in Chapter 1, the money form was overlooked, then it's hardly surprising that when the economists consider the process of exchange, they also neglect the money form. In the next paragraph, Marx sketches the starting point for the commodity's change of form. In doing so, Marx is picking up on what he said earlier with regard to the exchange process. 182f. It produces a doubling of the commodity into, on the one hand, commodity and, on the other, money. An external opposition which expresses the opposition between use value and value which is inherent in it. In this opposition, commodities as use values confront money as exchange value. 199. Note that here, and further below, it would be more correct to say value than exchange value. 34. Yet how is this confrontation possible between commodity as use value versus money as value, if on both sides there is only a commodity, hence the unity of use value and value? Marx's answer. But this unity of differences is expressed at two opposite poles, and at each pole in an opposite way. This is the alternating relation between the two poles. 199. On the side of the commodity, we can see that the commodity is in reality a use value, its existence as a value appears only ideally, in its price, through which it is related to the real embodiment of its value, the gold which confronts it as its opposite. 199. The claim that the commodity is in reality a use value means that our senses can grasp its physical, useful properties. This also holds, by the way, if the commodity is a service. I can observe and feel how a barber cuts my hair. By contrast, our senses cannot grasp the commodity's value objectivity. The price ideally expresses this value objectivity, in an imaginary form, see 189 corrected translation. The commodity's real, sensually tangible, value shape is the gold that confronts it as money, and the commodity relates to it through its price. Marx claimed that the first peculiarity of the equivalent form is that use value becomes the form of appearance of its opposite, value. 148. On the side of the gold confronting the commodity as money, we encounter. Inversely, the material of gold ranks only as the materialization of value, as money. It is therefore in reality exchange value, more exactly, value. Its use value appears only ideally in the series of expressions of relative value within which it confronts all the other commodities as the totality of real embodiments of its utility. 199. Marx chooses his words carefully here. He does not write that the material of gold is the materialization of value, but rather that it ranks as, gilt als, the materialization of value. Assuming the relationship of validation, money is then in reality value, as gold, value can be grasped by the senses, and in this sensuous shape gold counts, gilt, as the materialization of value. The use value of money that Marx mentions now is not the use value of the money material. The money material that Marx is considering, which is gold, has the use value of serving as jewelry and tooth fillings. Gold has this use value independently of its being the money commodity. When gold is money, however, it has the additional use value. In Chapter 2, Marx refers to a formal use value, 184, of being directly exchangeable for all other commodities. Marx refers here to the expanded relative form of value, because it makes visible this formal use value of money. In the paragraph's final sentence, Marx anticipates something that must be confirmed in the upcoming analysis. These antagonistic forms of the commodities are the real forms of motion of the process of exchange. 199. Let's summarize these antagonistic forms. Commodity, real use value, based on the commodity body, versus ideal value, based on the expression of value in price. Money, real value, based on a relationship of validation, versus ideal use value. The formal use value of being exchangeable for all other commodities only exists ideally, in money's relative form of value. Addendum: in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx characterizes this kind of confrontation between the commodity and money in the exchange process as a dual and opposite relation in which each extreme is nominal where its opposite is real, and real where its opposite is nominal. MECW 29, 326. He aptly describes the relation as presenting commodities as bilateral polar opposites, MECW 29, 326. It was during his investigation of the simple form of value that Marx first spoke of poles in Chapter 1 of Capital, 139. My commentary on this explained what Marx means by poles, two aspects that mutually condition, but also mutually exclude, each other. Here, we are dealing with two connected polar antagonisms, real use value versus ideal/nominal use value and ideal/nominal value versus real value. For that reason, he calls the relation dual. 35. Introduction to the investigation of the metamorphosis of the commodity, last paragraph 199 to fourth paragraph 200. After the general introduction to section 2, on which I have just commented, the final paragraph on page 199 and the first four paragraphs on page 200 introduce the treatment of the metamorphosis of the commodity. By emphasizing the role of the commodity owner, let us now accompany the owner of some commodity, say our old friend the linen weaver. Marx makes clear that he will present people's actions and the underlying form determinations together. He uses the example of the linen weaver, who first exchanges linen for money and then this money for a Bible. Here Marx explains that the commodities exchange process is accomplished through two metamorphoses of opposite yet mutually complementary character: the conversion of the commodity into money, and the reconversion of the money into a commodity. 200. In a footnote to this passage, Marx quotes Ferdinand Lassalle, 1825–1864, commenting that he erroneously makes money a mere symbol of value. 200 This statement anticipates what is to come. So far Marx hasn't used the expression symbol of value, which is a theme that the next section, coin, the symbol of value, will treat for the first time. It's likely that Marx's main motive in mentioning Lassalle's text is that he wanted to distance himself from the latter's views, which were popular in the German labor movement. For the linen weaver, the commodity metamorphosis means that instead of his original commodity, he now possesses another of the same value but of different utility. 200. The exchange of commodities CMC is for him merely a way to mediate the exchange of products, CC. Let's recall how Chapter 1 of Capital begins. Marx's subject matter was the commodity in capitalism, opening sentence, 125. Nonetheless, he began his investigation of exchange value by considering the exchange relation CC, which is not typical of capitalism. Marx abstracted from the price-determined commodity familiar to us in everyday life, since the categories of money and price did not yet exist at this early stage of the presentation. However, the exchange relation CC examined then was not a random abstraction, but rather the content of the exchange process CMC. Since then, the categories money and price have been developed, and now we are dealing with the exchange process involving price-determined commodities. The presentation in this chapter's first subsection, the measure of value, yielded the price-determined commodity as one of its results. Hence, it is only now that we come to treat the apparently simple relation that is familiar to us in everyday life. 36. Cm. The first metamorphosis, sale, supply and demand on the market for commodities, realization of the price of the commodity, realization of the ideal use value of money, last paragraph 200 to first paragraph 205. In a single long paragraph that begins on page 200 and ends on page 202, Marx deals with the many difficulties that sale involves. Here, for the first time, he deals more lengthily with market relations and the role of demand. It is by no means true, as is sometimes claimed, that Marx disregards these questions. However, for Marx the market is not an entity that can be taken for granted. The dominant economic theories, both in Marx's time and today, regard markets as simple, almost natural institutions where the sellers and buyers of products meet and prices are formed. Next, they usually examine the different forms of markets, competitive, monopolistic, oligopolistic, etc., and their influence on price formation. Or they look at and evaluate the consequences of market participants having disparate information. The market itself, however, is taken to be something completely natural and self-evident. Marx characterizes the market as the scene of action, 199, but for him commodity owners' actions are anything but natural. Their actions result from the commodities' form determinations. Markets thus have a number of preconditions that prevailing economic theories generally ignore. Addendum: the sketch of market relations in Chapter 3 is far from complete. So far, only the form determinations of the commodity and money have been developed. After having presented capital's basic form determinations, Marx will return to market relations in Chapter 10 of the third volume of Capital. First, Marx recaps the commodity owner's basic problem. As part of the social division of labor, he usually only produces one type of product. However, the owner's needs are manifold, leading him to depend on other producers' products, which he can only obtain through exchange. This forces the commodity owner to engage in exchange. Therefore, the product of his labor serves him solely as exchange value, 201. Here, the term exchange value is correct. The commodity owner's product should be an exchange value for all the products required to satisfy his needs, so that their owners are willing to exchange their products for our commodity owner's product. However, his product is merely a single equivalent. It cannot acquire universal social validity as an equivalent form except by being converted into money, 201. In Chapter 2, Marx's argument already reached this point. Every commodity owner would like his commodity to be the general equivalent. But since not all commodities can simultaneously serve as the general equivalent, one commodity must be singled out to play this role on its own. It becomes money, see page 180f. All of this is now assumed. Now we are dealing with the difficulties that every commodity owner encounters when he wishes to transform his particular commodity into money. These difficulties are of both a qualitative and quantitative nature. Qualitative: does it stand the test as a use value? The commodity must above all be a use value for the owner of the money. The labor expended on it must therefore be of a socially useful kind, 201. Under the conditions of commodity production, the division of labor is an organization of production which has grown up naturally, a web which has been, and continues to be, woven behind the backs of the producers of commodities, 201. Hence, it is only in retrospect that one learns whether the commodity satisfies a money owner's need or not. Marx distinguishes between two cases here. First, the product doesn't satisfy any need of a money owner, and therefore cannot be exchanged. Second, the type of product, linen in this case, satisfies a need, but that doesn't mean that the 20 yards of linen of our linen weaver satisfies a social need, since the social need may have already been met. In both cases, the linen weaver's product is superfluous, redundant, and consequently useless, 201. But what does that mean? If the product is useless, it does not possess any use value, at least not use value for others. However, as Marx observed in Chapter 1, having use value is a precondition of the product being a commodity, 131. Hence we can conclude that a useless product is not a commodity, and therefore does not possess value, regardless of how much labor was expended in its production. Addendum: In Chapter 7, Marx discusses how this unused product is useless and therefore only a possible, but not real use value. 289. Quantitative: if the product is actually exchanged as a commodity for money, there is still the question, for how much money? The price of the commodity expresses this how much. However, it's not certain that the price anticipated by the commodity owner actually expresses the commodity's value. What constitutes value is not individually expended labor time, but rather socially necessary labor time. 129, which depends upon the normal conditions of production. However, what counts as normal changes over time. It's possible that, in the market, our linen weaver discovers that what had previously been normal conditions of production are no longer so. If he expended more than the socially necessary labor time, then his commodity has a lower magnitude of value than he anticipated with his price. Nevertheless, even if all the linen offered on the market was manufactured under the same normal conditions of production, the total sum of this linen can still contain too much labor time. If the market cannot stomach the whole quantity at the normal price of 2 shillings a yard, this proves that too great a portion of the total social labor time has been expended in the form of weaving. The effect is the same as if each individual weaver had expended more labor time on his particular product than was socially necessary. 202. If the total amount of linen produced exceeds what is socially necessary, or more precisely, if it goes beyond the paying demand, then not all the labor expended in this sector actually created value. However, the value of an individual yard of linen is also nothing but the materialization of a part of the quantity of social labor expended in the whole amount of the linen. 202n, *footnote. This means that an individual yard's value is also lower. The commentary for the first subsection of Chapter 1 already dealt with the influence of paying demand on the amount of value-creating labor. See pages 75-76 of this book. The sentence from the page 202 *footnote just quoted, corrected by Marx, is more precise than the original sentence in the text of page 202, asserting that the value of an individual yard of linen is the materialization of the same socially determined quantity of homogeneous human labor. In fact, it's only the same socially determined quantity, because what counts is not the labor time individually expended upon this yard of linen, but rather the proportionate part it represents of the aggregate socially necessary labor time that produces linen. Both the commodities above mentioned qualitative determination and the quantitative determination of its transformation into money show that the 20 yards of linen's value is not determined on the basis of its individual production process. Instead, its value is only determined with the production process and the relations to all other commodities that occur in exchange. Only in exchange is it revealed whether a product is useful at all and therefore a commodity. Moreover, only there do we discover what counts as normal production conditions and whether the quantity that was produced actually represents a use value for others. In the next paragraph, Marx uses a Shakespeare quote to summarize the difficulties of transforming a commodity into money. The quote comes from the comedy A Midsummer Night's Dream, at a moment when the lovers first come together after a series of complications. Marx points here to parallels in the love affair between the commodity and money, indicating the general cause of these problems. The quantitative articulation gliderung of society's productive organism, by which its scattered elements are integrated into the system of the division of labor, is as haphazard and spontaneous as its qualitative articulation. The owners of commodities therefore find out that the same division of labor which turns them into independent private producers also makes the social process of production and the relations of the individual producers to each other within that process independent of the producers themselves. They also find out that the independence of the individuals from each other has as its counterpart and supplement a system of all-round material dependence. 202f. It is somewhat misleadingly stated here that the division of labor makes commodity owners independent private producers. The next paragraph's beginning is also not quite correct. The division of labor converts the product of labor into a commodity. 203. In the second subsection of Chapter 1, Marx pointed out that the social division of labor can accompany quite different modes of production. 132. It's not the social division of labor that transforms products into commodities or creates private production. Rather, it is that the products of private labor can only confront one another as commodities. And on the basis of private commodity production, the quantitative and qualitative configuration of the production process is haphazard and spontaneous. 37 As private commodity producers, individual producers are independent of each other, they decide what and how much to produce at their own discretion. Even so, the social division of labor creates a social connection between them, an all-round material dependence. The connection among producers is, however, not consciously produced and planned. Therefore it is a matter of chance whether an individual's product fits into this configuration, and will be transformed into money, and if so, how much. That's what Marx means when he writes that the social process of production and the relations of the individual producers to each other within that process is independent of the producers. He thus takes up a basic idea already expressed in Chapter 1's Fetishism section, 167f. Under the conditions of commodity production, the social process of production takes on a life of its own, independent of the producers. Addendum, in the Grundriss, 158, Marx characterizes the way the social process of production takes on a life of its own in a dramatic way. Individuals are subsumed under social production exists outside them as their fate. In the next paragraph, Marx states that, in what follows despite these difficulties, he assumes that the commodity successfully transforms into money, since here we have to look at the phenomenon in its pure shape. 203. Without any further explanation, Marx describes the transformation of the commodity into money as transubstantiation. 203. This is an important concept in Roman Catholic theology which Marx already used on page 197, referring to how bread and wine transforms into Christ's body and blood. In the Catholic view, an actual metamorphosis occurs in the Mass. Bread and wine essentially cease being bread and wine, they only look like it, and actually become Christ's body and blood. By using the term transubstantiation, Marx connects with the commodities theological niceties, 163, mentioned in the Fetishism section. If all this sounds rather abstruse to a non-Catholic, it is nevertheless a hard reality in capitalist economies, where commodities are transformed into money. In the two paragraphs that follow on page 203, Marx considers the commodity's transformation into money, paying attention only to its change of form. The commodity and money's changing hands in exchange is striking, 38, in the sense that anyone can perceive it. Now Marx poses a question that may initially appear superfluous. But what is the commodity exchanged for? 203. If Marx had answered for money, then the question would indeed have been superfluous, since that simply describes what everyone sees anyway. However, Marx's answer is for the universal shape assumed by its own value. 203, emphasis MH. What is claimed here is not directly visible, but rather represents the results of an investigation. Marx's analysis of the value form in Chapter 1 demonstrated that commodities must express their own value in another commodity, and that this expression of value is only adequate if it is universal. Money is the shape of the commodity's own value, and as the first part of this chapter shows, money is also the necessary manifestation of value. With the mere exchange of products, one product exchanges for some other product. However, in the case of commodity exchange, a commodity exchanges for its own value shape. Likewise, Marx asks what gold is exchanged for and answers for a particular form of its own use value. 203. As the money commodity, gold has the universal, formal, use value of being exchangeable for all other use values. If it now exchanges for a special commodity, then it exchanges for a particular form of its universal use value. Marx now relates both processes to each other. The commodity is divested of its original form through its sale. The realization of a commodity's price, or of its merely ideal value form, is therefore at the same time, and inversely, the realization of the merely ideal use value of money. This single process is two-sided. From one pole, that of the commodity owner, it is a sale; from the other pole, that of the money owner, it is a purchase. In other words, a sale is a purchase, CM is also MC. 203. What Marx states in the last two sentences, which might be all that strikes one in a quick read, is not a new or particularly original insight. In a footnote, Marx quotes the French economist Quesnay, who formulated this insight 100 years before him. What is new and original here is, however, Marx's analysis of the change of form. We see the movement of the bilateral polar opposites, MECW 29, 326, or antagonistic forms, 199. The realization of the commodity's merely ideal form of value, its transformation into real value, is at the same time the realization of money's merely ideal use value. What Marx announced somewhat cryptically on page 199, that the antagonistic forms of the commodity are the real forms of motion of the process of exchange, is now clearer. Marx refers for the first time here to the realization of price, and in the remainder of the chapter he uses this expression several times, though he is not talking about a realization of value, which is nevertheless an expression often used in the literature about Marx. In Volume 1's later chapters, Marx indeed speaks of the realization of value in a few places. However, he does so only in contexts where the categorical difference between value and price, on this difference see the commentary on page 196, does not play a role, see for example p. 681. In the next paragraph, Marx looks at the source of the money into which the commodity is transformed. In doing so, he cannot consider all the relations that come into play, but only those reached by the level of presentation so far. Up to this point we have considered only one economic relation between men, a relation between owners of commodities in which they appropriate the produce of the labor of others by alienating in fremden the produce of their own labor. 203. Here Marx characterizes buying and selling with very general language, saying that a buyer can only appropriate something else by alienating something of his own. By contrast, in relationships not based upon exchange such as a peasant's tribute to a lord, a present made to another person, or transferences from an already existing fund, it is possible to appropriate something without alienating something of one's own. Addendum, Appendix 1 points out the central role of the concept of alienation in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. There, Marx assumes that the essence of human beings consists in objectifying themselves in labor to develop their abilities as a species. Under capitalist conditions, however, workers do not control the labor process, nor do they dispose of the products of their own labor. The upshot is that they are alienated from their human species being. However, Marx criticizes the notions of a human essence and the idea of alienation from this essence in the Theses on Feuerbach, 1845, and in the German Ideology, 1845-46. Moreover, in texts written after 1845, he no longer employs the notion of human essence. Still, some literature on Marx claims that the young Marx's discourse on alienation continues more or less without interruption in Capital. However, in Capital Marx uses the expressions alienated or alienate only in a few passages, and employs the terms in a very general sense, no longer having anything to do with alienation from a human essence. That's the case here. Alienation of one's own product literally means making it somebody else's product, through sale. There is no mention of a human essence here. Assuming that the only economic relations are those between commodity owners, there are only two possible ways to own money, if gold is the money commodity. Leaving aside its exchange for other commodities at the source of production, gold is, in the hands of every commodity owner, his own commodity divested in tozert of its original shape by being alienated verosert, it is the product of a sale or of the first metamorphosis cm. 204. The latter, the selling of commodities, is the more common way of obtaining money. Money is the divested shape of the alienated commodity, that is, the shape left over after the commodity's divestment from its original shape. This means that the act of selling is not only simultaneously the act of buying, as Marx's last paragraph claimed. This act of buying is only possible because another act of selling preceded it. As a sort of interim balance, Marx now notes how each of the form determinations of money developed so far results from a relationship that commodities have to money. Gold, as we saw, became ideal money, or a measure of value, because all commodities measured their values in it, and thus made it the imaginary opposite of their natural shape as objects of utility, hence the shape of their value. It became real money because the commodities, through their complete alienation corrected translation, sale, Veräußerung, suffered a divestiture or transformation of their real shapes as objects of utility, thus making it the real embodiment of their values. 204, emphasis MH. Since all commodities make money the manifestation of their value, money doesn't reveal which particular commodity it is the manifestation of value at a given moment. However, because the money in CM is the manifestation of the value of an additional commodity, Marx can say, the first metamorphosis of one commodity, its transformation from the commodity form into money, is therefore also invariably the second, and diametrically opposite, metamorphosis of some other commodity, the retransformation of the latter from money into a commodity. 205. MC. Second metamorphosis, purchase, second paragraph 205 to first paragraph 206. These two paragraphs don't really tell us anything new. Money is the absolutely alienable corrected translation, saleable, Veräußer-like commodity, because it is all other commodities divested of their shape, the product of their universal alienation corrected translation, sale, Veräußerung. 205. Here Marx picks up on the results from his earlier analysis of the general equivalent form. A commodity only occupies the general equivalent form because all other commodities make up the general relative form of value, expressing their value in it. 159. Here, however, we're no longer at the level of form analysis, as in Chapter 1, but that of the exchange process, the real relationship of commodities to one another. For that reason, the equivalent commodity is no longer simply the material of the expression of value of commodities. Now that the other commodities are actually exchanged for the general equivalent, it becomes the divested shape of the other commodity and as a result the absolutely saleable commodity. Why so? Because every sale is simultaneously a purchase. If every commodity is alienable for money, then money is likewise alienable for every commodity, therefore becoming the absolutely saleable commodity. The general equivalent has the form of direct exchangeability with all other commodities. 161. Nevertheless, the prices of commodities show gold the limit of its convertibility, namely its own quantity. 205. As Marx emphasizes here, there are no qualitative limits to what money can purchase. It can buy everything, but a quantitative limit remains. At the end of the analysis of CM, Marx emphasized that one commodity's initial metamorphosis CM is at the same time another commodity's concluding metamorphosis MC. The linen's initial metamorphosis was at the same time the wheat's concluding metamorphosis. Now that Marx is explicitly considering the concluding metamorphosis, the money obtained for the linen is transformed into a Bible. He points out that this concluding metamorphosis is another commodity's initial metamorphosis. The purchase of brandy follows the sale of the Bible. The completed metamorphosis as a whole, second paragraph 206 to second paragraph 207. The completed metamorphosis of a commodity as a whole consists of the two opposite and complementary movements, CM and MC. Marx emphasizes that the commodity's change of form can only be consummated through two opposite actions being carried out by commodity owners. As in the case of the sequence of chapters 1 and 2, here the analysis of economic form determinations precedes the analysis of people's actions. The actions of commodity owners are reflected in the antithetical economic characteristics. 206, those of the buyer and the seller. However, these are not fixed roles, but constantly attach themselves to different persons in the course of the circulation of commodities. 206. In the next paragraph Marx summarizes what the completed metamorphosis of the commodity as a whole presupposes. 4 denouements, meaning the endpoints of both CM and MC. 3 dramatis personae, there are only 3 actors, because the seller in the first action is also the buyer in the second act. 206. Addendum, in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx looks more deeply into the economic characteristics of the buyer and seller and how they are misinterpreted. The commodity owners entered the sphere of circulation merely as guardians of commodities. Within this sphere they confront one another in the antithetical roles of buyer and seller. These distinctive social characters are, therefore, by no means due to individual human nature as such, but to the exchange relations of persons who produce their goods in the specific form of commodities. It is therefore as absurd to regard buyer and seller, these bourgeois economic types, as eternal social forms of human individuality, as it is preposterous to weep over them as signifying the abolition of individuality. They are an essential expression of individuality arising at a particular stage of the social process of production. MECW 29, 331. After looking at the buyer's and seller's actions, Marx returns to analyzing the form determinations. The 2 partial processes of the commodity's metamorphosis form a circuit, commodity form, stripping off of this form, and return to it. 207. Here the commodity begins as a non-use value for its owner, but at the endpoint becomes a use value for its owner. In contrast, money starts as a solid crystal of value, only to disappear again. It dissolves into the mere equivalent form of the commodity. In the above, it was evident that the 2 partial metamorphoses of a commodity's circuit represent the inverse partial metamorphoses of the circuit of 2 other commodities. This allows Marx to conclude. Hence the circuit made by one commodity in the course of its metamorphoses is inextricably entwined with the circuits of other commodities. This whole process constitutes the circulation of commodities. 207. The term circulation of commodities, which forms part of this chapter's title, is introduced here systematically for the first time. See the explanations above regarding the chapter heading. Addendum, in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx emphasizes. But each individual sale or purchase stands as an independent isolated transaction, whose complementary transaction, which constitutes its continuation, does not need to follow immediately but may be separated from it temporally and spatially. MECW 29, 330. That has an important consequence that capital does not explicitly mention. In the real process of circulation, CMC, therefore, represents an exceedingly haphazard coincidence and succession of motley phases of various complete metamorphoses. The actual process of circulation appears, therefore, not as a complete metamorphosis of the commodity, i.e. not as its movement through opposite phases, but as a mere accumulation of numerous purchases and sales which chance to occur simultaneously or successively. The process accordingly loses its distinct form-corrected translation, the form determination of the process is thus extinguished, emphasis MH. MECW 29, 330. On pages 198 and 199, Marx emphasized the importance of this change of form, but commented that it had been imperfectly grasped. This imperfect grasp is not due to the incompetence of individuals. Instead, it's the process of circulation itself that invisibilizes the change of form, extinguishing it. The difference between the circulation of commodities and the exchange of products, socio-natural connections, the possibility of crisis, 3rd paragraph 207 to 209. The circulation of commodities differs from the direct exchange of products not only in form, but in its essence. 207. Marx's reflections on page 200, where he shows that the material content of CMC is CC, might lead one to believe that this is just a formal difference. However, Marx now shows that this only holds for a commodity owner considered in isolation. The linen weaver has exchanged linen for the Bible, but this does not apply to the Bible salesman. He exchanges his Bible for brandy. Even if the exchange of products is completely consummated between two people, concluding for both of them at the same time, there are nevertheless three participants in each metamorphosis of CMC. Only for one of them does it represent the complete metamorphosis of his commodity. Every single metamorphosis CMC presupposes past metamorphoses and leads to future ones. From this, Marx now draws two very different conclusions. We see here, on the one hand, how the exchange of commodities breaks through all the individual and local limitations of the direct exchange of products, and develops the metabolic process of human labor. On the other hand, there develops a whole network of social connections of natural origin. Corrected translation, a whole network of socio-natural connections, Gesellschaftlicher Zusammenhang, entirely beyond the control of the human agents. 207. The first conclusion has to do with the material content of exchange, products changing hands, which occurs in every society characterized by a division of labor, is something constantly expanding. For individual producers, this means that the number of different products they can exchange constantly increases. However, this development takes place within a specific social form determination. The products are produced as commodities. This form determination entails the second consequence, that the expansion of products changing hands takes the shape of a network of socio-natural connections beyond the control of people. The section on commodity fetishism in Chapter 1 pointed out that human beings do not control their own social dynamic under commodity production. 168. Moreover, Marx has already discussed how the social process of production becomes an entity independent of human beings. 202. Now, he speaks of a network of socio-natural connections. Despite being a product of human beings, society becomes a second nature under the conditions of commodity production. That is, it becomes a force standing above human beings governed by its own objective laws, which are not something that a human legislator consciously dictates, and people must submit to these laws just as much as to the objective laws of, first, nature. Here Marx follows up on his earlier use of the term socio-natural properties. 165, not just in terms of the choice of words, but also thematically. Marx earlier pointed out that a fundamental feature of commodity fetishism is that, for producers, the social character of their labor is reflected as objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things. Hence it also reflects the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor as a social relation between objects, a relation which exists apart from and outside the producers. 165, emphasis MH. In the discussion of the money fetish, Marx also spoke of how a thing appears to possess the general equivalent form as a socio-natural property. Corrected translation, 187. Now, with the phrase network of socio-natural connections, Marx is pointing to a new level in the autonomization of the social relations between producers. Marx observes another difference between the circulation of commodities and the exchange of products. The difference concerns the behavior of money. At the end of the metamorphosis CMC, individual commodities ultimately fall out of circulation, disappearing in consumption. Not so with money, which occupies the point in the arena of circulation vacated by the commodities. Marx sums this up. When one commodity replaces another, the money commodity always sticks to the hands of some third person. Circulation sweats money from every pore. 208. If the process of circulation continues, then the money that sweats out of circulation will eventually flow back into it. However, it can't be assumed that this happens automatically. In the long paragraph that follows, 208f, Marx criticizes the dogma that there is an equilibrium between sales and purchases, which also plays an important role as Say's law in contemporary neoclassical theory. Marx begins by examining what equilibrium might mean. If it means only that there are exactly as many purchases as sales, then it's a flat tautology. A tautology is a statement that's always correct. For example, tomorrow it will either rain or not rain, but for that reason conveys little information. The example doesn't help us decide whether to take an umbrella tomorrow. The statement Marx refers to is tautological, because every act of purchase is simultaneously an act of sale. In that sense, the number of purchases is always equal to the number of sales. However, this flat tautology is not what is meant. Its real intention is to show that every seller brings his own buyer to market with him. 208. Marx's assertion here is not entirely correct. Literally, it would mean that no seller is ever unsuccessful, since he would always find a buyer for his commodity. Yet neither classical nor neoclassical economics would go so far as to make such a claim. Addendum: in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx describes more fully what he means by dogma here. There, Marx recaps James Mill's views. There can never be a lack of buyers for all commodities. Whoever offers a commodity for sale wants to obtain another in exchange for it, and is therefore a buyer through the mere fact of being a seller. Thus, the buyers and sellers of all commodities taken together must, through a metaphysical necessity, balance each other. Hence, if there are more sellers than buyers of one commodity, there must be more buyers than sellers of another commodity. MECW 29, 333. This is not a literal quote from Mill. In particular, Mill does not refer to a metaphysical necessity, but rather Marx's summary of Mill's ideas. For the original passages of Mill that Marx summarizes, see Mega 2/2, 386f. However, the summary aptly captures the dogma's driving idea. It is not that every single act of sale is successful, but rather that, on the market, total supply equals total demand. If there is a surplus of supply for one type of commodity, for example, linen, then there must at least be a surplus of demand for another commodity, for example, brandy. Marx directs his critique at this claim. In the next two sentences, Marx lays out the conditions under which purchase and sale are identical, and under which conditions they are not. Sale and purchase are one identical act, considered as the alternating relation between two persons who are in polar opposition to each other, the commodity owner and the money owner. 208, emphasis MH. The weaver's selling the linen is identical to its purchase by the former wheat owner. Marx's example is on page 204. Nevertheless, the people participating are in polar opposition to each other. One person is a commodity owner, seller, the other a money owner, buyer. They sale and purchase constitute two acts, of polar and opposite character, considered as the transactions of one and the same person. 128, emphasis MH. The same person, our linen producer, appears as both a seller, he sells the linen, and as a buyer, he purchases a Bible. For the same person, then, purchase and sale are not identical, but rather two acts of polar and opposite character. This non-identity of purchase and sale for the same person is, however, not something that is merely formal and unimportant. In fact, it has far-reaching consequences. No one can sell unless someone else purchases. But no one directly needs to purchase because he has just sold. 208f. In the previous paragraph, 208, Marx already emphasized that circulation constantly sweats money, and money sticks to the hand of some third person. The sale of the linen, as the concluding metamorphosis of the wheat, leaves money stuck to the linen weaver's hand. The sale of the Bible, as the concluding metamorphosis of the linen, leaves money stuck to the Bible salesman's hand. The money can get stuck for a shorter or longer period of time. If the linen weaver does not want to buy a Bible right away with the money he received, then the Bible salesman is left with his book. The brandy seller is now also left with his beverage, since the Bible salesman has no money with which to buy it. Marx now arrives at the key conclusion. To say that these mutually independent and antithetical processes, sale and purchase, form an internal unity is to say also that their internal unity moves forward through external antitheses. Why? Because they confront each other independently. MH. These two processes lack internal independence because they complement each other. Hence, if the assertion of their external independence außerlich Verselbständigung proceeds to a certain critical point, their unity violently makes itself felt by producing a crisis. 209. Here we have before us the most general conceptualization of a crisis. In everyday understanding, an economic crisis is a matter of businesses not selling their products, bankruptcies, worker layoffs, and fall in incomes. Here, however, Marx emphasizes that a crisis asserts the unity of the autonomous parts of an interrelated whole. The sale and purchase of commodities belong together, forming part of the social metabolism, not of the social metabolism as such, but of social metabolism when it takes place under the commodity regime. Here, however, they have become autonomous from one another. If many people retain money, that interrupts considerably the circulation of commodities. A linen weaver may want to constantly sell his linen without purchasing anything. However, he will soon be stuck with his linen if others likewise cease to purchase things. Consumer reluctance, on a large scale, leads to an overall excess in commodity supply. In a crisis, this excess supply is forcefully eliminated when the producers go bankrupt. This is a way of asserting, for the time being, the inner unity of purchase and sale, supply and demand. In the sentence that follows, Marx enumerates all the contradictions, the terms antithesis, Gegensatz, and contradiction, Widerspruch, are used interchangeably, that become the forms of motion of the metamorphosis of commodities. In this way, Marx follows up on what he said in the introductory paragraph to the means of circulation subsection. There he spoke of how the commodities, conceptual, development demonstrates the form in which its contradictory determinations have room to move, see 198. Marx has already dealt with all the contradictions enumerated here. However, two expressions that he uses to characterize the last contradiction are new, the conversion of things into persons and the conversion of persons into things, 209. Nevertheless, it's clear that this phrase refers to the fetish character of the commodity. In the fetishism section, Marx had emphasized that the fetish is real. For commodity producers, the social relations between their private labors appear as what they are, i.e. they do not appear as direct social relations between persons and their work, but rather as material relations between persons and social relations between things, 166. These things, which have acquired social properties, are thus personified, made into quasi-acting persons. By contrast, individuals do not directly relate their labor to one another. They do so only through the mediation of things and are subordinated to the movement of these things, as Marx makes clear on page 168. In that sense, one can speak of the conversion of persons into things. Marx concludes with an important restriction. These forms, the antitheses involved in the metamorphoses of commodities, therefore imply the possibility of crises, though no more than the possibility. For the development of this possibility into a reality, a whole series of conditions is required, which do not yet even exist from the standpoint of the simple circulation of commodities. 209. Separating purchase and sale, such as when no further purchase follows the sale of the linen, is initially just a possibility. It is not yet clear how and why this possibility sometimes becomes a reality. At the level of presenting the commodity and money, we are still abstracting from capital, and here for the first time Marx describes this level of presentation as the simple circulation of commodities. At this level, we can only ascertain the possibility of crises. That possibility is rooted in the characteristic that distinguishes commodity circulation from the direct product exchange, the mediation of money. Addendum: the contribution to the critique of political economy is clearer on this matter. Although circulation of money can occur therefore without crises, crises cannot occur without circulation of money. MECW 29, 332. In footnote 24 on page 209, Marx briefly touches on the method of the bourgeoisie's economic apologists, that is, the defenders of capitalist relations. On the one hand, they tend to identify commodity circulation with the simple exchange of products. This is the case with the dogma, Say's law, that Marx just criticized. According to this doctrine, there is an equilibrium between sale and purchase, and thus crises are impossible. The claim is justified by abstracting from money and dissolving commodity circulation into the exchange of mere products. On the other hand, Marx continues, the apologists tend to reduce the capitalist production process to the relationships of simple commodity circulation. This claim anticipates later material in Capital, since we have not yet arrived at the analysis of the capitalist process of production. Footnote 24 contains the following important observation. The production and circulation of commodities are, however, phenomena which are to be found in the most diverse modes of production, even if they vary in extent and importance. If we are only familiar with the abstract categories of circulation, which are common to all of them, we cannot know anything of their differentia specifica, and we cannot therefore pronounce judgment on them. 209 and 24. We have already brought up Engels's conception of simple commodity production, dealing with the idea in my commentary on the sentence "They do this without being aware of it." 166, see pages 158-59 of this book. In footnote 24, Marx makes clear that he does not assume that simple commodity production existed in history as an independent mode of production. Commodity production and the circulation of commodities appear in different modes of production, but as subordinate aspects and with different characteristics. A sentence from the section on fetishism points in exactly the same direction. As the commodity form is the most general and the most undeveloped form of bourgeois production, it makes its appearance at an early date, though not in the same predominant and therefore characteristic manner as nowadays. 176. The expression means of circulation appeared above in the heading of this chapter's second part. Now in the concluding sentence of subsection A, the metamorphosis of the commodity, Marx returns to the expression and refines it. As the mediator of the circulation of commodities, money obtains the function of the means of circulation, mu 23, 128.39. Nota bene, these days another expression is often used for this function of money, namely means of payment. Marx also uses the expression in section 3 of this chapter, but in a different sense. b. The circulation of money. The circulation of commodities and the semblance generated by it, 210 to 3rd paragraph 212. On pages 2078, Marx briefly addressed the commodity and money's different forms of motion. The linen that the weaver sells returns to him in the shape of a Bible, but the money he spends to purchase the Bible no longer returns to him. If the weaver receives money again, it is only through the renewed sale of linen, that is, by repeating the process. Within the framework of the transformation CMC, the commodity moves in a circuit, it leaves its starting point but returns to it in a different shape. By contrast, money merely moves away from its starting point, it is characterized by circulation. As it circulates, money constantly repeats the same process. It functions as a means of purchase by realizing the price of the commodity, 211. However, this visible process hides something. That this one-sided form of motion of the money arises out of the two-sided form of motion of the commodity is a circumstance which is hidden from view. The very nature of the circulation of commodities produces a semblance of the opposite. 211. The first metamorphosis of the commodity, its sale, is still visible as one of its movements. But then, as a use value, the commodity drops out of circulation into consumption. What remains in circulation is only the commodity's value shape. Marx refers to this as its skin and monetary larva. However, it is no longer visible as the manifestation of a commodity's value, but only as money, which goes on buying. Hence the result of the circulation of commodities, namely the replacement of one commodity by another, appears not to have been mediated by its own change of form, but rather by the function of money as means of circulation. As means of circulation, money circulates commodities, which in and for themselves lack the power of movement. Hence, although the movement of money is merely the expression of the circulation of commodities, the situation appears to be the reverse of this, namely the circulation of commodities seems to be the result of the movement of money. 211f. Addendum. The contribution to the critique of political economy explains the significance of this reversal more fully. Just as commodity owners presented the products of individual labor as products of social labor, by transforming a thing, i.e. gold, into the direct embodiment of labor time in general and therefore into money, so now their own universal movement by which they bring about the exchange of the material elements of their labor confronts them as the specific movement of a thing, i.e. as the circulation of gold. MECW 29, 336, emphasis MH. In Capital, Marx referred to the first point, a thing becoming the embodiment of labor time in general, as the money fetish, 187, and here he is dealing with a further development of money fetishism. When addressing commodity fetishism in Capital, Marx said that if value is indeed a relation among people, one should not forget to add, a relation concealed beneath a material shell. Corrected translation, beneath the shell of a thing, unter dinglicher Hull, 167 and 29. Here, we see an extension of money fetishism. Not only is the relationship between people concealed under the shell of a thing, but their own movement confronts them as the movement of a thing. In the next paragraph, Marx explains. Hence its money movement, as the medium of circulation, is in fact merely the movement undergone by commodities while changing their form. 212. What is most fundamental is the commodities changing their form. The movement of money is dependent upon this transformation and merely expresses it. However, Marx emphasizes, it is in any case evident that all this is valid only for the simple circulation of commodities, the form we are considering here. 212. As on page 209, Marx is emphasizing the presentation's level of abstraction. Consequently, in more developed relations, the relationship between the commodity and the movement of money may have characteristics completely different from those addressed so far. The amount of the means of circulation, Critique of Quantity Theory, final paragraph 212 to 220. Whereas commodities constantly drop out of circulation, money remains in circulation, functioning as a means of circulation. The question arises, how much money is required? Before Marx addresses this, he specifies that in the direct form of circulation being considered here, money and commodities always come into physical confrontation with each other. 213. In effect, he is assuming that payments are made in cash, excluding from consideration deferrals of payment on the part of the buyer, which transforms seller and buyer into creditor and debtor respectively, a possibility considered in this chapter's third section. Given this assumption, the sum of the commodities' prices will determine the amount of means of circulation required. To buy commodities priced at £100, one needs money in the amount of £100. Marx next qualifies this general statement in three regards, taking into account the value of money, 213.15, the prices in amount of commodities, 214, and money's velocity of circulation, 215.17. The value of money. Here Marx picks up on his reflections on pages 144-46, where he looked at how the relative form of value is determined in a quantitative sense. A change in the value relation of commodities A and B in turn alters the quantitative expression of value of commodity A in commodity B. As far as prices are concerned, this means that with the values of commodities remaining constant, their prices vary with the value of gold, the material of money, rising in proportion as it falls, and falling in proportion as it rises. 213. For example, if the value of gold is halved, but the value of commodities remains the same, one will have to pay 2 ounces of gold for all commodities that previously cost 1 ounce. Additionally, twice as much gold will be required for circulation. This is now explained more generally. First, the price of the commodities varies inversely as the value of the money, and then the quantity of the medium of circulation varies directly as the price of the commodities. 213. A change in commodity prices leads to a change in the amount of money. But the former is due to a change in the value of money. Hence Marx concludes, this change in the quantity of the circulating medium is certainly caused by the money itself, yet not in virtue of its function as a medium of circulation, but rather in virtue of its function as a measure of value. 213. In reference to the discovery of new sources of gold and silver in the 17th and 18th centuries, Marx mentions the false conclusion that commodity prices rose then because more gold and silver entered into circulation, 214. In fact, exactly the reverse happened. Gold and silver could now be extracted with less labor from the newly discovered sources, causing the money material's value to decline. For that reason, prices increased, and the rise in prices led to more means of circulation being required, which in turn was actually extracted from the sources. Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy deals more extensively with this, MECW 29, 392-96. Marx will return to this false conclusion again on page 220. In the following, he presupposes that money's value remains constant. Prices and the amount of commodities. If money's value remains constant, then the sum of the commodities' prices determines the amount of means of circulation. The sum of prices, in turn, results from the amount of commodities and their price levels. There are then two possibilities that can cause changes in the sum of commodity prices and thus the amount of means of circulation. If the prices of the commodities remain constant, then the sum of prices depends on the amount of commodities circulating. If the amount of commodities remains constant, then the sum of prices depends on the commodity prices, although, as Marx emphasizes, it doesn't matter whether the price changes express a real change in commodity values or mere fluctuations of market prices. 215. Velocity of money's circulation. Individual sales occur not only simultaneously, but successively. Hence, the same piece of money can realize multiple prices, reducing the required amount of means of circulation. Marx presents a formula expressing this relationship, which in the Penguin edition is transformed into a sentence, 216. There are three things to note about this formula. First, since there are monetary units and coins of different value in circulation, the denominator on the left side should contain the weighted average of their various turnover times. Today this average is referred to as money's velocity of circulation. Contemporary economic theories use this formula or similar ones, referring to it as Fisher's equation, named for the American economist Irving Fisher, 1867–1947. Second, on the right side, Marx's language is very precise. He refers to the quantity of money functioning as the means of circulation, that is, not the total amount of money, but only that part of money in circulation. Third, the equation only speaks for the equality of two magnitudes, but says nothing about causal connections, nothing about why the magnitudes are equal. For example, if the number of theater attendees equals the number of seats in the theater, I don't know whether other potential attendees were refused when the theater filled up or if all were allowed in by providing additional seats. The same is true here. The equation does not explain whether the total means of circulation adjusts to the sum of prices and velocity of circulation or, on the contrary, the sum of prices and velocity of circulation adjust to the total means of circulation. Marx, nevertheless, has a clear position on this question. Above, he described the idea that variations in the amount of means of circulation cause changes in price as a false conclusion. Addendum, Marx makes his own view on the causal relationship explicit in the contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. If the velocity of circulation is given, then the quantity of the means of circulation is simply determined by the prices of commodities. Prices are thus high or low not because more or less money is in circulation, but there is more or less money in circulation because prices are high or low. MECW 29, 341. In the following paragraph Marx summarizes his fundamental argument for this causal relation for a given value of money. The amount of means of circulation depends on the sum of prices and velocity of circulation. Just as the circulation of money is in general merely a reflection of the process of circulation of commodities, i.e. their circular path through diametrically opposed metamorphoses, so too the velocity of circulation of money is merely a reflection of the rapidity with which commodities change their forms, the continuous interlocking of the series of metamorphoses. 217. Based on this last claim, Marx draws another conclusion. Inversely, when the circulation of money slows down, the two processes become separated, they assert their independence and mutual antagonism, stagnation occurs in the changes of form, and hence in the metabolic process. The circulation itself, of course, gives no clue to the origin of this stagnation. 217. If the total means of circulation results from the sum of prices of the commodities, which in turn depend on the amount of commodities and their prices, and the velocity of money's circulation, then very different outcomes are possible. Marx addresses a few of these on pages 218 and 219. Due to the large number of these possibilities, a change in the price of commodities doesn't necessarily mean that there has been a corresponding change in the amount of means of circulation. Commodity prices can remain the same, and the amount of means of circulation can nonetheless change. However, it can also occur that commodity prices change, but the total means of circulation remains constant. Both cases are possible, because other factors are involved. Only abstracting from these factors does the relationship between the sum of prices and the total means of circulation become clear. In the last paragraph, Marx summarizes his conclusion. The law that the quantity of the circulating medium is determined by the sum of the prices of the commodities in circulation, and the average velocity of the circulation of money, may also be stated as follows: given the sum of the values of commodities more precisely, the sum of prices of the commodities, since as Marx pointed out on page 215, price changes even without changes in value have the same effect and the average rapidity of their metamorphoses, the quantity of money or of the material of money in circulation depends on its own value. 219. Marx describes, by way of contrast with his conclusion, the conception underlying the false conclusion mentioned above. The illusion that it is, on the contrary, prices which are determined by the quantity of the circulating medium, and that the latter for its part depends on the amount of monetary material which happens to be present in a country, had its roots in the absurd hypothesis adopted by the original representatives of this view that commodities enter into the process of circulation without a price, and money enters without a value, and that, once they have entered circulation, an aliquot part of the medley of commodities is exchanged for an aliquot part of the heap of precious metals. 220. In footnote 31, Marx presents Montesquieu as a representative of this view. He dealt more extensively with Montesquieu in the part of the contribution to the critique of political economy dealing with the history of theory, MECW 29, 390 ff. Today's neoclassical economic theory also promotes the idea, under the name of the quantity theory of money, that the total money in circulation determines the level of prices. In countries like Germany, where there is a great fear of inflation, the belief that an increased amount of money automatically leads to price increases forms part of everyday consciousness, influencing many debates on economic policy. Marx clearly rejects the quantity theory here, but that doesn't mean the topic is settled. We have to recall the level of abstraction at which his arguments take place, that of the simple circulation of commodities where the commodity and money are considered in abstraction from capital. Moreover, we continue to assume the direct form of circulation, without any form of credit, in which money and commodities always come into physical confrontation with each other. 213. Addendum: Ricardo promoted a quantity theory of money that would play a role in English banking legislation in the 1840s. In Volume 3 of Capital, Marx deals with this legislation and its consequences for the credit system. See coin. The symbol of value. Money takes the shape of coin because of its function as the circulation medium. 221. For the real circulation of commodities, their money names, as Marx calls their prices here, are not sufficient, the commodity must find itself face to face with actual coin. In this chapter's first part, the measure of values, Marx dealt with coin in the course of his discussion of money as the standard of price. He pointed out that the individual weights of gold, as the money commodity, acquire their own money names, which are ultimately set by the state. The state also undertakes the minting of gold into coins, so that the coins are universally recognized. Coin in the process of circulation, second paragraph 222 to second paragraph 224. Marx is concerned here with the effects of actual use on coins. The real content of the coin, the actual gold it contains, comes to deviate from its nominal content, what it should contain according to its face value. Nonetheless, the coins still circulate for a while. Marx describes this as the natural and spontaneous tendency of the process of circulation to transform the coin from its metallic existence as gold into the semblance of gold, or to transform the coin into a symbol of its official metallic content. 222. This lends itself to the possibility of replacing metallic money with tokens made of some other material, i.e. symbols which would perform the function of coins. 223 Silver and copper tokens substitute for gold for small sums, although the metallic content of these tokens no longer has anything to do with the value stamped on them. In this case, one speaks of small change. Marx sums this up. In its form of existence as coin, gold becomes completely divorced from the substance of its value. Relatively valueless objects, therefore, such as paper notes, can serve as coins in place of gold. This purely symbolic character of the currency is still somewhat disguised in the case of metal tokens. In paper money it stands out plainly. 223f. In the next paragraph, Marx makes an important qualification regarding paper money. Here we are concerned only with inconvertible paper money issued by the state and given forced currency. This money emerges directly out of the circulation of metallic money. Credit money on the other hand implies relations which are as yet totally unknown, from the standpoint of the simple circulation of commodities. 224. Paper money issued by the state and given forced currency refers to paper money that the state issues and must be accepted in making payments. The state also has to accept it in tax payments. By contrast, credit money consists of promises to pay, promissory notes, that can themselves be used as payment. I can pay person B with a promissory note obtained from person A. Hence credit money presupposes credit relations, which reach their fullest form in the banking system. Here, however, at the level of presentation of simple commodity circulation, we are only dealing with the relationship between commodities and money. Up to this point, Marx's argument follows historical developments. It no more than ascertaining the facts of the historical process, the money commodity being replaced by less valuable and, finally, worthless symbols in the process of circulation. However, Marx has not yet answered the questions of what makes this process possible at all, and what it means for the analysis of money. He first deals with these questions at the end of the current subsection C, coin. The symbol of value. The law peculiar to the circulation of paper money, third paragraph 224 to first paragraph 225. So far, Marx's presentation of commodity circulation has assumed that the money commodity itself circulates. Now we come to paper money, which the state puts into circulation to replace gold. Here the question comes up of whether there are laws specific to paper money's circulation, not juridical laws, but economic ones. Marx's answer. Insofar as they paper bills actually circulate in place of the same amount of gold, their movement is simply a reflection of the laws of monetary circulation itself. A law peculiar to the circulation of paper money can only spring up from the proportion in which that paper money represents gold. In simple terms, the law referred to is as follows: the issue of paper money must be restricted to the quantity of gold, or silver, which would actually be in circulation, and which is represented symbolically by the paper money. 224. Why should the issuing of paper money be restricted to this quantity? Marx responds on the next page. If the paper money exceeds its proper limit, i.e. the amount in gold coins of the same denomination which could have been in circulation, then, quite apart from the danger of becoming universally discredited, it will still represent within the world of commodities only that quantity of gold which is fixed by its immanent laws. 225. If a larger amount of paper money is brought into circulation than could be circulated as gold coins, then the paper money is devalued, Marx believes, and the prices expressed in paper money increase. This means that for paper money, Marx accepts precisely the quantity theory that he earlier called an absurd hypothesis, 220, in relation to metallic money. However, Marx does not provide a justification for his accepting a quantity theory style law peculiar to the circulation of paper money. In the first place, it's obvious he has in mind inconvertible notes, paper money that the state has no obligation to redeem for gold. If the state guaranteed a corresponding amount of gold for every paper note it received, then there could be no law peculiar to the circulation of paper money, since the paper bills could be immediately cashed in for metal if the price of a commodity were higher in paper money than in gold. Even with the assumption of inconvertible notes, however, the law is by no means self-evident. If, for example, the supply of goods is reduced, then presuming that prices and the velocity of circulation remain the same, more money will be available than necessary for circulation. Some of the money remains with the commodity owners who have sold their commodities, thereby reducing the amount of money in circulation. Initially, it doesn't matter whether gold or paper money serves as the means of circulation. The devaluation of paper money that Marx anticipates only occurs if the commodity sellers are not willing to hang on to the paper money for a while, and instead immediately try to spend it. In this case, demand would not adjust to the reduced supply of goods. Demand for commodities based upon paper money would exceed supply, with the consequence that prices, expressed in paper money, would increase, with paper money being devalued in relation to gold. However, the precondition for this whole process is commodity owners being unwilling to hold on to paper money, in contrast to gold money. Here Marx was probably thinking of the assignats that were issued during and after the French Revolution and of England's temporary suspension of the obligation to redeem pound notes at the beginning of the 19th century. The assignats, issued on a large scale to meet the revolutionary government's financial needs, lost much of their value. The devaluation in the case of pound notes, which hadn't been issued in such a large number, wasn't as strong. However, both types of paper money were seen as anomalies at the time. Only metallic money and paper money with a redemption obligation were considered normal. Removing this obligation made people suspicious of paper money, which was only accepted as payment with a surcharge. But in order for the peculiar law that Marx formulates to hold for every non-redeemable state paper money with a legal rate of exchange including those that aren't just issued in exceptional situations, commodity owners must use all non-redeemable paper money exclusively as a means of circulation. Addendum: in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx affirms just this. Once the notes are in circulation it is impossible to drive them out, for the frontiers of the country limit their movement, on the one hand, and, on the other hand, they lose all value, both use value and exchange value, outside the sphere of circulation. Apart from their function they are useless scraps of paper. MECW 29, 353F. In Capital, this kind of claim is no longer found. We will soon see that it does not easily fit with what this chapter's third section argues. Moreover, if paper money can also continue to exist outside of circulation, then Marx's law peculiar to paper money's circulation loses its basis. The symbol of money, second paragraph 225 to 227. As a mere symbol, paper money represents gold money. Marx concludes from this. Only insofar as paper money represents gold, which like all other commodities has value, is it a symbol of value. 226. Why does Marx give so much importance to this point? In the history of economic theory, there is a long-standing dispute about how to understand money. Many authors have claimed that money does not itself have value, but is only a symbol of value. For Marx, this view was found in Ferdinand Lassalle, 200n16. Marx assumed that he himself had deciphered money's nature. It is a commodity like any other commodity and therefore an object of value like other commodities, not merely a symbol of value. What is special about the money commodity is its value form, the general equivalent form. The money commodity has this special value form not due to its intrinsic properties, but rather because all other commodities relate to it as the expression of value. Unlike the money commodity, paper money is actually a symbol of value, but only to the extent that it is a symbol of the money commodity, with the money commodity itself being an object of value. In footnote 35, Marx criticizes John Fullerton, an author he otherwise appreciated. Marx accuses Fullerton of concluding, based on paper money replacing the money commodity in circulation, that the money commodity is also superfluous as the measure of values. Marx obviously considers this inference to be absurd, and in fact it would be wrong, since the function of money as a means of circulation is distinct from its function as a measure of value. However, Fullerton by no means makes such an inference. He does not claim that, because a symbol can replace money in one of its functions, therefore it is also replaceable in another function. Fullerton merely formulates the suspicion that non-redeemable notes could render an independent measure of value unnecessary. He does not offer any logical arguments to justify this suspicion. Instead, he refers to historical examples, though not in the part of the text Marx quotes non-redeemable paper money in Europe, for example the assignats during the French Revolution, and temporarily non-redeemable paper money in England. Nevertheless, Fullerton does not present a categorical grounding for the possibility of these empirical facts. For that reason, one cannot accuse him of a logical error, but rather of lacking a theoretical analysis. As it turns out, Fullerton was correct in his suspicion. The contemporary monetary system no longer has a money commodity, and no object of value serves as the measure of values. So far Marx has only considered mere symbols replacing the money commodity as a simple historical fact. Only now does he pose the question of why gold is capable of being replaced by valueless symbols of itself. 225. To better understand Marx's answer, we should recall how bourgeois economists usually answered this question. According to their view, those engaged in exchange accept symbols as payment, because, and as long as, they are sure that other participants in the market will also accept the symbols as payment. If one inquires into the source of their certainty, bourgeois economists typically point to the state. On the one hand, the state compels acceptance of the symbol through legal forced currency, though the state cannot force anyone to sell. On the other hand, it protects the value of the symbol by making it as counterfeit-proof as possible and by limiting the extent of the symbol's legal manufacture. This explanation thus operates at the level of an institutional and action theory. We will soon see that Marx locates his explanation at a completely different level. Marx begins by specifying once again the function in which the money commodity is replaced, as an independent means of circulation, that is, as money that only serves as a means of circulation. 226. It is not single coins that are independent in this way, since they can always perform multiple functions, but rather the minimum mass of money that is constantly in circulation. But why can this money that is constantly in circulation, which is reduced to a mere means of circulation, be replaced by a symbol? Marx's answer. The presentation of the exchange value, more exactly, of value 40 of a commodity as an independent entity in money, is here only a transient aspect of the process. The commodity is immediately replaced again by another commodity. Hence in this process, which continually makes money pass from hand to hand, it only needs to lead a symbolic existence. Its functional existence, so to speak, absorbs its material existence. Since it is a transiently objectified reflection of the prices of commodities, it serves only as a symbol of itself, and can therefore be replaced by another symbol. 226. Emphasis MH. Marx's explanation here operates on the level of the analysis of forms, not the actions of individuals. In the process CMC, in which the commodity simply changes form, money already functions as a mere symbol, as a symbol of itself. Yet if the money commodity, in its function as the means of circulation, already functions as a mere symbol, then it can in this function also be replaced by actual symbols. The individual actors can only do this because it's possible to replace the money commodity with symbols. The state's forced currency gives objective social validity, 226, to the various symbols, which, as Marx emphasizes, are limited to the sphere of a given community. In doing so, the state does not make possible the replacement of money by mere symbols. Instead, it merely confirms and secures this replacement, which the process's form makes possible. Addendum: in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx points to the specific kind of explanation he has given. Our exposition has shown that gold in the shape of coin, that is, tokens of value divorced from gold substance itself, originates in the process of circulation itself and does not come about by arrangement or state intervention. MECW 29, 351, emphasis MH. When considering both the economic actions of individuals and those of the state, Marx distinguishes between, on the one hand, the rationality of the actions and, on the other, the specific forms of economic relations that make these economic actions rational in the first place. 3. Money. At first glance, this heading is confusing, since money, or the circulation of commodities, is the title of this entire chapter. The form determinations of money should derive from the processing relations of the commodities to each other. MECW 29, 292 corrected translation, see the commentary above on this chapter's title. So far, we have dealt with money's key functions as a measure of values and means of circulation, but what is meant here by simply money? Let's briefly look back. Chapter 1 of Capital presented the money form. Social custom joins the general equivalent form to a certain commodity's specific natural form. 162. Chapter 2 then addressed money. A specific commodity comes to have the exclusive function of the general equivalent, because of the commodity owner's common activity, which is spontaneous and unplanned. This commodity becomes money. 180-81. Now, under the subheading 3. Money, Marx states succinctly: the commodity which functions as a measure of value and therefore also as the medium of circulation, either in its own body or through a representative, is money. 227. Addendum: in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx's account is not so abbreviated. In the first place, a commodity in which the functions of standard of value and medium of circulation are united accordingly becomes money, or the unity of standard of value and medium of circulation is money. But as such a unity, gold equals money in its turn possesses an independent existence which is distinct from these two functions. MECW 29, 358, emphasis MH. The claim here is that money, as the unity of the measure of values and means of circulation, is something new that cannot be reduced to the functions already discussed. Marx only briefly hints at where we can see the operation of this new form determination of money as money. He points to two kinds of situations where money must operate as money. First, it gold or silver functions as money, on the one hand, when it has to appear in person as gold. It is then the money commodity, neither merely ideal, as when it is the measure of value, nor capable of being represented, as when it is the medium of circulation. 227. The money commodity's presence is not required for it to function as either a measure of values or means of circulation. To measure values, it must be clear what functions as the money commodity, whether it's gold or something else, but gold does not have to be physically present for a commodity's value to be expressed as a specific quantity of gold. In exchange, something must be physically present as a means of circulation, but it doesn't have to be the actual money commodity, because a representative suffices. Moreover, even if gold is present, it only serves as a symbol of itself. 226, as Marx said in the previous section. All this means that we have not yet encountered a situation in which the money commodity has to be physically present. Second, on the other hand, it also functions as money when its function, whether performed in person or by a representative, causes it to be fixed as the sole form of value, or, in other words, as the only adequate form of existence of exchange value, more precisely, of value in the face of all the other commodities, here playing the role of use values pure and simple. 227. Here Marx is addressing what money actually is, the sole, independent manifestation of value as distinct from the world of commodities. Money as the sole manifestation of value does not play a direct role in its function as a measure of values or means of circulation. It does play an indirect role, inasmuch as gold becomes the measure of values, only because it counts as the singular manifestation of value with regard to the world of commodities. Importantly, Marx is establishing here that money is able to perform as the sole manifestation of value, not only by means of the money commodity itself, but also through its representatives. We will soon come back to the consequences of this. Addendum: at this point in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx identifies two fundamental properties of money as money. All prices of commodities signify definite amounts of gold, they are thus merely notional gold or notional money. Gold as money is the material aspect. Corrected translation: material existence of abstract wealth in contradistinction to commodities which only represent the independent form of exchange value, more precisely, value, of universal social labor and of abstract wealth. MECW 29, 358. Abstract wealth, value, is not tangible. In money, however, it acquires a material existence, a material reality, meaning that one can touch and even pocket this abstract wealth. By contrast, Marx continues, every commodity as a use value is merely a single element of material wealth, which can only satisfy a specific need. But money satisfies any need since it can be immediately turned into the object of any need. Gold as money is, therefore, the material symbol of physical wealth. MECW 29, 358. Based on these two properties, Marx concludes: as regards its form, gold as money is the direct incarnation of universal labor, and as regards its content the quintessence of all concrete labor. It is universal wealth in an individual form. MECW 29, 358, 41. This points to a change in money's role. As a means of circulation, money was only a mediator, the servant of the world of commodities, so to speak. Now, however, this changes. The servant becomes the master. The mere underling becomes the god of commodities. MECW 29, 359. The sense in which money becomes the god of commodities, however, will have to be explained in the following. A. Hoarding. The hoard is a new function of money, 227-28. The first paragraph offers an introductory look at the process of hoarding. The metamorphosis of the commodity is interrupted and coin as means of circulation is retained. Now the second paragraph states: when the circulation of commodities first develops, there also develops the necessity and the passionate desire to hold fast to the product of the first metamorphosis. This product is the transformed shape of the commodity, or its gold chrysalis. 227. The reference to how the circulation of commodities first develops above does not point to a conceptual but rather historical development, the formation of commodity circulation. The next two paragraphs likewise deal with the very beginnings of the circulation of commodities and also more developed commodity production. Marx does not clarify the causes of the necessity and passionate desire that are supposed to accompany this historical development, or even what passionate desire is supposed to mean at all. This will only be explained in the following sections, which mention the lust for gold, 229, and the hoarding drive, 230. Commodities are thus sold not in order to buy commodities, but in order to replace their commodity form by their money form. Instead of being merely a way of mediating the metabolic process Stoffwechsel, this change of form becomes an end in itself. 227f. Here, an inversion of means and ends takes place. Money no longer functions as a means for commodity exchange, the underling of commodities, MECW 29, 359. Instead, commodity exchange becomes a means of obtaining money. Money, the money form of the commodity, now becomes the end, the god of commodities, referred to in the preceding quote from the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, MECW 29, 359. This inversion of means and ends is extremely important, Marx discussed the difference between commodity circulation, mediated by money, and the exchange of products on pages 2078. He pointed out that when money mediates commodity circulation, this means it can be interrupted, which introduces the possibility of crises. 209. Yet it was still not clear why this possibility should become a reality. Here we have taken a step further. If money is the aim of the process, then the metamorphosis of the commodity must be interrupted to retain money, though it's still not clear why this should happen on a large scale and generate a crisis. If this interruption occurs, then money is petrified into a hoard, and the seller of commodities becomes a hoarder of money. 228. This new form determination of money as a hoard is accompanied by a new economic character mask, the hoarder. The next two paragraphs deal with the above-mentioned necessity of hoarding. When commodity circulation began in history, people only exchanged surplus use values, so that the gold and silver thus obtained become of themselves social expressions for superfluity or wealth. 228. As excess or glut, the money's fate was an open question. For example, it could even be buried. This changes, however, with further developed commodity production, when not just surpluses are exchanged. With more developed commodity production, every producer is compelled to secure for himself the nexus rerum corrected translation, nervus rerum, the social pledge. 228. Marx's use of the expression nervus rerum plays on the Latin phrase pecunia nervus rerum, money is the nerve of all things. The term in the original German text, Faust Pfand, that is translated here as social pledge, comes from the right of lien. It refers to a pledge passing over physically to the creditor as security for a claim. The creditor then holds the pledge in his fist. The term is used metaphorically here. Since money not only represents value, but value in a directly exchangeable form, it is my pledge vis-a-vis society that can be applied anytime. I need this pledge to buy things that can satisfy my needs, even if I have not myself just sold something. Yet to have the money pledge in hand, I must have sold something beforehand without buying. Now, Marx asks how this can be possible on a general scale. Where is money supposed to come from if commodities are sold on a large scale without buying, hence, with money being taken out of circulation without going back in? As an answer, Marx mentions the sources of gold and silver production. Gold and silver producers make purchases with these metals, without having sold something beforehand. We can summarize Marx's argument this way: hoarders can remove gold from circulation, because gold producers constantly bring new gold into circulation. In this way, Marx addresses a topic that today goes under the title money supply. It's the question of how money comes into circulation at all. If the money system is based on the money commodity gold, then gold production is the initial source for money supply. In fact, the money supply, even for a gold-based currency, is considerably more complicated. Both the credit money of banks and the paper money issued by states play an important role. But here Marx is only dealing with the simple circulation of commodities, abstracting from capital and credit and therefore also from banks, credit money, and state debt. If Marx is only considering money supply in terms of gold production, that is due to the presentation's level of abstraction. The lust for gold, the hoarding drive, 229 to third paragraph 231. With the possibility of keeping hold of the commodity as exchange value, or exchange value both times, it should be value instead of exchange value as a commodity, the lust for gold awakens. 229. Marx indeed speaks here of the lust for gold and further below of the hoarding drive. However, we should first clarify the difference between the use of those terms in Marx's time versus their current use. If we speak today of drives, then we think perhaps of the concept of drive in the psychoanalysis of Sigmund Freud, or remember the concept of instinct of the comparative, human and animal, behavioral research of Konrad Lorenz. Such notions are connected with debates concerned with whether and how human social behavior is already determined by a basic psychological or biological configuration. For that reason, these days one cannot get around immediately further specifying the talk of drives. This was completely different in Marx's time, given that Capital's first volume appeared almost 40 years before Freud's 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, in which he first formulated his theory of drives. Addendum: Marx did not coin the phrase "the lust for gold." It is clearly a translation of Virgil's phrase in the Aeneid "Ori sacra fames," literally, accursed hunger for gold, which was well known among educated people in Marx's time. The analogous passage in the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy has the Latin expression, without indicating the source. There, Marx states that it is relations mediated by money that first engender the passion for enrichment, lust for gold, and the like. Money is not just an object of the passion for enrichment, it is the object of it. This urge is essentially ori sacra fames. The passion for enrichment by contrast with the urge to acquire particular material wealth, i.e. use values, such as clothes, jewelry, herds of cattle, etc., becomes possible only when general wealth as such is represented by a specific thing and can thus be retained as a particular commodity. Money therefore appears both as the object and the source of the desire for riches, MECW 29, 365. In the Grundriss, Marx adds, but greed itself is the product of a definite social development, not natural, as opposed to historical. Marx 1973, 222. As commodity circulation expands, eventually everything becomes for sale. Circulation becomes the great social retort into which everything is thrown, to come out again as the money crystal, 229. But the inverse is also true, since with money, that absolutely social form of wealth which is always ready to be used, 229, one can buy anything. However, that's not all. But money is itself a commodity, an external object capable of becoming the private property of any individual. Thus the social power becomes the private power of private persons. 229-30. Here, the money fetish reaches its completion. In Chapter 2, Marx explained that money in the general equivalent form becomes a socio-natural property of a thing, 187, corrected translation. When dealing with the circulation of money, we saw how commodity owners' overall activity, which mediates the interaction of their labors, appears as a thing's movement, the motion of money, c. 212 and MECW 29, 336f. Now it's revealed that social power itself is embodied in a thing that I can pocket and carry around. Addendum: Marx's treatment of this question is somewhat more extended in the urtext, original text, for the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. Money is impersonal property. I can carry it around with me in my pocket as the universal social power and the universal social nexus, the social substance. Money puts social power as a thing into the hands of the private person, who as such uses this power. The social nexus, the social exchange of matter, itself appears in money as something entirely external, not having any individual relation at all to its possessor, so that the power he wields appears to be something quite incidental and external to him. MECW 29, 431f. Social power is always based upon social relations, upon recognition and dependence, and possibilities of disposal. Money's power is also rooted in specific social relations, producers behaving toward their products as if the latter are commodities and they're singling out something that everyone recognizes as a general equivalent. However, these social relations are impersonal and objective, mediated by things. In pre-bourgeois societies, where commodity exchange played only a subordinate role, social power was based, by contrast, on personal relations of dependence. For example, slaves were the personal property of their owners and serfs were personally dependent upon specific feudal lords. The modern wage laborer is not personally dependent and can terminate his or her employment contract, while remaining objectively dependent in that they have to find some employer. Under conditions of commodity production, a person with money disposes of social power, and in principle anyone could do so. This applies on both a large and small scale. Money alters all social relationships, as is affirmed in the Shakespeare quote in footnote 42 on page 229. Money, it says, makes the whore leprosy adored, places thieves, makes the wapentee widow wed again. As Marx points out, ancient and modern society judged money's enormous social impact in completely different ways. Ancient society therefore denounced it money as tending to destroy the economic and moral order. 230. In societies with time-honored traditions, the spread of money and commodity relations dissolved their established values and social relationships. Many works from ancient Greece lament this process, and Marx quotes Sophocles to this effect in footnote 43 on page 230. Nevertheless, things are completely different in modern society. Modern society, which already in its infancy had pulled Pluto by the hair of his head from the bowels of the earth, greets gold as its holy grail, as the glittering incarnation of its innermost principle of life. 230. Here Marx is having fun with a gamut of mythological references, although his allusions also carry powerful messages. Pluto is both the god of wealth and of death and the underworld. That modern society in its infancy had pulled Pluto by the hair of his head from the bowels of the earth is a metaphor for the 16th and 17th century exploitation of Latin American gold and silver mines. There, both a large part of the indigenous population and the enslaved Africans who were shipped to the New World died under miserable conditions. The Holy Grail alludes to the medieval Grail legend. The Grail was supposedly the chalice Jesus drank from during the Last Supper with his disciples, and which Joseph of Arimathea later used to collect his blood during the crucifixion. Kept in a secret place, the chalice is supposed to be able to perform miracles and grant eternal youth. Many medieval poems and legends told of the quest for the Grail, which people saw as a panacea. Marx speaks here for the first time of modern society's principle of life. He is tying into everyday consciousness, and its awareness that in modern bourgeois society everything revolves around increasing wealth. Now money is no longer, as in ancient society, a dissolving factor. Rather, it is the incarnation or embodiment of social power, becoming a new grail that seems to solve all problems. As he did when discussing commodity fetishism, Marx makes clear by means of a religious allusion that modern bourgeois society, which regards itself as enlightened and rational, has its own faith in miracles. The hoarding drive is boundless in its nature. 230. We discussed above that this drive does not refer to an anthropological feature of human beings, but rather a specific social characteristic based upon the regime of commodity circulation and money. Nor does Marx's phrase in its nature refer to anything natural. Instead, his idea is that the hoarding drive is essentially boundless, having no intrinsic limit. Why is this so? Marx recycles an argument from page 205, money may be qualitatively limitless, because it can be transformed into every type of commodity, but every amount of it is quantitatively limited, and thus hits a barrier. That is why Marx concludes. This contradiction between the quantitative limitation and the qualitative lack of limitation of money keeps driving the hoarder back to his Sisyphean task, accumulation. 231. Finally, Marx emphasizes that the hoarder can only heap up treasure if he withdraws money from circulation, buying little and selling a great deal. The hoarder therefore sacrifices the lusts of his flesh to the fetish of gold. He takes the gospel of abstinence very seriously. Work, thrift, and greed are therefore his three cardinal virtues, and to sell much and buy little is the sum of his political economy. 231. This is the only place in Capital where Marx mentions a fetish of gold, and it is a passing reference. Since this chapter's first sentence postulates gold as the money commodity, and Marx occasionally speaks of gold in place of money, we can assume that he is not trying to introduce a gold fetish in addition to the money fetish. Instead, just as gold stands for money, the fetish of gold here means nothing other than the money fetish. The function of hoards for the economy as a whole, consequences for the law peculiar to the circulation of paper money, last paragraph 231. On page 228, Marx explained how a hoard functions for an individual commodity owner, the individual needs larger or smaller hoards in order to buy independently of his own sales. In the section's final paragraph, Marx turns to how hoards function in the economy as a whole. The amount of money circulating changes along with fluctuations of the commodities in circulation, but hoards generate the necessary balance. The reserves created by hoarding serve as channels through which money may flow in and out of circulation, so that the circulation itself never overflows its banks. 232. In the subsection on the symbol of value, Marx formulated the law peculiar to the circulation of paper money. Paper money is devalued when the quantity issued exceeds the amount of metallic money that would be in circulation. Marx now argues that hoarding ensures that the amount of money in circulation does not become too great. This implies the specific law of paper money circulation is only correct if paper money cannot be hoarded. As explained above, Marx actually argued along these lines in the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, MECW 29, 353f. However, after the foregoing analysis of hoarding, it's not clear why state paper money cannot be hoarded, since Marx has pointed out that money can carry out its function as the sole form of value by means of a representative. See the brief introduction to section 3. Money, on page 227. Therefore, we can conclude in contrast to Marx that the law peculiar to the circulation of paper money does not hold. The quantity theory that Marx rejects for metallic money circulation does not apply either for the circulation of paper money. However, this doesn't mean that the state can issue as much paper money as it wants without any consequences. If the amount issued is so great that the hoarded reserves also overflow, then money will remain in circulation and prices increase. However, the price increases are not simply due to the state issuing money. They depend instead on the relation between the amount of money issued and the variable size of the hoarded reserves. B. Means of payment. Money's new function, new economic characteristics, 232 to second paragraph 234. So far it has been assumed that the commodity and money confront each other directly, but this does not have to be the case. There are many circumstances under which the alienation-corrected translation, selling of the commodity becomes separated by an interval of time from the realization of its price. 232. This has consequences for the form determination of the entire process of exchange. The seller becomes a creditor, the buyer becomes a debtor. Since the metamorphosis of commodities, or the development of their form of value, has undergone a change here, money receives a new function as well. It becomes the means of payment. 233. Here, one must first untangle the terminology. Marx speaks of means of payment when the commodity is paid for retroactively. If the commodity is paid for at the time of purchase, Marx calls the money used a means of circulation. These days, the expression means of payment is used for both cases. The role of creditor or of debtor results here from the simple circulation of commodities. 233. Addendum. In the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx makes clear what he means by the creditor and debtor's economic roles resulting from simple circulation. The different forms which money assumes in the process of circulation are in fact only crystallizations of the transformation of commodities, a transformation which is in its turn only the objective expression of the changing social relations in which commodity owners conduct their exchange. New relations of intercourse arise in the process of circulation, and commodity owners, who represent these changed relations, acquire new economic characteristics. MECW 29, 371f. Marx indicates that the economic roles of debtor and creditor can also emerge independently of the circulation of commodities. This clearly refers only to commodity circulation that is dominated by capitalist production, and does not imply the complete absence of commodity-money relationships. To this effect, Marx writes about creditor-debtor relations in antiquity and the ancient world at the paragraph's end. Here, indeed, the money form and the relation between creditor and debtor does have the form of a money relation was only the reflection of an antagonism which lay deeper, at the level of the economic conditions of existence. 233. Here again we see Marx assuming that commodities and money exist in pre-capitalist relations but in subordinate roles, with the result that the antagonisms of the corresponding relations of production are expressed in money relations. Marx nowhere mentions simple commodity production as a mode of production, as Engels suggests. See page 158-9 of this book and the commentary regarding 209 and 24 on pages 250-51 above. Now Marx returns to money when it functions as a means of payment in simple commodity circulation. First, money serves as a measure of values. Second, it works as a merely nominal means of purchase, nominal because the purchase is made not with money but only the promise of money. Third, the means of circulation was temporarily transformed into a hoard before the payment, since in order to pay at all, the debtor must have sold without subsequently buying. When he finally pays, the money no longer mediates a purchase. The means of payment enters circulation, but only after the commodity has already left it. The money no longer mediates the process. It brings it to an end by emerging independently, as the absolute form of existence of exchange value, more precisely, value, in other words the universal commodity. 234. Next, Marx distinguishes three different purposes that can be connected with the sale of a commodity. First, a seller can want to buy a new commodity with the money he obtains, in order to satisfy his needs. Marx considered this case in his reflections on the metamorphosis of the commodity. Money functions here as the means of circulation. Second, the commodity can be sold in order to hold on to its money form. The seller then becomes a hoarder, and the money acquired functions as a hoard. Third, the commodity can be sold in order to make a payment. The seller is then a debtor, and the money will function as means of payment. In the last two cases, money is the self-sufficient purpose of the sale, 234, although in the third case the circulation process itself induces this self-sufficient purpose, that is, the debtor is forced to sell his belongings if he doesn't pay. In the final paragraph, Marx states that a buyer can transform money into a commodity before transforming a commodity into money. This means that his commodity undergoes the second metamorphosis, MC, before the first one, CM. Addendum, on page 199 of Capital, Marx analyzed the antagonistic forms of the commodity and money that confront each other in the exchange process. The commodity, which has a real use value but ideal value, confronts money, which has a real value but ideal use value. In the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx explicitly connects his analysis of the means of payment to this bilateral polar antithesis. See commentary above regarding page 199. The active process of this bilateral polar antithesis is in its turn separated while it is being carried through. On the one hand, the seller actually hands over the commodity as use value without actually realizing its price. On the other hand, the buyer actually realizes his money in the use value of the commodity without actually handing over the money as exchange value, more precisely, value. MECW 29, 372. When money is used as a means of payment, the commodity first realizes its price, not in money itself, but in the buyer's promise of money, as a title to money in civil law, 234. Addendum, in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx deals with this in greater detail. Just as formerly money was represented by a token of value, so now it is symbolically represented by the buyer himself. Just as formerly the value token as a universal symbol entailed a state guarantee and a legal rate, so now the buyer as a personal symbol gives rise to private, legally enforceable, contracts among commodity owners. MECW 29, 373. Marx speaks of both a title to money in civil law and private, legally enforceable contracts. That raises the question of how a title, a claim to something, is to be put into effect. What power is there to enforce it? Marx clearly has state power in mind here. Ultimately, state power must enforce mutual recognition between private property owners and the fulfillment of contracts. Here it becomes clear that social intercourse in simple commodity circulation already requires a corresponding state power. However, one must avoid functionalist errors. If the working of simple commodity circulation presupposes a certain state power, that does not yet say anything about how such a state power emerged historically. Nor does it explain the historical processes that led to the states having long-term modes of operation that are compatible with commodity circulation. Functional need alone is not yet an explanation for a specific institution's existence or its mode of operation. Means of payment and monetary crisis, last paragraph 234 to first paragraph 237. Here Marx points out an important difference between money as a means of circulation and means of payment. The flow of the circulating medium does not merely express the connection between buyers and sellers, the connection itself arises within, and exists through, the circulation of money. The movement of the means of payment, however, expresses a social connection which was already present independently. 235. Why is this difference important? If money were only used as a means of circulation, then if I didn't have any money now, I could not buy anything now either. The connection between the seller and myself would never have happened. The seller would not have sold anything, and as a result he might now produce less. Things are different with money as a means of payment. I have purchased, but only promised to pay. If I don't succeed in raising money, this doesn't change anything about the connection between myself and the seller, which already exists. The seller assumed that he had sold something, and that I would make the payment at a certain date. He may also have deferred payment on raw materials he used, using money as a means of payment. Based on my promise to pay, the seller has himself promised to pay another seller. If I can't pay, then it's possible that he won't be able to pay either, etc. This simple example demonstrates how credit relations permit the expansion of the radius of incomplete economic transactions. If one transaction fails, that can lead to the failure of many further transactions that have already been initiated. The use of money as a means of payment also affects the amount of money that is required for circulation. When considering money as a means of circulation, we saw that the amount required as a means of circulation was by no means equal to the sum of prices to be realized. This is because the same piece of money can circulate many times, and realize the prices in numerous exchanges. See the formula for the quantity of money functioning as a means of circulation above. When money operates as a means of payment, then debt claims can themselves be used as payment, with only the differences being paid in money. That is what Marx means when he writes, there remains only a single debit balance to be settled, 236. This can be illustrated with an example. A has to pay €100 to B, B has to pay €120 to C, and C has to pay €90 to A. B pays C with the debt claim to A, plus €20 in cash, and C pays A with this debt claim of €100 and receives €10 back. To realize the total of €310 in prices required only €30 in cash. Using money as means of circulation would have meant using at least €120 in cash. If there are only 3 sellers, this way of settling claims is unlikely. However, if thousands of economic actors maintain bank accounts, then their claims can be settled among the banks, with the amount of cash needed being reduced enormously. However, a new problem arises now, which Marx addresses in the next paragraph. There is a contradiction immanent in the function of money as the means of payment. When the payments balance each other, money functions only nominally, as money of account, as a measure of value. But when actual payments have to be made, money does not come onto the scene as a circulating medium, in its merely transient form of an intermediary in the social metabolism, but as the individual incarnation of social labor, the independent presence of exchange value, more precisely, value, the universal commodity. This contradiction bursts forth in that aspect of an industrial and commercial crisis which is known as a monetary crisis. 235. As footnote 50 on page 236 emphasizes, this type of monetary crisis is distinct from monetary crises based on money capital traded on stock exchanges. Today the latter are called financial crises. The text addresses a type of monetary crisis that only occurs if there is a system for settling payments, so that cash is not required to settle most claims. Money then serves only nominally as money of account. But disruptions in the settlement system mean that money suddenly and immediately changes over from its merely nominal shape, money of account, into hard cash, 236.42. Although Marx does not emphasize it, we are dealing here, as on page 209, with just the possibility of crises. Marx's description of monetary crises here contains a few allusions that require explanation. When he writes the bourgeois, drunk with prosperity and arrogantly certain of himself, corrected translation, conceited with enlightenment, Aufklärungsdunkel, has just declared that money is a purely imaginary creation, 236, he is referring to the 18th century critique of mercantilism. Mercantilism associated wealth with money, but the Enlightenment considered this an economic superstition, since money was merely a means of exchange and real wealth consisted of commodities. Yet when the monetary crisis comes, nothing remains of this illusory rationality or conceit with enlightenment. As the hart pants after fresh water, so pants his soul after money, the only wealth. 236. This formulation is based on an Old Testament verse, as the hart panteth after the water brooks, so panteth my soul after thee, O God, Psalm 42. Marx substitutes money for God, pointing once again to money's quasi-religious importance. 43. In footnote 51 on page 236, Marx uncharacteristically quotes himself. This sudden transformation of the credit system into a monetary system adds theoretical dismay to the actually existing panic, and the agents of the circulation process are overawed by the impenetrable mystery surrounding their own relations. A sense of mystery and awe at one's own social relations can still be felt today, whenever there is a crisis of the euro or the financial markets. Frightened politicians, journalists, businessmen, and financial traders are haunted by the question: how will the markets react? Marx now summarizes. In a crisis, the antithesis between commodities and their value form, money, is raised to the level of an absolute contradiction. Hence money's form of appearance is here also a matter of indifference. The monetary famine remains whether payments have to be made in gold or in credit money, such as banknotes. 236f. In Chapter 2 of Capital, Marx argued that the commodities doubling into money, on the one hand, and commodity, on the other, in the exchange process is simply an externalization of the immanent antagonism of use value and value, see page 181. The crisis induces a further intensification of this antagonism. Marx's claim here that money's form of appearance doesn't matter is an important one. The monetary famine relates to money, and not just its manifestation as gold. As with money's role in hoarding, the means of payment in a crisis can also be assumed by symbols of value. The total amount of money in circulation, second paragraph 237 to 240. At the top of page 237, Marx presents a formula for the total amount of money in circulation. However, it is somewhat erroneous. The sum given by Marx consists of 3 addends, 2 positive and 1 negative. About the first addend, Marx writes that for any given turnover rate of the medium of circulation and the means of payment, it is equal to the sum of prices to be realized. However, he already provided the correct formula for this addend on page 216, the sum of commodity prices, paid in cash, divided by the velocity of circulation of the money used as means of circulation. Similarly, the second addend is not simply equal to the sum of prices to be realized, plus the sum of the payments falling due. This difference is the balance of payments. Rather, it is this balance divided by the velocity of circulation of the money used as means of payment. And finally, one cannot simply subtract the number of circuits, a dimensionless quantity, from these price sums, expressed in a specific currency unit. Rather, we must subtract that part of money that functions both as means of circulation and means of payment. Hence, the correct formula is: here M is the total amount of money in circulation, M1 is the amount of money that functions as means of circulation and means of payment, P is the sum of prices of commodities paid for in cash, B is the balance of payments, V1 is the velocity of circulation of the money used as a means of circulation, and V2 the velocity of money's circulation as a means of payment. This corrected formula does not affect Marx's conclusion that the amount of money in circulation and the sum of prices of the circulating commodities do not have to coincide in any way or stand in a fixed proportion to each other. Further, it can be observed that the amount of money in circulation changes, with changes in the quantitative ratio of purchases by cash payment, money used as a means of circulation, versus purchases made with the promise of money, money used as a means of payment. If payments made with the promise of money, for example, payment with a credit card, tend to replace cash payments, then for that reason alone, the amount of money in circulation drops down considerably. Next, Marx briefly addresses credit money, 238, already mentioned on page 224. Credit money springs from money's function as a promise of payment, insofar as promises to pay circulate and themselves perform money's functions. Marx does not emphasize it here, but it's clear that credit money, the promise to pay, will have to be redeemed for real money at some point or replaced by another promise to pay. Finally, Marx declares that when the production of commodities has attained a certain level and extent, money becomes the universal material corrected translation, universal commodity of contracts. That is, even with services and taxes not directly involving the buying and selling of commodities, for example, rent payments on tracts of land or taxes paid to the state, the payment is not made in kind, but in cash. That money is the universal commodity of contracts is completely obvious to us these days, but it wasn't always so. In the last paragraph, Marx points out another important historical change. The development of money as a means of payment makes it necessary to accumulate it in preparation for the days when the sums which are owing fall due. While hoarding, considered as an independent form of self-enrichment, vanishes with the advance of bourgeois society Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, it grows at the same time in the form of the accumulation of a reserve fund of the means of payment. 240. C. World money. Marx has not used the expression world money so far, but its meaning as money used on the world market or for transactions across national borders is almost self-evident. Marx's key claims about world money, and we should bear in mind that we are only at the level of the simple circulation of commodities, appear right in the first paragraph. When money leaves the domestic sphere of circulation, it loses the local functions it has acquired there, as the standard of prices, coin, and small change, and as a symbol of value, and falls back into its original form as precious metal in the shape of bullion. 240. This sentence describes the situation in Marx's lifetime, when gold actually moved back and forth among various countries. If it were necessary for physical gold to be moved, this would be the first case encountered thus far in which money has to appear in person as gold. 227, as stated in the brief introduction to this third subsection, money. However, Marx has not substantiated that gold necessarily has to appear here, he seemingly assumes so as a matter of course. Marx couldn't imagine that a national currency could at the same time function as world money on the world market. Yet this is exactly what happened after the Second World War. Since then, a large part of world trade has been conducted in US dollars. Since being introduced, the euro has begun to compete somewhat with the dollar in this regard. A much smaller but growing part of world trade is carried out in euros. In world trade, commodities develop their value universally. Their independent value form thus confronts them here too as world money. It is in the world market that money first functions to its full extent as the commodity whose natural form is also the directly social form of realization of human labor in the abstract. Its mode of existence becomes adequate to its concept. 240-41. The last statement might sound somewhat Hegelian. However, the preceding sentences show that this is a straightforward matter. Money, according to Marx's analysis, is the universal expression of value, which Marx summarized with the three peculiarities of the equivalent form. These three peculiarities come together in the statement that money is the commodity whose natural form is also the directly social form of realization of human labor in the abstract. Since it is only in world trade that commodities unfold their value universally, that is, without bumping up against any borders, the money that confronts them becomes the first universal expression of value. Before, this universality ended at a country's borders. It is only on the world market that money's mode of existence, that is, its actual functioning, becomes as universal as indicated in the analysis. The statement that follows, that a double measure of value operates on the world market, gold and silver, was no longer true at the end of the 19th century. Gold had largely displaced silver. World money serves as the universal means of payment, as the universal means of purchase, and as the absolute social materialization of wealth as such, universal wealth. Its predominant function is as means of payment in the settling of international balances. 242. World money functions as the universal means of payment if, as occurs in national circulation, it is used to pay for already purchased commodities and mechanisms for settling claims that are in place so that only balances need to be transferred. World money functions as the universal means of purchase, if it is used for cash payments. Finally, world money functions as the absolute social materialization of wealth as such, if wealth in abstract form is transferred from one country to another. In footnote 61 on page 243, Marx mentions subsidies and money loans as examples of the latter. One could also add war reparations, which he deals with in footnote 62. I will not address the confrontation between the mercantilists and their critics discussed in footnote 60. To evaluate Marx's arguments, we would need to delve deeply into mercantilism and Ricardo's theories. Next, Marx comments that a country needs reserve funds not just for domestic circulation, see the conclusion of the subsection means of payment, but also for circulation on the world market. For the latter, it is always the genuine money commodity, gold and silver in their physical shape, which is required. 243. This holds only if gold and silver are in fact necessary for world money's functioning. But if a national currency assumes this role, as is currently the case, countries must maintain reserve funds in that national currency for world market circulation. This, in turn, creates constant demand for the national currency in question, helping to make it a strong currency. Finally, Marx asserts that gold and silver, as world money, have a double movement. On the one hand, these metals spread from their sources, gold and silver mines, over the entire world market, their movement mediated by the direct exchange of the labor of individual countries, which has been realized in commodities for the labor realized in the precious metals by the gold and silver producing countries. 244. That means this kind of movement is a consequence of world trade. On the other hand, gold and silver continually flow backwards and forwards between the different national spheres of circulation, and this movement follows the unceasing fluctuations of the rate of exchange. 244. The flows mentioned here, which played an important role in the 19th century, require some explanation. In that century, individual countries' currencies had a fixed exchange rate to gold. At the same time, there were fluctuations in the exchange rates between the currencies. These fluctuations were rather small, compared to today's. For example, if the French franc declined against the British pound, then one could obtain more francs for a pound than before. Since the franc had a fixed exchange rate to gold, one could ultimately obtain more gold. If one exchanged pounds for francs, redeeming the francs for gold, and finally transported the gold to England, exchanging it for pounds, then one would have more pounds than initially, assuming the French currency's devaluation was enough that the resulting gain exceeded the transportation costs. Marx's distinction between the two kinds of money flow is still relevant today. The movement of the world money, the dollar, results on the one hand from trade transactions, and on the other hand from exchange rate fluctuations. For example, if the dollar is somewhat more expensive in Frankfurt than in London, then one can make a profit by exchanging euros for dollars in London and then transforming these dollars into euros again in Frankfurt. Since no physical transportation is necessary for these transactions, which are usually just movements between accounts, the smallest exchange rate differences, or price differences of the dollar, are enough to generate important profits. Even with a price difference between London and Frankfurt dollars that is only 0.1%, the use of 10 million euros in London can generate $10,000 in profit through an almost cost-free transaction that can be made in minutes over the telephone or with the click of a mouse. Apart from world trade and exploiting of exchange rate differences, world money's movements can happen for other reasons, such as the exploitation of interest rate differences. However, the latter involves relations that go beyond the simple commodity circulation. Understanding such relations presupposes the analysis of capital and interest. The next chapter will undertake the analysis of capital. An analysis of interest-bearing capital must wait for Volume 3 of Capital. 26. See Marx's distinction between the method of presentation and the method of inquiry in the postface to the second edition of Capital, Volume 1, page 102. I also refer to it in my commentary on the first paragraph of Chapter 1. 27. In the contribution, Marx did not yet distinguish terminologically between value and exchange value, the form of appearance of value. In the quoted passage, the point is that commodities appear to each other as values, in that their values take the form of prices. Here and in some of the quotations that follow from the contribution, the reference should be to value instead of exchange value. 28. See Schlad, 2011. For a detailed discussion of Marx as a theorist of measure. 29. In the Economic Philosophical Manuscripts of 1844, the notion of Entfremdung, to get estranged from an essence or an inner substance, is crucial. In the quote here, Marx uses the term Entäußerung, to get rid of something. Unfortunately, both German terms are usually translated with the same English word, alienation. 30. Both MECW 29, 297 and the Charles H. Kerr edition of the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1904, 64, translate Unmittelbar Form as direct embodiment, which is a less than satisfactory translation. However, the MECW volume also commits the more egregious error of translating the passage from Mu 13, 42 in a manner that suggests that Marx criticizes Benjamin Franklin for falsely regarding money as the immediate form of existence of abstract labor. Franklin is bound to mistake money for the direct embodiment of this alienated labor. MECW 29, 297. In fact, Marx accuses Franklin of not recognizing that money is the immediate form of existence of this alienated Entoferte labor trans. 31. It comes to light here once again, see the commentary on 181f, that Marx's theory of value is a monetary theory of value. The substance of value, abstract labor, cannot appear at all without relating to money. 32. Two different German adjectives, ideal and ideal, usually have the same English translation, ideal. Whereas the German ideal means absolutely perfect, ideal means that something is imagined, at the level of ideas. Several times in Chapter 3, Marx uses the term Idealsgeld, which is translated as ideal money. 33. Therefore, the translators comment on page 198 of Capital that this is the first use of metabolism is wrong. 34. As in the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx in the first edition of Capital did not yet strictly distinguish between value and exchange value. He first did so in the second edition, but there he only somewhat revised the text of Chapter 3, in contrast to Chapter 1, with the result that this terminological inexactness persists in many passages of the former. 35. Dieter Wolf, 1985, 271 ff, thoroughly deals with this dual polar antagonism. 36. Footnote 3 on page 54 of this book pointed out that some authors fundamentally misunderstand Marx's presentation when they claim that, at the very beginning of Capital, Marx is dealing with a relation that is familiar to us from everyday life. 37. The original German is Naturwuchszufällig, which is more accurately translated as uncontrolled randomly, like nature. 38. The original German is Sinnfällig, meaning obvious to the senses. Trans. 39. This sentence is completely omitted from the English translation in the Penguin edition trans. 40. See my explanation about the use of value and exchange value in footnote 34 on page 230 above. 41. On the general equivalent as the individual incarnation of the universal, see my commentary on the general value form, pages 135-36 of this book, dealing with a similar statement in Capital's first edition, Dragsted 1976, 27. 42. The type of monetary crisis addressed in the text, expressed by a short-term lack of money, occurred rather frequently in the 19th century. Since the mid-20th century, however, such crises no longer play an important role. This is because commercial buyers receive credit from banks, and banks through the interbank trade do not hesitate to provide one another with credit and can borrow additional money from central banks over the short term. Nevertheless, the unexpected bankruptcy of Lehman Brothers in September of 2008 threatened once again to generate a large-scale monetary crisis. Interbank trading almost completely collapsed in the face of possible future bankruptcies. In fact, it was only wide-reaching state guarantees offered by the key capitalist countries that averted the danger of a short-term lack of money and a subsequent collapse of banks and businesses. 43. Obviously Marx assumed that the reader was familiar with this psalm. Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy, 1809–1847, also composed a cantata based on the psalm. It was considered one of his best church compositions and was frequently performed. Part 2, The Transformation of Money into Capital. The title of Part 2 shows that we are finally dealing with capital, while pointing to the importance of money for understanding capital. Moreover, the expression connecting money and capital in the title The Transformation also played an important role in Chapter 3. There, the topic was the commodity's transformation into money. Now it is money's transformation into capital. Chapter 4, The General Formula for Capital. We don't yet know what is meant by the general formula for capital. Furthermore, Marx springs the word capital on us in the first sentence without explaining it. He assumes the reader has prior knowledge of the subject that he will build upon. However, it is only in the course of Marx's argument that his concept of capital will become clear. A. Historical preconditions and conceptual point of departure, first 3 paragraphs 247. The circulation of commodities is the starting point of capital. The production of commodities and their circulation in its developed form, namely trade, form the historic presuppositions under which capital arises. World trade and the world market date from the 16th century, and from then on the modern history of capital starts to unfold. 247. What the first 3 chapters of Capital examined was the capitalist circulation of commodities. The commodity analyzed was the capitalist commodity, as the first sentence of Chapter 1 made clear, 125. However, capitalist commodity circulation has been considered until now in abstraction from capital. The categories of commodity and money developed so far by Marx can be used as a foundation for analyzing capital. In that sense, the circulation of commodities forms the conceptual point of departure for the analysis of capital. The existence of developed commodity circulation is also a historical precondition for capital's emergence, albeit not the only one. Marx has pointed out many times that commodity production and commodity circulation exist in various modes of production in different degrees, see 176, 209 and 24. He locates the beginning of the modern history of capital in the 16th century. We don't yet know what Marx understands by the term capital. However, his reference to a modern history indicates that he distinguishes between a modern form of capital and older, pre-modern forms. That he situates the modern form in the 16th century is a claim about history, which only historical research can confirm. If we disregard the material content of the circulation of commodities, i.e. the exchange of the various use values, and consider only the economic forms brought into being by this process, we find that its ultimate product is money. This ultimate product of commodity circulation is the first form of appearance of capital. 247. If we interpret the first sentence in a historical sense, money is the chronologically ultimate product of the circulation of commodities, then it's obviously false. The difference between the mere exchange of products and the circulation of commodities consists precisely in the fact that money mediates exchanges in the latter. Chronologically, then, money emerges simultaneously with commodity circulation and is by no means its ultimate product in a temporal sense. Marx's Chapter 3 analyzed those economic forms that arise not temporally, but rather conceptually from the circulation of commodities. After money as the measure of values and then as the means of circulation, came money as money. In this third form, which is the unity of the previous two, money possesses an independent existence as the manifestation of value. 227-244. Money was thus the ultimate categorical result of this analysis. It is the ultimate product of the analysis of the capitalist circulation of commodities in a conceptual sense. But if money is conceptually the ultimate product of commodity circulation, then the claim that money is capital's first form of appearance must also be meant categorically. Capital's initial, categorical, form of appearance is money. This statement must still be substantiated. However, observe that Marx does not say money is capital here. Instead, he says that money is the form of appearance of capital, thus raising the question of that appearance's content. In the next paragraph, Marx points out that capital also appears first as money in history. However, he immediately adds that this retrospective look isn't necessary to recognize that money is capital's first form of appearance, since that sequence plays out before our eyes every day. In footnote 1 of Chapter 4, Marx mentions in passing the very important difference between personal relations of domination and servitude versus the power of money, which is impersonal. The former type of relation is typical of pre-capitalist modes of production, where slaves are another person's property and serfs are personally dependent upon a particular lord. In the latter, a social power becomes the property of a thing, see page 271 of this book. This contrast between personal and impersonal relations of domination generalizes what previous chapters established. There we saw how, under the conditions of capitalist commodity production, relationships among people are concealed beneath the shell of a thing-corrected translation, while producers' social activity becomes a movement of things that control them. 167 and 29, 168, see pages 159-60, 163 of this book. Likewise, with the circulation of commodities, there develops a whole network of socio-natural connections, entirely beyond the control of the human agents. 207, corrected translation. B. Differences in form between CMC and MCM, last paragraph 247 to third paragraph 250. The first distinction between money as money and money as capital is nothing more than a difference in their form of circulation. 247, emphasis MH. Through form analysis, Marx seeks to distinguish money as money, the conceptually ultimate product of commodity circulation, and money as a form of appearance of capital, while tracking down that appearance's content. The formula CMC is typical of the simple circulation of commodities. See my Chapter 3 commentary about page 209 discussing this term. By contrast, money that goes through the movement MCM turns into capital. Marx writes that we find this second form of circulation alongside the first one, 248. He does not address the interconnection between CMC and MCM here, or in the remainder of Chapter 3, which could generate the impression that these two forms of circulation exist rather coincidentally alongside one another. Addendum: in the urtext for the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx deals with the non-coincidental connection between money and capital under the heading Transition to Capital. Appendix 5 in this book reproduces and comments on important passages of this text that clarify how Marx conceived the transition from the category of money to that of capital. In the second and third paragraphs on page 248, Marx confronts an obvious objection to the MCM formula. In effect, it would be absurd and empty to pursue this roundabout route of exchange only to obtain the same amount of money in the end. Why does Marx consider the formula MCM? Independently of whether or not there is a different quantity of money at the end, the money in MCM undergoes a specific movement that is distinct from that of CMC. Marx will first examine this specific movement, contending. This will simultaneously provide us with the difference in content which lies behind these formal distinctions. 248. Both circuits, CMC and MCM, consist of the two opposing phases, CM and MC. However, these two phases occur in reverse sequence. From this, Marx deduces that the commodity and money have different functions in the two circuits, which I will only briefly summarize here. In the simple circulation of commodities, the money obtained transforms into a commodity that serves as a use value. The money itself is spent and gone, while the commodity that stands at the circuit's endpoint is consumed. In the circuit MCM, money is advanced. The money is transformed into a commodity only with a view to being transformed into money again. The money isn't gone, but rather returns to its starting point. This holds regardless of whether the amount of money has increased or not. In simple circulation, money only returns to the commodity owner if he begins a new circuit of CMC, at the end of which, in any case, the money is again spent. In the circuit MCM, however, money's return is part of the circuit. Based on these observations, Marx can point to the two circuits' distinct purposes. The path CMC proceeds from the extreme. Marx uses extreme to refer to the starting point and endpoint of the exchanges constituted by one commodity, and ends with the extreme constituted by another, which falls out of circulation and into consumption. Consumption, the satisfaction of needs, in short use value, is therefore its final goal. The path MCM, however, proceeds from the extreme of money and finally returns to that same extreme. Its driving and motivating force, its determining purpose, is therefore exchange value, more exactly, value. 250. Importantly, Marx speaks here of goals that are immanent to the two circuits, based on their form. He does not consider the subjective goals of those engaging in exchange. In effect, people as agents do not yet figure in the account. C. The different content of each form of circuit, capital as valorized value, last paragraph 250 to 253. Characterizing the different goals of the two circuits now enables us to determine their distinct content. In the case of the simple circulation of commodities, both extremes have the same economic form, both are commodities. However, they are qualitatively different use values. This interchange carried out between the different materials in which social labor is embodied, forms here the content of the movement. 250. In the case of the circulation MCM, both extremes also have the same economic form, money. However, there is no possible qualitative difference between two sums of money, but only a quantitative one. The content of the circuit MCM can therefore only be the quantitative changes, 251, at its extremes. Marx now indicates that he is presenting the circulation of money as capital and introduces the famous prime symbol. The complete form of this process is therefore MCM, where M equals M plus delta M, i.e. the original sum advanced plus an increment. This increment or excess over the original value I call surplus value. 251. Here is where Marx first speaks of surplus value. For the moment, it is only the name for an increase in value. He continues. The value originally advanced, therefore, not only remains intact while in circulation, but increases its magnitude, adds to itself a surplus value, or is valorized verwertet sich. And this movement converts it into capital. 252. Through a form analysis on a general level, Marx thus arrives at a characterization of the concept of capital. Capital is valorized value. This is the first time that valorizing value is mentioned, it means value-adding value. With this initial characterization of capital, we can already see that capital is not a thing or sum of money but rather a specific movement, the movement of valorizing value. At this point we don't know anything about how this valorization of value is possible, that is, how value can increase by moving through the circuit MCM. Marx mentions that even in the circuit CMC, the value of the initial commodity can differ from the value of the final commodity. But this kind of quantitative difference remains purely coincidental for this form of circulation. What is decisive here is the qualitative difference between the use values. For the circuit MCM, however, the quantitative difference at the beginning and end is decisive. Without such a difference, the circuit would be pointless. A long paragraph on pages 252 and 253 deals with the fundamental properties of capital as revealed by the form analysis so far. Since the purpose of CMC is the exchange of qualitatively different use values, Marx observes that this process is a means to a final goal which lies outside circulation, namely the appropriation of use values, the satisfaction of needs. 252. The beginning and end of MCM, however, are qualitatively the same, and the process's entire purpose is quantitative increase. Moreover, if the process comes to a halt, then the money ceases to be capital, either it petrifies as a hoard or is spent on commodities, which are then consumed. Money can only remain capital through the process's repetition. For this reason, money's circulating as capital is perpetual, or endless. 252, and the surplus value gained is included in this perpetual valorization. If, then, we are concerned with the valorization verwertung of value, the value of the £110 has the same need for valorization as the value of the £100, for they are both limited expressions of exchange value, more precisely, value, and therefore both have the same vocation, to approach, by quantitative increase, as near as possible to absolute wealth. 252. If valorizing value is the process's purpose, which is what the somewhat confusing term need points to here, then it makes no difference what the available sum of value is. This is because valorization does not aim for a specific sum, but rather increasing the amount of value. Marx noted above that the purpose of CMC is use value, whereas the purpose of MCM is value. 250. Now, we can take this differentiation of purposes one step further. The simple circulation of commodities selling in order to buy is a means to a final goal which lies outside circulation, namely the appropriation of use values, the satisfaction of needs. As against this, the circulation of money as capital is an end in itself, for the valorization of value takes place only within this constantly renewed movement. The movement of capital is therefore limitless. 253, emphasis MH. The circulation of MCM is an end in itself and as such limitless. Maslow's, in a very literal sense, it has no measure, no inner limit. If the movement's only purpose is to increase value, there is no point where the increase will be sufficient. That could only happen if there were another purpose, for which the increase in value were merely a means. 44. In footnote 6 on pages 253-54, Marx shows how Aristotle already grasped the distinct characters of the different forms of circulation. Aristotle contrasted chrematistics and economics. The former, which is the making of money, and not the theory of money as sometimes claimed, has an autotelic and unlimited character for Aristotle. The latter, which Aristotle used in the original sense of home economics or domestic economy, see my commentary on Capital's title and subtitle, is aimed at satisfying needs. As in his excursus on Aristotle in the value form analysis, 151f, Marx refers to Aristotle here, who was an important point of reference in the 19th century and whom he personally held in high esteem. In fact, the Greek philosopher made the first forays into the analysis of the commodity, exchange, and money. D. The Capitalist, 254 to first paragraph 255. So far, Marx has proceeded solely based on the form determinations of the MCM circuit, but has not yet considered people's actions. Now the capitalist enters the picture for the first time. As the conscious bearer trigger of this movement, the possessor of money becomes a capitalist. His person, or rather his pocket, is the point from which the money starts, and to which it returns. The objective content of the circulation we have been discussing, the valorization of value, is his subjective purpose, and it is only in so far as the appropriation of ever more wealth in the abstract is the sole driving force behind his operations that he functions as a capitalist, i.e. as capital personified and endowed with consciousness and a will. Use values must therefore never be treated as the immediate aim of the capitalist, nor must the profit on any single transaction. His aim is rather the unceasing movement of profit-making. 254, emphases MH. Whoever makes the MCM circuit subjective content his own subjective purpose, whoever wants to valorize value is a capitalist. We should observe two things here. First, it does not matter whether the person actually owns the money that will be valorized, they just have to dispose of it. They must, in Marx's carefully chosen words, possess money. Whoever actually disposes of a thing is its possessor, even if he is not the owner. For this reason, people may function as capitalists even if they just borrow money to valorize it, or if they take on the task, as managers, of valorizing other people's wealth. Second, people can have very different motives. That's why Marx points out that only insofar as the appropriation of ever more wealth in the abstract is the sole driving force is somebody a capitalist. That is, only those who are concerned with profit itself, those for whom profit is the goal of their activity, operate as capitalists in the strict sense. For example, if a person simply wishes to live well from profits, then he or she does not make profit itself the goal, but merely a means of earning a living. For such a person, the valorization of value is not an end in itself, and thus not a limitless process. Profit is then limited by what the money owner requires for his or her livelihood. If profit is itself the purpose, then it cannot be fulfilled by a single round of profits, but only by the unceasing movement of profit-making. The fact that capital is not a thing, but rather a specific movement, is translated into the capitalist's activity. This boundless drive for enrichment, this passionate chase after value, is common to the capitalist and the miser, but while the miser is merely a capitalist gone mad, the capitalist is a rational miser. The ceaseless augmentation of value, which the miser seeks to attain by saving his money from circulation, is achieved by the more acute capitalist by means of throwing his money again and again into circulation. 254f. Here the drive for enrichment does not refer to an innate characteristic of humankind, but rather to a socially produced one, as I argued above in the commentary about the lust for gold, 229, and the hoarding drive, 230. When analyzing the commodity, Marx initially examined the form determinations of the exchange relation, Chapter 1, and then commodity owners' actions in the exchange process, Chapter 2. Likewise, Marx carries out a form analysis of capital here before addressing the capitalist as a person. But whereas in Chapter 2 Marx used the contradictory requirements of exchange to show why commodity owners must adhere to the natural laws of the commodity, 180, here in Chapter 4 he does not explain why individual money owners must conform to the unceasing movement of profit-making. Addendum: the reason for enrichment by no means has to be an individual's inclination toward greed. When analyzing the capitalist mode of production, Marx argues that competition forces individual capitalists to permanently behave as capitalists or go under economically. In Chapter 10, after stating that capital, with its unlimited drive for valorization, is ruthless with regard to the worker's health and longevity, Marx says: but looking at these things as a whole, it is evident that this does not depend on the will, either good or bad, of the individual capitalist. Under free competition, the immanent laws of capitalist production confront the individual capitalist as a coercive force external to him. 381. Furthermore, in the section on accumulation, he reprises the comparison between the capitalist and the hoarder, but adds a decisive element to it: the capitalist, as a personification of capital, shares with the miser an absolute drive towards self-enrichment. But what appears in the miser as the mania of an individual is in the capitalist the effect of a social mechanism in which he is merely a cog. Moreover, the development of capitalist production makes it necessary constantly to increase the amount of capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking, and competition subordinates every individual capitalist to the immanent laws of capitalist production, as external and coercive laws. It compels him to keep extending his capital, so as to preserve it, and he can only extend it by means of progressive accumulation, that is, investing the surplus value. 739, emphases mh. E. Value as automatic subject and self-moving substance which passes through a process of its own. Second paragraph 255 to 257. Chapter 4's remaining paragraphs are very dense. It's a good idea to read them several times and very carefully. In commodity circulation, money only mediates the exchange of commodities, and the money form vanishes in the final result of the movement. 255. One could add that the commodity form also vanishes, since the final result of CMC is the commodity being consumed. On the other hand, in the circulation MCM both the money and the commodity function only as different modes of existence of value itself. It is constantly changing from one form into the other, without becoming lost in this movement, it thus becomes transformed into an automatic subject. If we pin down the specific forms of appearance assumed in turn by self-valorizing value in the course of its life, we reach the following elucidation: capital is money, capital is commodities. 255, emphasis mh. Here, Marx contrasts mistaken claims about capital with its characterization as an automatic subject. In contrast to its transient role in simple commodity circulation, value is the goal of the entire process in the circuit MCM. Commodity and money here are merely alternating modes of existence, 255, and forms of appearance, 255, of value. However, if the observer pins down one of these forms of value's appearance, then that leads to incorrect claims, such as capital's being money or a commodity. Marx already stated that capital is based upon a movement, and thus cannot be reduced to the commodity or to money, when he first introduced the concept of capital on page 252. But what does it mean to state that value is an automatic subject? When one speaks of a subject, it evokes independence and self-determination. A subject posits his or her own purposes and pursues them. It is the opposite for an automaton, which by definition is not independent and self-determined. Value is the subject because its process of adding surplus value is its own movement, its valorization is therefore self-valorization Selbstverwertung, 255. For that reason, value is the subject of the process of valorization. Moreover, value here has no other possible purpose than valorization. Hence, it is an automatic subject. Just as an automaton might carry out a single process, a ticket machine can print tickets and no more, so value is only capable of a single process, valorizing itself. If Marx speaks of value as a subject, this should not be confused with value being an actor. Value itself cannot act, any more than commodities can carry themselves to market, see page 178 in chapter 2. People are the only real actors. It is people's activity, of course, that makes value into an automatic subject. Their activity, however, conforms to the logic of the form of circulation MCM. Our purpose is to decode this logic, for only within this framework can we speak of value as doing something, namely valorizing itself. We don't yet know how this self-valorization process is possible. Just looking at the movement of value in MCM does not reveal where surplus value comes from. So far we have only analyzed the movement of valorization's form aspect. At this point in the analysis, therefore, Marx is completely correct in claiming about value. By virtue of being value, it has acquired the occult ability to add value to itself. 255, emphasis mh. Marx does not immediately begin explaining this occult ability. Instead, he continues to trace the specific role of value in the valorization process. Inside the valorization process, value alternately takes on the forms of money and the commodity. Yet these two forms do not have equal significance. As the dominant subject Übergreifen's subject of this process, value requires above all an independent form by means of which its identity with itself may be asserted. Only in the shape of money does it possess this form. Money therefore forms the starting point and the conclusion of every valorization process. 255. To better understand this statement, we need to look at the various shapes in which value has appeared so far. For the commodity, value is a factor. The first subsection of Capital's Chapter 1 calls use value and value the two factors of the commodity. The value of an individual commodity, however, is neither visible nor tangible. In money, value obtains an independent, tangible form and is no longer just a factor. Money is immediately value in an independent shape. For capital, which operates in the circuit MCM, value is the subject of a process. It takes on different shapes, changing its magnitude. To remain tangible as value in this fluctuating process, an independent form of value is necessary, which can only be money. For that reason, value's money form is critical for capital, as the title of Part 2 made clear, the transformation of money into capital 45. If valorizing value requires the money form to relate to itself, it does not mean that the commodity form is unimportant. On the contrary, the capitalist knows that all commodities, however tattered they may look, or however badly they may smell, are in faith and in truth money, are by nature circumcised Jews, and, what is more, a wonderful means for making still more money out of money. 256. That commodities are a wonderful means of valorization is only a claim here. Chapter 6 will explain how they actually function as means of valorization. The expression by nature circumcised Jews innerlich, inwardly, beschnitten Juden alludes to Paul's epistle to the Romans, which deals in part with what it is to be a Jew. Christianity began as a Jewish reform sect, and Paul was the first to explicitly direct the Christian message to pagans, non-Jews, which was rather controversial among Jewish Christians. Paul defended himself by arguing that circumcision alone does not make one Jewish, since whoever is circumcised but fails to follow God's law becomes uncircumcised. Paul continues, "For he is not a Jew, which is one outwardly, neither is that circumcision, which is outward in the flesh, but he is a Jew, which is one inwardly, and circumcision is that of the heart, in the spirit, and not in the letter, whose praise is not of men, but of God." Romans 2:28-29. By means of this inward circumcision, an uncircumcised pagan can become a Jew and therefore a Christian. Marx draws a parallel here with the commodity. Regardless of how a commodity looks, it can be transformed into money. It is inwardly money, and the capitalist therefore esteems it. The gist of the comparison is that it is the concealed interior that counts, not the exterior. However, the comparison is problematic, since it plays on the widespread anti-Semitic stereotypes that associate Jews with money. 46. Marx begins the next paragraph indicating that value in the circuit MCM is not only a self-moving substance which passes through a process of its own, as the phrase automatic subject already implied. But there is more to come. Instead of simply representing the relations of commodities, it now enters into a private relationship with itself, as it were. It differentiates itself as original value from itself as surplus value, just as God the Father differentiates himself from himself as God the Son, although both are of the same age and form, in fact one single person. 256, emphasis MH. To illustrate value's private relationship with itself, Marx again resorts to a religious analogy, the relationship between God the Father and God the Son. As Father and Son they are different, but since there's supposedly only one God, they must be identical and therefore of the same age. For capital, the analogy works well. In Marx's example, a sum of £100 is advanced, but it only becomes capital if it yields a surplus value, for example, £10, thus differentiating from itself. The original amount contrasts with the newly generated surplus value. When the surplus value of £10 is present, however, it is not qualitatively different from the original value of £100. Both of them constitute a homogeneous unity of £110, ready for the next round of valorization. Marx summarizes this in the next paragraph. Value therefore now becomes value in process, money in process, and, as such, capital. It comes out of circulation, enters into it again, preserves and multiplies itself within circulation, emerges from it with an increased size, and starts the same cycle again and again. Money which begets money. 256. Addendum. The religious analogy here aims to illustrate a special kind of self-relationship, the way value as capital stands in a private relationship with itself. Nevertheless, Marx does not return to this self-relationship until Capital's third volume, when he examines profit, average profit, and interest as the fruit of capital. At that point, it will become clear that this self-relationship forms the basis of a third and final kind of fetishism, after commodity and money fetishism, the capital fetish. For now, however, Marx cannot deal with the capital fetish, since it's not yet clear where surplus value actually comes from. This will be clarified in Chapter 6. Moreover, capital has only been grasped abstractly so far, as the subject of the movement MCM. At the end of Volume 2, however, capital will be characterized in terms of the unity of the production and circulation processes. That, in turn, will allow the abstract formula MCM to be filled with content both from the production process and the circulation process, thereby permitting a more concrete treatment of capital's self-relationship, the relationship of capital to its fruits. In the next paragraph, Marx points out that the formula MCM, buying to sell more expensively, does not apply only to merchant capital but also to industrial capital, which interpolates a production process between purchase and sale. In the 19th century lexicon, industry referred to productive activity in general, not just large factories. The movement MCM is shortened to MM in interest-bearing capital, which leads Marx to conclude. MCM is in fact therefore the general formula for capital, in the form in which it appears directly in the sphere of circulation. 257. With that, it finally becomes clear what is meant by Marx's Chapter 4 title, The General Formula for Capital. Addendum. Marx's description of valorizing value as an automatic subject and as a self-moving substance that passes through a process of its own recalls Hegel's conception of substance as subject, Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit 10. For this reason, some of the literature on Marx claims that there is a close relationship between Marx's and Hegel's arguments. Sometimes it is even argued that Marx's concept of capital corresponds to Hegel's concept of Geist, spirit or mind. To meaningfully address these theses, one would have to seriously engage with Hegel's philosophy, but that's not possible here. In the postface to Capital's second edition, Marx indeed made brief general remarks about the need to invert Hegel's dialectic in order to discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. 103. However, these remarks are far too vague to substitute for a real engagement with Hegel's philosophy. 44. In reading groups, the question frequently comes up of whether the capital relation can be regulated in such a way that this limitlessness is restricted and valorization limited. However, this question cannot be addressed yet. First, one would have to examine how the competition between capitals imposes this limitlessness, which presupposes knowledge of all three volumes of capital. Here, the decisive point is that capital itself knows no limit to valorization. 45. Both classical political economy and modern neoclassical economics usually identify capital with capital goods. In emphasizing that the money form of value is necessary in order to preserve the identity of the subject of the process of valorization, or to put it another way, that capital can only relate to itself by means of the money form, Marx is transforming his monetary theory of value into a monetary theory of capital. Heinrich 1999, 253. 46. A few passages in Capital and a number of statements in Marx's correspondence show that he had a completely uncritical attitude toward the anti-Jewish references in the everyday language of his time. Chapter 5, Contradictions in the general formula. A. Presentation of the problem, 258 to first paragraph 259. The form of circulation within which money is transformed into capital contradicts all the previously developed laws bearing on the nature of commodities, value, money, and even circulation itself. 258. The form of circulation mentioned here is precisely the general formula for capital, MCM. What are the contradictions that Marx refers to? A first contradiction is that a presupposition so far in the exchange CMC is that equal magnitudes of value are exchanged, so that the magnitudes of value are not altered in the course of exchange. However, the general formula involves precisely such a change, namely an increase of value. Marx states that MCM differs from CMC only in terms of the sequence of exchanges. Yet even this new sequence only exists from the perspective of the money owner. If the money owner buys a commodity from A and then sells it to B, then for both A and B these are still normal acts of exchange, a sale for A, a purchase for B. This leads Marx to conclude. Thus the inversion of the order of succession does not take us outside the sphere of the simple circulation of commodities, and we must rather look to see whether this simple circulation, by its nature, might permit the valorization of the values entering into it and consequently the formation of surplus value. 259. This establishes the program for the rest of the chapter. Marx will explore various possibilities for how valorization could occur. B. The circulation of commodities in its pure form, the exchange of equivalents, second paragraph 259 to first paragraph 262. Marx first examines circulation as the exchange of commodities pure and simple, as when two commodity owners buy directly from each other. He makes three observations about this process. 1. With regard to use values, both parties stand to gain, since they each exchange a use value that is useless to them for one that is useful. 2. Both can also gain with regard to the expended labor time. In a society with a division of labor, every producer usually specializes in one product. This means he can usually produce that product in a shorter time period than his exchange partner who does not specialize in it. Through exchange, therefore, each acquires a product whose production time would be higher for him than the product he himself produces and sells. 3. With regard to value, however, both cannot gain. Now, Marx drops the requirement of the exchange of commodities pure and simple. When money mediates exchanges, then purchase and sale are separated. However, this changes nothing. The value of a commodity is expressed in its price before it enters into circulation, and it is therefore a precondition of circulation, not its result. 260. We must briefly dwell on this statement. At first glance, it seems to contradict Marx's having claimed, on many occasions, that commodities first acquire objectivity as values in exchange. 138, 166. That is, before exchange, products of labor are not yet commodities and objects of value. See Mega 2/6, 30 ff, reproduced as Appendix 4 of this book. Instead, they are only transformed into commodities in the exchange process. 181. Money being the necessary, unavoidable measure of value derives from the fact that value cannot be determined without exchange. See the commentary regarding page 188 in chapter 3. Yet Marx seems to be saying the opposite here, that the value of commodities is determined before exchange and therefore exists independently of exchange. Marx's remarks in the chapters 1 to 3 dealt with the fundamental relation between two levels, the level of production and that of exchange. The social magnitude of value is not solely determined at the level of private production. In fact, only when private acts of labor and their products obtain social recognition is socially necessary labor time revealed, based on the meaning of socially necessary, found on pages 129 and 202. Moreover, only then is complex labor actually reduced to simple labor. These social determinations are not established solely in private production, but rather in the relation between production and exchange. Though value is not created in exchange, it only exists in exchange. At this point in Marx's argument, however, he is not dealing with this fundamental relation between production and exchange, but rather with an individual act of exchange, which presupposes the above-mentioned social determinations. For those engaged in exchange, value always appears as something given, beyond their influence. Although their actions indeed influence value as a social relationship, the effect of an individual action is generally so small that it is invisible. An individual seller anticipates a commodity's value when setting the price, but even he can be right or wrong. Marx now disregards all difficulties involved in exchange, discussed on pages 201 and 202, and assumes here that prices adequately express values. Exchange, Marx continues in the next paragraph, is a mere change of form, a metamorphosis of the commodity. The commodity form is transformed into the money form, but the mere change of form does not imply any change in the magnitude of the value. 260. At the end of this paragraph, Marx affirms the following about commodity exchange. In its pure form, the exchange of commodities is an exchange of equivalents, and thus it is not a method of increasing value. 261. When Marx speaks here of a pure form, rein Gestalt, he is basically distinguishing between two kinds of commodity exchange, an impure one, involving the exchange of non-equivalents, for example, when temporarily favorable or unfavorable market conditions affect exchange relations, versus the pure form involving equivalents. Based on what was established in Chapter 1, we are focusing here on the pure form. Referring to the French philosopher Étienne Bonnat de Condillac, 1715–1780, and more recent authors, Marx now shows how the claim that both sides can profit from exchange results from confusing use-value, where this mutual gain is possible, and value, where it is not. See, the exchange of non-equivalents, third paragraph 262 to second paragraph 266. Marx wants to consider not only the pure form of the circulation process, the exchange of equivalents, but also the exchange of non-equivalents. In exchange, commodity owners differ only as sellers, those who own commodities, and buyers, those who own money. 263. Based on this distinction, which leaves out commodity owners' material differences, such as their having different needs and disposing of different use values, Marx considers a total of 4 cases of non-equivalent exchange. 1. For whatever reason, sellers are able to sell their commodities above their value, for example, with a markup of 10%. However, since sellers also occupy the role of buyers, they have to pay the same markup in the second role. This means that what they gain as sellers, they lose as buyers. For this reason, a general price hike of 10% results in commodities exchanging for their value, with the only change being in the monetary expression of value. Marx has passed over one issue here. If there is a general price increase of 10% where a gold currency is in use, one obtains fewer commodities with the same amount of gold. In effect, the gold producers are alone in experiencing a disadvantageous effect. However, if we are dealing with a paper currency not tied to a commodity, it will only be the paper expression of value that has increased. 2 buyers could buy the commodities at 10% below their value. However, they would lose this profit when they in turn become sellers. With a gold currency, the gold producers would be the only winners, obtaining more commodities for gold. Yet a paper currency not tied to a commodity entails that only the paper expression of value decreases. In this way, Marx arrives at a preliminary result. The formation of surplus value, and therefore the transformation of money into capital, can consequently be explained neither by assuming that commodities are sold above their value, nor by assuming that they are bought at less than their value. 263. 3. Marx next considers the possibility of a class that only buys, without selling. If sellers now sell their commodities to this class above their value, then they can make profits they don't have to relinquish. But where does this class, which constantly buys without selling, get its money from? The money with which such a class is constantly making purchases must constantly flow into its coffers without any exchange, gratis, whether by might or by right, from the pockets of the commodity owners themselves. To sell commodities at more than their value to such a class is only to get back again, by swindling, a part of the money previously handed over for nothing. 264f. Hence, selling above value doesn't yield any real profit, but only minimizes the losses on money given away to the buying class without exchange. Marx illustrates this possibility with the relationship between the Romans and the towns of Asia Minor that paid tribute to them. For in addressing a fourth possibility of non-equivalent exchange, Marx drops the precondition employed up to now of conceiving people merely as personified categories, instead of as individuals. 265. He imagines a clever commodity owner A, who bamboozles his colleague B, but B is unable to do the same. Now A has indeed made a profit, but there is a loss of exactly the same size on B's side. Circulating value has therefore not increased. Only distribution between A and B has changed. Now Marx draws the following conclusion. The sum of the values in circulation can clearly not be augmented by any change in their distribution, any more than a Jew can increase the quantity of the precious metals in a country by selling a farthing from the time of Queen Anne for a guinea. 47 The capitalist class of a given country, taken as a whole, cannot defraud itself. 265f. Marx's depiction of the coin dealer who sells cheap coins at high prices as a Jew is of a piece with widespread anti-Semitic stereotypes. See the commentary regarding page 256. Wrapping up his reflections on value and circulation, Marx writes: if equivalents are exchanged, no surplus value results, and if non-equivalents are exchanged, we still have no surplus value. Circulation, or the exchange of commodities, creates no value. 266. d. Antediluvian forms of capital, 3rd paragraph 266 to 267. Immediately after asserting that circulation does not create value, Marx goes on. It can be understood, therefore, why, in our analysis of the primary form of capital, the form in which it determines the economic organization of modern society, we have entirely left out of consideration its well-known and so to speak antediluvian forms, merchant's capital and usurer's capital. 266. Why were merchant's capital and usurer's capital forms of capital that appear very early in history and are therefore antediluvian, that is, before the flood initially passed over? It is not yet clear here, the explanation being reserved for the upcoming paragraphs. Still, Marx makes some interesting statements in this passage about the structure of his analysis. For one, he wants to analyze the primary form of capital. So far, however, he hasn't yet analyzed any specific form of capital. He has only presented the general formula of capital, MCM, although it's still unclear where surplus value comes from. The analysis is pursuing a form of capital distinct from merchants' and usurers' capital, but we don't yet know what it is. That this fundamental form of capital also determines the economic organization of modern society, as Marx contends, also still has to be shown. Importantly, Marx once again explains that the object of his analysis is the economy of modern society and not, for example, the history of that economy's emergence. The first edition's preface explained that he aimed to reveal the economic law of motion of modern society. 92. Why doesn't Marx consider merchant's capital here? The profit of merchant's capital seems to depend on buying commodities cheap and selling them dear. Yet that is exactly what the exchange of equivalents precludes. Therefore it appears that mercantile capital must be based on merchants cheating the commodity producers. Marx now explains why we must delay the analysis of this antediluvian form of capital. If the valorization of merchants' capital is not to be explained merely by frauds practiced on the producers of commodities, a long series of intermediate steps would be necessary, which are as yet entirely absent, since here our only assumption is the circulation of commodities and its simple elements. 267. This statement makes two things clear. First, the valorization of merchants' capital in modern society can be explained without fraud. Second, we still lack the means to explain the valorization of merchants' capital at the level of presentation attained so far. In usurer's capital, capital's general formula MCM shrinks to MM. It is a form incompatible with the nature of money and therefore inexplicable from the standpoint of the exchange of commodities. 267. To illustrate the bizarre character of interest, Marx goes back to Aristotle again. He regards the Aristotle quote to be so important that he puts it in the main text rather than in a footnote as on page 253. Moreover, instead of contrasting chrematistics to economics as he did earlier, Aristotle is distinguishing between two types of chrematistics, one related to economics, the satisfaction of needs, and the other to the mere proliferation of money. Trade and usury belong to the latter. Aristotle feels he can explain merchant profit, he understands it as cheating, which he rebukes. In contrast, interest involves money creating new money, which for Aristotle is most contrary to nature, since money should be used for commodity exchange, but not for the generation of new money. After this illustration, Marx resumes. In the course of our investigation, we shall find that both merchants' capital and interest-bearing capital are derivative forms, and at the same time it will become clear why, historically, these two forms appear before the modern primary form of capital. 267, emphasis. Addendum. Here, Marx is suggesting how the valorization of merchants' capital and interest-bearing capital works under modern conditions. Both are derivative forms of capital, which are valorized through participation in another form of capital's valorization. Volume 3 of Capital will explain how exactly this occurs. Valorization in production. First two paragraphs 268. Marx summarizes the results so far. We have shown that surplus value cannot arise from circulation, and therefore that, for it to be formed, something must take place in the background which is not visible in the circulation itself. 268. After Marx has systematically reviewed all the possibilities of surplus value arising from circulation, finding them infeasible, he concludes that surplus value comes from outside of circulation. Outside of circulation, the commodity owner simply deals with his own commodities, that is, their production. Through the labor expended in the production process, the commodity maker produces value insofar as his commodity contains a quantity of his own labor which is measured according to definite social laws. 268. With this remark, Marx reminds us that it is not the amount of individually expended labor that creates values, but only the quantity of labor that is socially recognized in exchange for a commodity's production. However, this newly constituted value does not amount to a valorization of value. The commodity owner can create value by his labor, but he cannot create values which can valorize themselves. He can increase the value of his commodity by adding fresh labor, and therefore more value, to the value in hand, by making leather into boots, for instance. The boots have therefore more value than the leather, but the value of the leather remains what it was. It has not valorized itself, it has not annexed surplus value during the making of the boots. 268. The increase of value proceeds from the commodity owner's labor which was applied to the leather, but it is not a result of a valorization of the leather. It appears, then, that our commodity owner cannot valorize value outside of circulation either. The result, paradoxical requirements of the presentation, second paragraph 268 to 269. The starting point for this chapter was the observation that capital's general formula contradicts all the previously developed laws bearing on the nature of commodities, value, money, and even circulation itself. 258. Marx then played through various attempts to resolve this contradiction. He now summarizes his results, appealing to a further contradiction which explains the plural contradictions in the chapter title. Capital cannot therefore arise from circulation, and it is equally impossible for it to arise apart from circulation. It must have its origin both in circulation and not in circulation. 268. Importantly, these are very different types of contradictions. At the beginning of this chapter, the point was that the valorization of value, which the previous chapter presented as an empirical fact, we find, page 248, contradicts our available knowledge about the commodity, value, and exchange. By contrast, the contradiction Marx has just formulated is an explanatory paradox. The analysis so far points to the scientific explanation having to fulfill contradictory requirements if it is to explain capital's valorization. Based on the foregoing, Marx outlines the conditions that the explanation of capital formation must satisfy. The transformation of money into capital has to be developed on the basis of the immanent laws of the exchange of commodities, in such a way that the starting point is the exchange of equivalents. 268f. Why? If the exchange of equivalents represents the norm in capitalist commodity exchange, then the transformation of money into capital should be explained by when the norm is applied and not when it is infringed. This methodological condition has an important political consequence. It was common, especially among socialists, to explain profit on capital as a violation of the exchange of equivalents. The capitalist was said to rob the worker. The idea was to juxtapose the fairness of the exchange of equivalents to the unfairness of profit on capital. In this spirit, the followers of Ferdinand Lassalle demanded the full product of labor for the workers. With Marx's precise way of framing the problem, he pulls the rug out from under that approach. At the same time, however, he doesn't assume that the exchange of equivalents always predominates in daily life under capitalism, as footnote 24 on page 269 makes clear. If actual commodity prices deviate from values, one must first reduce them to values to observe the phenomenon of the formation of capital on the basis of the exchange of commodities in its purity. 269 and 24. Marx emphasizes that this reduction is not limited to the field of science, it also occurs in reality. The oscillations in market prices carry out their own reduction to an average price which is their internal regulator. Thus the problem of capital formation poses itself as follows. How can we account for the origin of capital on the assumption that prices are regulated by the average price, i.e. ultimately by the value of the commodities? I say ultimately because average prices do not directly coincide with the values of commodities. 269 and 24. This last observation is of fundamental importance for Marx's value theory, since average prices based on observable market prices do not directly coincide with values. The commentary on Chapter 1, see page 78 of this book, brought this to our attention. One cannot deduce the value relation of commodities, commodity A has thrice commodity B's value, from their exchange relations, commodity A has thrice commodity B's cost. Value relations cannot be directly observed, meaning that value theory is not empirically verifiable or provable in a direct sense. Addendum, Marx drops a similar clue somewhat later. The calculations given in the text are intended merely as illustrations. We have in fact assumed that prices equals values. We shall, however, see in Volume 3 that even in the case of average prices the assumption cannot be made in this very simple manner. 329 and 9. Marx first deals with the connection between values and average prices in the second section of Capital's third volume. After making clear the methodological preconditions for an explanation of capital formation, Marx illustrates the money owner's transformation into a capitalist with the image of a caterpillar emerging as a butterfly. His use of the German word entpuppen, to eclose, in this chapter's first sentence foreshadowed this curious image. Point 48 again, Marx highlights the paradoxical restrictions on the explanation. The money owner, who is as yet only a capitalist in larval form, must buy his commodities at their value, sell them at their value, and yet at the end of the process withdraw more value from circulation than he threw into it at the beginning. His emergence as a butterfly must, and yet must not, take place in the sphere of circulation. These are the conditions of the problem. Hic rhodus, hic salta. 269. The phrase hic rhodus, hic salta, comes from the Greek poet Aesop, ca. 600 BCE. In one of Aesop's fables, a pentathlete boasts about how far he once leapt in Rhodes. A bystander then challenges him, "Here is roads, leap here." Hegel used this sentence in the preface to his philosophy of right, which Marx cites many times in Capital, when emphasizing that he does not aim to construct the state as it ought to be, but to understand it as it is. Marx is also trying to precisely characterize a problem with a view to saying, "Here is exactly where the problem must be solved." He doesn't just do it to illuminate the reader. He is also posing the problem in a very sharp way as an implicit critique of political economists. Their usual explanations of capital gain don't conform to even minimum standards of a correct framing of the problem. These standards can be summarized. A. In explaining surplus value, it must be assumed that all commodities are bought and sold at their value. B. The solution must be located both inside and outside the sphere of circulation. In other words, a one-sided explanation of surplus value creation focused on the sphere of circulation is just as wrong as a one-sided explanation focused on the sphere of production. 47 There are 4 farthings to a penny, 12 pence to a shilling, and 21 shillings to a guinea. This means that a guinea is equal to 1008 farthings. 48 Translated merely as transformed in the English edition trans. Chapter 6, The Sale and Purchase of Labor Power. A. On the way to solving the puzzle, the specific commodity labor power, free will and objective compulsion, 270 to 3rd paragraph 272. After specifying how capital formation cannot be explained, Marx now takes the first steps toward solving the problem. He returns to the general formula for capital, MCM, which includes only the commodity and money, but with a greater sum of money at the end than the beginning. Marx writes, the change in value of the money which has to be transformed into capital cannot take place in the money itself. This is because both the first and second acts of circulation involve the exchange of equivalents. Marx thus concludes, the change must therefore take place in the commodity which is bought in the first act of circulation, MC, but not in its value, for it is equivalents which are being exchanged, and the commodity is paid for at its full value. The change can therefore originate only in the actual use value of the commodity, i.e. in its consumption. 270. Hence we are looking for a commodity with a very special use value. But what kind of commodity would that be? It must be one whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption is therefore itself an Objektification-Vergegenstandlichung of labor, hence a creation of value. 270. So far Marx has been drawing purely logical conclusions. The money and the value of the commodity exchanged cannot be the sources of valorization. Thus there remains only the commodity's use value, which must have the property of being a source of value. Now Marx affirms, as an empirical fact, not a logical conclusion, that the money owner indeed encounters such a commodity on the market, labor power. Marx had already mentioned labor power at the beginning of Chapter 1, 128, but here, for the first time, he explains the term. We mean by labor power, or labor capacity, the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities existing in the physical form, the living personality, of a human being, capabilities which he sets in motion whenever he produces a use value of any kind. 270. If Marx is now appealing to labor power and its capacity for production as the source of surplus value, aren't we returning to the possibility just rejected, that is, of applying labor to the commodity as an explanation of capital formation? 268f. In fact, that earlier situation dealt with a commodity owner who manufactures his own commodities. He wasn't relating to his own labor power as a commodity, he neither purchases his own labor power, nor sells it, but rather applies it through working. Things are different here with the money owner who transforms his money into capital. The latter purchases another's labor power as a commodity, pays its value, and then appropriates the product it produces. Labor power should be distinguished from labor. Labor power is the capacity to work. Consequently, selling labor power is not interchangeable with selling labor. Note that here and in what follows, Marx refers only to the sale of labor power, but not the sale of labor. Nor does Marx refer here to a wage, but rather to the value, and price, of labor power. Volume 1's table of contents shows that in Chapter 19 Marx begins an in-depth treatment of wages. It shouldn't be taken for granted that labor power exists as a commodity. Marx specifies two conditions that must be fulfilled for that to happen. 1. The owner of labor power must be the free proprietor of his own labor capacity, hence of his person. 271, he cannot be a slave or serf. To retain his independence, he must only sell his labor power for a specific time period. If he sells it forever, he is transformed from a free person into a slave and is no longer proprietor of his labor power. 2. The owner of labor power will only sell it if lacking the means to produce commodities himself and sell them on the market. To produce commodities himself, he must dispose of both means of production and means of subsistence, to survive the time between production and sale of the commodity. If he lacks these means, his labor power becomes his only sellable commodity, which he or she therefore must sell. Marx's description of the worker as free in a double sense summarizes both of these conditions. For the transformation of money into capital, therefore, the owner of money must find the free worker available on the commodity market, and this worker must be free in the double sense that as a free individual he can dispose of his labor power as his own commodity, and that, on the other hand, he has no other commodity for sale, i.e. he is rid of them, he is free of all the objects needed for the realization Verwirklichung of his labor power. 272f. As pointed out earlier, pages 200-203, commodity owners are forced to exchange their commodities. Despite having manifold needs, they usually only produce one product. If exchange is the prevailing form of social intercourse, they must exchange to acquire all the products required from others. In other words, the owner of labor power must be a free person, in the sense of being able to sell his or her labor power. Additionally, he or she must be free from all opportunities to produce on his or her own, forcing him or her to sell his or her only commodity, labor power. In contrast to the slave or the serf, the worker's free will is respected under capitalist commodity production. There is no personal dependence relation between worker and capitalist. Nevertheless, capitalism's formally free labor contract is grounded in the impersonal compulsion of economic relations, which leave the owner of labor power no other choice but to sell it. Addendum: in Part 8 of Volume 1, on so-called primitive accumulation, Marx speaks of the silent compulsion of economic relations which sets the seal on the domination of the capitalist over the worker. 899. b. The historical imprint of economic categories, second paragraph 273 to first paragraph 274. We shouldn't take for granted the existence of workers who are free in a double sense and sell their labor power as a commodity. They don't exist in all societies. Rather, they are the result of a past historical development, the product of many economic revolutions, of the extinction of a whole series of older formations of social production. 273. A few sentences earlier, Marx stated that the question of why the free worker exists doesn't interest us for the present. Although the existence of the doubly free worker is the decisive historical precondition for valorizing capital, Marx does not want to examine it any further at this point. Here, we recognize the same procedure Marx pursued with the value form analysis in Chapter 1, 158, see commentary on page 130 of this book, which quoted the relevant methodological remarks from the introduction of 1857, and with the examination of the exchange process in Chapter 2, 181f, see commentary on pages 199 and 201 in this book. With both topics, Marx analyzed the developed relations' central form determinations before turning to the history of their emergence. Here, too, Marx's initial focus is on the analysis of capital. As the Volume 1's table of contents reveals, Marx dedicates most of the chapters to come to the various methods of producing surplus value. Only at the end of the first volume in Part 8 on so-called primitive accumulation does Marx focus on the history of modern capital's emergence. Addendum: this centuries-long, extremely violent process was mostly about producing doubly free workers. Marx summarizes his sketch of the process as follows. Tanti mollis irati, so great was the effort required to unleash the eternal natural laws of the capitalist mode of production, to complete the process of separation between the workers and the conditions of their labor, to transform, at one pole, the social means of production and subsistence into capital, and at the opposite pole, the mass of the population into wage laborers, into the free laboring poor, that artificial product of modern history. If money, according to Augier, comes into the world with a congenital blood stain on one cheek, capital comes dripping from head to toe, from every pore, with blood and dirt. 925f. After indicating that the free worker is a historical product, Marx observes in the next two paragraphs that the categories of money and the commodity, examined earlier, also bear a historical imprint. That is to say, they express relations that have not always existed, but rather have specific historical preconditions. In order to become a commodity, the product must cease to be produced as the immediate means of subsistence of the producer himself. 273. When do most products become commodities? This only happens on the basis of one particular mode of production, the capitalist one. 273. Marx nevertheless is eager to point out that the production and circulation of commodities can still take place even though the great mass of the objects produced are intended for the immediate requirements of their producers, and are not turned into commodities, so that the process of social production is as yet by no means dominated in its length and breadth by exchange value. 273. Marx had already mentioned this on page 209, footnote 24. Importantly, we are not dealing in either case with the simple production of commodities of the kind postulated by Engels. Money likewise bears a historical imprint, its existence presupposes a certain level of commodity exchange. The various forms of money, Marx continues, can still begin to emerge even with weakly developed commodity circulation. Marx points out that there is a great difference between the category of money and that of capital. It is otherwise with capital. The historical conditions of its existence are by no means given with the mere circulation of money and commodities. 274. This means the historic presuppositions for the emergence of capital mentioned at the beginning of chapter 4, 247, were far from complete. Marx continues. It arises only when the owner of the means of production and subsistence finds the free worker available, on the market, as the seller of his own labor power. And this one historical precondition comprises a world's history. Capital, therefore, announces from the outset a new epoch in the process of social production. 274. There are three important points here. 1. Marx speaks about capital here without qualifying it. However, he is obviously referring to what he earlier called the primary form of capital, the form in which it determines the economic organization of modern society. 266. This is the modern form of capital, which creates surplus value by using the specific commodity labor power. Marx contrasted it with the antediluvian forms, merchant's capital and usurer's capital, which are much older. What he writes in footnote 4 holds only for the modern form of capital that involves production. The capitalist epoch is therefore characterized by the fact that labor power, in the eyes of the worker himself, takes on the form of a commodity which is his property, his labor consequently takes on the form of wage labor. On the other hand, it is only from this moment that the commodity form of the products of labor becomes universal. 274 and 4. 2. The claim that the doubly free worker's emergence embodies the world's history should be understood in two senses. First, it is not only local but worldwide changes that lead to this emergence. To produce the English capitalism examined in Part 8, English colonialism played as much a role as developments in England. Second, creating these conditions and forming modern capitalism leads to a new chapter in world history. Under the influence of constantly expanding modern capitalism, world history becomes something different than it was before. 3. Modern Capital generates a new epoch in the process of social production that is marked not only by a deepening social division of labor, but also by production in capitalist workshops and factories, where hundreds or even thousands of workers cooperate. This capitalist form of social production increasingly replaces individual production in small agricultural or artisanal units, which were typical of pre-capitalist times. C. The value of the commodity labor power, class struggle, second paragraph 274 to first paragraph 279. When Marx attempts to determine the value of the commodity labor power, he first emphasizes what it has in common with all other commodities. As value, it represents no more than a definite quantity of the average social labor objectified in it. 274. But how large is this quantity of objectified average labor? How do we determine the magnitude of value of the commodity labor power? At first, Marx's analysis is very brief. Labor power exists only as an ability of the individual, therefore, its production consists in the individual's reproduction. For that to happen, the individual requires a certain amount of means of subsistence, in the broad sense, not just foodstuffs. This leads Marx to conclude: therefore the labor time necessary for the production of labor power is the same as that necessary for the production of those means of subsistence. In other words, the value of labor power is the value of the means of subsistence necessary for the maintenance of its owner. 274. Marx now indicates 4 important points for determining the commodity labor power's magnitude of value. One needs vary according to the natural and climatic conditions of a country. But they are also products of history. Thus they depend upon the respective level of civilization as well as on the conditions in which, and consequently on the habits and expectations with which, the class of free workers has been formed. Marx sums this up. In contrast, therefore, with the case of other commodities, the determination of the value of labor power contains a historical and moral element. 275. He calls this element historical because it's a product of history. By contrast, Marx's speaking of a moral element does not imply that he espouses a particular moral standpoint. This element is moral, because it's a matter of the actual acknowledgement of certain basic needs. For example, does a society consider it normal and acceptable that working-class families scrape by with a bare minimum and live in small, damp apartments? Here Marx refers only to the conditions for forming the class of free workers. This might promote the illusion that this historical and moral element took shape merely in the past. But in fact the range of workers' basic needs accepted as normal and legitimate in capitalist society is always in dispute. This means that labor power's value is contested, never more than momentarily fixed. The money owner seeks to valorize his capital by purchasing labor power, seeking to pay no more than necessary to secure its use as a means of valorization. For the workers, by contrast, this struggle affects their lives as a whole, which are much more than mere means for valorizing capital. 49 The money owner's demands of valorization are thus fundamentally hostile to workers' basic needs, stimulating a lasting struggle. The value of the labor power results from this class struggle even if Marx does not use the term at this point. Addendum: in Chapter 10, where Marx deals with the working day, he explicitly addresses class struggle over its length. The capitalist wants as long a working day as possible. Having purchased labor power, he wishes to consume its use value, the expenditure of labor power, for as long as possible. By contrast, the owner of labor power aspires to limit the working day. His or her labor power, which he or she must sell again tomorrow, should not be destroyed by overuse. Both claims are legitimate within the framework of commodity exchange. Marx concludes: there is here therefore an antinomy, of right against right, both equally bearing the seal of the law of exchange. Between equal rights, force decides. Hence, in the history of capitalist production, the establishment of a norm for the working day presents itself as a struggle over the limits of that day, a struggle between collective capital, i.e. the class of capitalists, and collective labor, i.e. the working class. 344. 2. The individual owners of labor power are mortal. If labor power is to be constantly available on the market, its owners must reproduce. This affects labor power's magnitude of value. Hence the sum of means of subsistence necessary for the production of labor power must include the means necessary for the worker's replacements, i.e. his children, in order that this race of peculiar commodity owners may perpetuate its presence on the market. 275. As is clear from the context, the word race here refers to a social group or class. In the German original, Marx uses unthinkingly the androcentric term Ersatzmänner, literally substitute men, translated here with the neutral word replacements, but it's clear that for maintaining this peculiar race, substitute women or Ersatzfrauen are just as important. There is an important point here that Marx doesn't mention. The value of labor power also depends on how many members of a family normally sell their labor power. If the male provider family model is dominant, then the value of male labor power must cover the entire family's costs of reproduction. However, if the dual income family model is dominant, then the family's reproduction costs are a bit higher since less is produced in the household, and more must be purchased on the market. But now two labor powers share the reproduction costs, and the value of individual labor power declines. Addendum, Chapter 15, Machinery and Large-Scale Industry, addresses these issues explicitly. The value of labor power was determined, not only by the labor time necessary to maintain the individual adult worker, but also by that necessary to maintain his family. Machinery, by throwing every member of that family onto the labor market, spreads the value of the man's labor power over his whole family. 518. This refers to how women's and children's labor expanded following the introduction of machinery. In a footnote, Marx adds, since certain family functions, such as nursing and suckling children, cannot be entirely suppressed, the mothers who have been confiscated by capital must try substitutes of some sort. Domestic work, such as sewing and mending, must be replaced by the purchase of ready-made articles. Hence the diminished expenditure of labor in the house is accompanied by an increased expenditure of money outside. The cost of production of the working-class family therefore increases, and balances its greater income. 518 and 39. 3. In order to modify the general nature of the human organism in such a way that it acquires skill and dexterity in a given branch of industry, and becomes labor power of a developed and specific kind, a special education or training is needed. 275f. Marx has not previously mentioned the general nature of the human organism. Nor does he say anything else about what it might be. However, Marx frequently refers to the general nature of something in his work, the nature of the commodity, 174 and 34, 218 and 28, of commodity exchange, 279, of commodity circulation, 211, and much later of capital, 400 and 19, 433. At the beginning of Chapter 5, Marx spoke of the nature of commodities, value, money, and even circulation itself, 258. In effect, Marx uses the term nature to refer to important, fundamental properties of the object under consideration. It's hotly contested whether or not Marx assumes a specific human nature or anthropology in Capital. In this passage at least, Marx is saying the general nature of the human organism does not involve sweeping anthropological claims about humans, but see my commentary on pages 283 to 84, where Marx characterizes the specifically human labor process. From the context, it's clear that he is simply referring to the elementary physical and mental capacities for physical coordination, mental concentration, attentiveness, and so on that an average person possesses without special training. Specific training is needed to develop these capacities and to specialize in a certain branch of labor. The training costs enter into the value of labor power. Depending on their training requirements, labor powers with different qualifications have different values. These expenses, exceedingly small in the case of ordinary labor power, form a part of the total value spent in producing it. 276. The phrase ordinary labor power does not refer to the least qualified labor power, but rather to that of ordinary, usual, qualification in a given society. The level of ordinary qualification rises with time, however, so that today these expenses are not as small as Marx assumes here. For the value of labor power can be resolved into the value of a definite quantity of the means of subsistence. It therefore varies with the value of the means of subsistence, i.e. with the quantity of labor time required to produce them. 276. It's hardly surprising that the value of labor power changes with the value of the means of subsistence, in the broad sense, not just foodstuffs. A table's value also changes with variations in the value of the wood used to make it. However, it's a peculiarity of labor power that its value is solely composed of the value of those products necessary for its reproduction that are purchased on the market. By contrast, a table's value does not include only the value of the wood used, and other means of production. The carpenter who produces the table also contributes to its value through his labor to the extent that this labor is socially necessary. In this sense, the determination of the value of the commodity labor power exhibits a peculiarity. It is easy to see how this peculiarity is functional for capitalism. If domestic reproductive labor, which in Marx's time, as it is today, was primarily done by women, counted as value-creating labor, entering into labor power's value, then workers would systematically be paid more than what they spend on the market for reproduction. After a while, workers would no longer completely lack means of subsistence. They might be able to buy simple means of production and would no longer need to sell their labor power. Nevertheless, even if a certain state of affairs is functional to capitalism, it is not an explanation for its actual existence. One must therefore inquire into the socio-economic mechanisms ensuring that labor power's value is limited to the value of the goods that the working class family must purchase on the market. Addendum: Part 2 of Capital does not address these mechanisms. Instead, Marx first treats them in Chapter 25, when dealing with, among other things, how wage increases repeatedly run up against the limits that capital generates. If labor power's value fails to increase, or even declines, it does not mean that the working class family's standard of living must decline. A living standard depends upon the quantity of use values that are available to consume. When labor productivity increases, leading to a decline in value of individual commodities, a decline in labor power's value can indeed go hand in hand with more use values being available for the working class family's consumption. This occurs whenever the value of labor power decreases by a smaller percentage than the increase of average labor productivity in the sectors that produce goods the working class families consume. After these reflections on labor power's magnitude of value, Marx looks at two further issues: calculating the daily value of labor power, 276f, and its time of payment, 277f. In a schematic way, he shows how to calculate the daily value of labor power, a magnitude he will use frequently in what follows. The daily value should include not only the goods required each day, but also a proportion of those purchased for longer periods of time, for example, heating fuel. Assuming this mass of commodities represents 6 hours of social labor, then these 6 hours constitute, in turn, labor power's daily value, 276. Marx describes the value of the means of subsistence that are physically indispensable as the ultimate or minimum limit of the value of labor power. However, the phrase is inexact. It only constitutes the minimum limit of survival, but not of the value of labor power, as he immediately points out. If the price of labor power falls to this minimum, it falls below its value, since under such circumstances it can be maintained and developed only in a crippled state, and the value of every commodity is determined by the labor time required to provide it in its normal quality. 277. At the time of purchase, the buyer of labor power has not yet obtained its use value. 50 The alienation Veraußerung, corrected translation, selling of labor power and its real manifestation Äußerung, i.e. the period of its existence as a use value, do not coincide in time. 277. In all capitalist countries, the norm is to pay for labor power only after using it for a certain period of time. The buyer's money thus functions as a means of payment, and the worker becomes the capitalist's creditor. This credit relationship is not just a formality. The possibility of default is quite real. If the capitalist goes bankrupt, he won't pay. But even if the capitalist ultimately pays, the worker must often, while waiting for payment, indebt himself or herself to merchants. In his analysis, however, Marx wants to begin by disregarding how the worker advances credit to the capitalist, assuming instead that he or she is paid immediately. 279. D. Illustration N. Moral critique, footnote 14. Using dramatic examples, Marx's footnote 14 illustrates the effects of the worker becoming a de facto creditor to the money owner. The worker frequently becomes, in turn, a debtor to merchants and must often rely on means of subsistence that are inferior and insalubrious. This long footnote is unnecessary in terms of the pure analysis Marx is carrying out those theoretical developments, 90, he mentions in the preface. So why is it included? Marx is not just illustrating his theoretical analysis here, but also showing, through a kind of social reporting, the miserable living conditions of workers under capitalism. This footnote is the first of several such passages in Marx's presentation. The literature on Marx frequently interprets these passages as proof, despite Marx's ridiculing moralistic critiques of capitalism such as Proudhon's 178 and 2, that capital also contains a level of moralist argumentation. In fact, it would have been easy here to make moral judgments, indicting capitalism for violating human dignity, for example. However, Marx forgoes explicit value judgments. Instead, he lets the facts speak for themselves. The footnote consists solely of quotes from official reports or from summaries of such reports. That doesn't mean that Marx's role is that of a neutral observer. The arrangement of the text in the footnote shows that Marx is outraged by such conditions and wants to elicit the same outrage in the reader. He doesn't seek to do so with arguments proving that norms of justice or moral principles have been violated. He does not mention any such principles or norms. Instead, both here and in similar passages of Capital, Marx tries to show the miserable living conditions and suffering that capital brings into being. 51. Addendum: if Marx abstains from making explicit ethical moral arguments, it is because he regards moral norms and notions of justice as products of a given society, which makes them unsuitable as standards with which to critique that society. A remark from Volume 3 of Capital makes crystal clear Marx's conception of the social contingency of norms. It is nonsense for Gilbart to speak of natural justice in this connection, see note. The justice of transactions between agents of production consists in the fact that these transactions arise from the relations of production as their natural consequence. The legal forms in which these economic transactions appear as voluntary actions of the participants, as the expressions of their common will and as contracts that can be enforced on the parties concerned by the power of the state, are mere forms that cannot themselves determine this content. They simply express it. The content is just so long as it corresponds to the mode of production and is adequate to it. It is unjust as soon as it contradicts it. Slavery, on the basis of the capitalist mode of production, is unjust, so is cheating on the quality of commodities. 460f. The miserable living conditions that capitalism creates can take quite different forms over the course of history. This means that some of Marx's examples may appear to be obsolete today. Nevertheless, although many of these forms have disappeared in the developed capitalist countries, they can return, even there, in periods of crisis. In one respect, the forms of indebting presented in footnote 14 have changed. In developed capitalist countries today, workers rarely depend on retailers granting them credit. However, this is because most workers pay with credit cards or overdraw on a checking account, borrowing from a credit card company or bank. Consequently, by relying on overdrafts, which are usually very expensive, they can buy the goods they need before the payment on their labor power comes in. In the end, the owners of labor power extend credit to capitalists by borrowing from a bank at high cost. In fact, workers don't fully dispose of their entire wage, since a portion goes almost automatically to the bank as interest payments. The use value of the commodity labor power, second paragraph 279 to first paragraph 280. Concerning the use value of labor power, Marx writes that it manifests itself only in the actual utilization, in the process of the consumption of the labor power, and this process of the consumption of labor power is at the same time the production process of commodities and of surplus value. 279. Marx has not yet shown that using labor power actually creates surplus value. So far, we only know that using labor power creates value if the buyer of labor power sells the product on the market instead of consuming it directly. We don't yet know whether consuming labor power actually creates new value that exceeds the value paid for the labor power. However, only in that way will the money advanced be valorized, and actually transform into capital. Hence we must now leave the visible sphere of circulation and enter the hidden abode of production. This step is necessary not for completeness' sake, but rather to determine whether and under what conditions valorization is possible. Marx announces what the sphere of production holds for us in the following way. Here we shall see, not only how capital produces, but how capital is itself produced. The secret of profit-making must at last be laid bare. 280. The initial part of this commentary pointed out that the title of Capital's first volume, The Production Process of Capital, is ambiguous. Marx addresses that ambiguity in the first sentence quoted above, and promises to reveal something about both meanings. The second sentence indicates that the explanation of surplus value creation is not over yet. The secret of profit-making has still not been completely laid bare. F. The sphere of circulation and the sphere of production, freedom and coercion. 280. There is an unmistakable irony in the next paragraph, in which Marx characterizes the sphere of circulation or commodity exchange as a very Eden of the innate rights of man, where freedom, equality, property, and Bentham, 280, reign. However, the freedom and equality he refers to are not merely illusory. There is indeed freedom of voluntary contract. The buyers and sellers of the labor power contract as free persons, who are equal before the law. 280. Moreover, there is equality among commodity owners, all are equal before the law. This kind of freedom and equality did not exist in pre-capitalist societies, either in the relations between slaves and slave owners or those between serfs and lords. However, the freedom and equality that exists among commodity owners is still connected to coercion and inequality. The worker is free to sell his or her labor power, but he or she is also forced to sell it, for lack of other commodities. In a legal sense, the worker is the money owner's equal, and each has dominion only over his own property. Materially, it makes an enormous difference that one of them already possesses money and the material conditions of production, while the other needs money to survive. Impersonal relations of force have replaced relations of personal domination. Marx already pointed out this difference on page 247, in footnote 1. Marx identifies Bentham with the celebration of self-interest as something socially useful. It is an idea he finds frankly ridiculous. And Bentham, because each looks only to his own advantage. The only force bringing them together, and putting them into relation with each other, is the selfishness, the gain, and the private interest of each. Each pays heed to himself only, and no one worries about the others. And precisely for that reason, either in accordance with the pre-established harmony of things, or under the auspices of an omniscient providence, they all work together to their mutual advantage, for the common weal, and in the common interest. 280. Jeremy Bentham, 1748–1832, was an English philosopher who founded modern utilitarianism. According to that school, which is the complement to classical political economy in the terrain of social philosophy, man is driven by utility. Actions are morally justified if they promote the greatest happiness of the greatest number of people. This is best achieved if everyone is free to pursue his or her own benefit, while respecting the property of others. Bentham adamantly rejects interfering in property relations. Addendum: in chapter 24, Marx says of Bentham that in no time and in no country has the most homespun manufacturer of commonplaces ever strutted about in so self-satisfied a way. With the driest naivete he assumes that the modern petty bourgeois, especially the English petty bourgeois, is the normal man. Whatever is useful to this peculiar kind of normal man, and to his world, is useful in and for itself. He applies this yardstick to the past, the present and the future. Marx portrays Bentham as a genius in the way of bourgeois stupidity, 758 and 51. Marx not only summarizes Bentham's views on page 280, but also the credo of economic liberalism. The latter is still alive today, with its perennial battle cry for more markets. Its underlying dogma is that if each individual pursues his personal advantage and respects the property of others, thereby assuring that his own property is respected, this will serve everybody best, producing an optimal outcome for all. Even today, liberalism has problems justifying its credo. Obviously, neither Bentham nor liberalism's other representatives speak of the pre-established harmony of things or the auspices of an omniscient providence as factors conducing to the common interest. Instead, Marx makes these ironic references to highlight the irrationality of the whole liberal construction. The first phrase on the harmony of things comes from the philosopher Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, 1646–1716. It means that God bestowed an internal order to the world's many separate units of force, and this order guarantees the harmoniousness of the entire world. Long before Marx, the idea ceased to be taken seriously. The second phrase has a similar meaning. The auspices of providence refers to a divine power that guides us and is supposed to direct things toward the common interest. All of this amounts to saying that the liberal credo cannot be rationally justified. The kind of common interest that commodity exchange generates is fairly evident. The money owner enters the market to transform his money into capital. After engaging in the circuit MCM, he gets back both the money originally advanced and an additional sum, which is surplus value. By contrast, the workers who sell their labor power go through the circuit CMC, in which the first C stands for their labor power and the second C represents the means of subsistence they consume. They come out of this circuit just as lacking in material property as when they entered it. This means that they must sell their labor power again and create more surplus value for the owner of money. Hence the resulting commonweal is quite unequal, the continual reproduction of wealth on one side and poverty on the other. Addendum: in Chapter 23, Marx summarizes the reproduction of social relations as follows. Capitalist production therefore reproduces in the course of its own process the separation between labor power and the conditions of labor. It thereby reproduces and perpetuates the conditions under which the worker is exploited. See the concluding section of the commentary on Chapter 7. It incessantly forces him to sell his labor power in order to live, and enables the capitalist to purchase labor power in order that he may enrich himself. It is no longer a mere accident that capitalist and worker confront each other in the market as buyer and seller. It is the alternating rhythm of the process itself which throws the worker back onto the market again and again as a seller of his labor power and continually transforms his own product into a means by which another man can purchase him. In reality, the worker belongs to capital before he has sold himself to the capitalist. His economic bondage is at once mediated through, and concealed by, the periodic renewal of the act by which he sells himself, his change of masters, and the oscillations in the market price of his labor. The capitalist process of production, therefore, seen as a total, connected process, i.e. a process of reproduction, produces not only commodities, not only surplus value, but it also produces and reproduces the capital relation itself, on the one hand the capitalist, on the other the wage laborer. 723f. In the chapter's final paragraph, Marx points out what happens when the free trader vulgaris, like today's neoliberal economists, uses the sphere of circulation as his yardstick. He ends up both idealizing the dominant relations there and concealing that the society of capital and wage labor, 280, consists of much more than the sphere of circulation. The sphere of production is also part of that society, and we encounter other economic characters in it. A certain change takes place, Marx writes, in the physiognomy of our dramatis personae, 208. In the sphere of production, the free and equal owners of commodities now morph into capitalist and wage laborer, which is far more than just a formal change. At the beginning of Chapter 2, Marx stated that commodities are things, and therefore lack the power to resist man. If they are unwilling, he can use force. 178. The commodity labor power is not a thing, and it is inseparable from its owner. Nevertheless, in the sphere of production, the capitalist rules over the worker's labor power. He can decide how to deploy it, what its application will be, and so on. For the duration of labor power's sale, the formerly free and equal exchange partners are transformed into ruler and ruled. In the last sentence, Marx emphasizes how unpleasant this relation of domination is for the seller of labor power. The worker, who has brought his own hide to market, can expect nothing else in the sphere of production but a tanning. 208. Addendum: in these passages, Marx is battling with those who praise capitalism as a system of freedom and equality. They tend to idealize the relations that operate in the sphere of circulation while denying the relations of domination that exist in the production sphere. What are the consequences of this? Sometimes Marx's critique is said to be an imminent one, meaning that it shows how capitalism contradicts its own norms of freedom, equality, and property. For example, Jürgen Habermas takes this position, basing himself mostly on Marx's early writings, Habermas 1963, 110f, while George Lohmann develops the position more fully and involves capital in his argument, Lohmann 1991. In this view, the goal would be to actually realize what capitalism promises but cannot make good on. Marx argued against such conceptions before, in the Grundriss. There he criticizes the foolishness of those socialists, namely the French, who want to depict socialism as the realization of the ideals of bourgeois society articulated by the French Revolution, who demonstrate that exchange and exchange value etc. are originally, in time, or essentially, in their adequate form, a system of universal freedom and equality, but that they have been perverted by money, capital, etc. The proper reply to them is, that exchange value or, more precisely, the money system is in fact the system of equality and freedom, and that the disturbances which they encounter in the further development of the system are disturbances inherent in it, are merely the realization of equality and freedom, which prove to be inequality and unfreedom. Marx 1973, 248f. The crucial point is that capitalist relations may involve material inequality and objective lack of freedom, while commodity owners enjoy legal equality and personal freedom. But there is no contradiction between the two. Rather, the former are consequences of the latter. For this reason, Marx accuses these socialists of a utopian inability to grasp the necessary difference between the real and the ideal form of bourgeois society, which is the cause of their desire to undertake the superfluous business of realizing the ideal expression again, which is in fact only the inverted projection Lichtbild of this reality. 249. However, the question of freedom and equality doesn't end here. What circulation generates is only a certain kind of freedom and equality. It is the freedom of atomistic individuals who are indifferent to each other and make one another into means to their own ends. In the Urtext, Marx calls this, with greater precision, the realm of bourgeois liberty and bourgeois equality, MECW 28, 464. In contrast, Marx knows of another realm of freedom, which really begins only where labor determined by necessity and external expediency ends. It lies by its very nature beyond the sphere of material production proper. Freedom, in this sphere that is, in actual material production, can consist only in this, that socialized man, the associated producers, govern the human metabolism with nature in a rational way, bringing it under their collective control instead of being dominated by it as a blind power, accomplishing it with the least expenditure of energy and in conditions most worthy and appropriate for their human nature. But this always remains a realm of necessity. The true realm of freedom, the development of human powers as an end in itself, begins beyond it, though it can only flourish with this realm of necessity as its basis. The reduction of the working day is the basic prerequisite. Capital 3, 958f. This realm of freedom consists in developing each person's individuality as an end in itself. In capitalism, it is the privilege of a few. For the majority, their freedom consists in the compulsion to sell their labor power, and submit themselves, as a consequence, to a relationship of domination. Only when an association of free people, 171, corrected translation, can control the production process, instead of being ruled by it, will this realm of freedom become a reality for all. As Marx points out elsewhere in Capital, the ruling principle of the higher form of society, 739, that might succeed capitalism is not just the overcoming of suffering and misery, but rather the full and free development of every individual. 52. 49. Christian Iber finds a way make this point sharply. He looks at the value of labor power from two sides. The question for the capitalist is whether he can make a profit with low or high costs. The level of wages is therefore fixed by how useful they are to the capitalist. From the perspective of the workers, the value of labor power is not a fixed magnitude, but is determined by their needs, which change with social conditions. It follows from this that the value of labor power depends upon what the workers of a country will tolerate, that is, what they've managed to impose on capital as the customary conditions for their reproduction. Iber 2000, 128. 50. Marx comments that the value of labor power, like that of every other commodity, is already determined before it enters into circulation. 277. On this, see my commentary on pages 303-4 of this book on Marx's similar remark on page 260 of Capital. 51. Some would claim that speaking of suffering and misery itself implies a moral judgment. However, this confuses ascertaining misery with the question of its justification. In a very sophisticated manner, Lindner, 2013, tries to demonstrate that Marx's critique of political economy, despite his critique of moral principles, includes an ethical dimension that in no way coincides with such principles. 52. The Communist Manifesto already expressed the key principle of a communism, in place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms. We shall have an association, in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. MECW 6, 506. Part 3, the production of absolute surplus value. As announced at the end of Chapter 6, we are now dealing with the production process. Capital's table of contents makes clear that not just Part 3, but also Parts 4 and 5, deal with production. Marx does not explain right away what he means by absolute surplus value. This explanation first appears in the fourth section of Chapter 12, 432. However, in the conclusion of the commentary on Chapter 7 the term will be explained. Chapter 7, the labor process and the valorization process. 1. The labor process. The use of labor power is labor itself. The purchaser of labor power consumes it by setting the seller of it to work. By working, the latter becomes in actuality what previously he only was potentially, namely labor power in action, a worker. 283. Marx wrote earlier that labor power is the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities that a person sets into motion whenever he produces a use value of any kind. 270. He thereby evokes a distinction going back to Aristotle between potentia and actio. Through laboring, the worker applies those capabilities that constitute his labor power. In that way, labor power actually becomes operative, actio, whereas previously it was present only as a possibility, potentia. Point 53. In order to embody his labor in commodities, he must above all embody it in use values, things which serve to satisfy needs of one kind or another. 283. Back in Chapter 1, Marx stated at the end of the first subsection that the universal precondition for transforming labor products into commodities is their being use values, on the one hand, and use values for others, on the other. 131. The fact that the production of use values, or goods, is carried on under the control of a capitalist and on his behalf does not alter the general character of that production. We shall therefore, in the first place, have to consider the labor process independently of any specific social formation. 283. The first sentence should be read carefully. Marx is not claiming that it's irrelevant that the labor process is organized capitalistically. He is only saying that it doesn't change the general character of producing use values. This general character of the production process, which is independent of any specific social formation, is what Marx now wants to address. However, the labor process always exists within specific social formations. This means that what Marx is considering here are the abstract elements of every labor process, as he explicitly emphasizes on page 290. A. General characteristics of the human labor process, the nature of human beings, second paragraph 283 to first paragraph 284. Labor is, first of all, a process between man and nature, a process by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls the metabolism between himself and nature. 283. In Chapter 1, Marx wrote this about concrete useful labor in the second subsection. Labor, then, as the creator of use values, as useful labor, is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society. It is an eternal natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature, and therefore human life itself. 133, emphasis MH. Marx is looking for concrete useful labor's general characteristics that, regardless of the type of society, are a condition of human existence. About the human being who works, Marx writes. He confronts the materials of nature as a force of nature. He sets in motion the natural forces which belong to his own body, his arms, legs, head and hands, in order to appropriate the materials of nature in a form adapted to his own needs. 283. In saying that humans confront the materials of nature as a force of nature, Marx is emphasizing that human beings are also nature. They do not stand outside nature, but form part of it. Through this movement he acts upon external nature and changes it, and in this way he simultaneously changes his own nature. He develops the potentialities slumbering within nature, and subjects the play of its forces to his own sovereign power. 283. Marx refers again to human nature, as he did on page 275, but this time in a less general sense. His claim that human beings develop their own nature by transforming external nature is not valid for those first instinctive forms of labor which remain on the animal level. Rather, it holds only for labor in a form in which it is an exclusively human characteristic. 283f. Here, Marx is drawing a dividing line between animals and humans, with a view to characterizing the specifically human labor process. Thus he refers to basic human capacities. A spider conducts operations which resemble those of the weaver, and a bee would put many a human architect to shame by the construction of its honeycomb cells. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is that the architect builds the cell in his mind before he constructs it in wax. 284. The first human ability that Marx specifies here is anticipating the possible results of actions. At the end of every labor process, a result emerges which had already been conceived by the worker at the beginning, hence already existed ideally. Man not only effects a change of form in the materials of nature, he also realizes verwirklicht his own purpose in those materials. 284. The second ability is intentionality. The human ability to anticipate different results makes it possible to pursue a specific purpose by deciding among various courses of action. The same passage continues. And this is a purpose he is conscious of, it determines the mode of his activity with the rigidity of a law, and he must subordinate his will to it. This subordination is no mere momentary act. Apart from the exertion of the working organs, a purposeful will is required for the entire duration of the work. This means close attention. 284. The third ability is reflexivity. I have to reflect on what I do and for what reasons. Only then can I direct my actions according to my intentions, and subordinate my will to my purpose. Together, anticipation, intentionality, and reflexivity constitute the purposeful activity that is specific to human beings. Fourth, Marx assumes that human beings, through this specifically human labor process, change their own nature and develop the potentialities slumbering within nature, rather than just simply improving existing abilities. This means he posits a universal ability of human beings to learn. It's not just a question of improving the individual labor process, a capacity shared by other highly developed animals. Rather, we develop abilities in one labor process that we can then carry over to other labor processes and combine with other abilities. In fact, Marx's analysis of the specifically human labor process contains the elements of a minimal anthropology. It does not, however, specify a fixed, ahistorical human essence. Instead, it identifies the conditions for human beings' abilities and needs to constantly develop and change through interaction with external nature. B. The object of labor, instruments of labor, objectified, concrete, labor, second paragraph 284 to second paragraph 287. Marx now outlines the labor process's basic elements. The simple elements of the labor process are: 1. Purposeful activity, that is work itself, 2. The object on which that work is performed, and 3. The instruments of that work. 284. Marx has just discussed the first point, labor as purposeful activity. The next two paragraphs will be devoted to characterizing the object and instruments of labor. The object of labor is that which is transformed by the labor process. If the object of labor itself results from a labor process, it is called a raw material. The instruments of labor are things that the worker interposes between himself and the object of labor to better transform the latter. With a few exceptions, such as picking ripe fruit, the worker first grasps the instrument of labor and not the object of labor itself. Thus nature becomes one of the organs of his activity, which he annexes to his own bodily organs, adding stature to himself in spite of the Bible. 285. The Bible possibly refers to Matthew 6:27 or Luke 12:25 according to the mega commentary on this passage. These biblical verses seem to be about incrementing one's height or stature. In any case, the real point of these Bible passages is that human beings cannot extend the temporal duration of their lives, whereas Marx is concerned with the instruments of labor as extensions of human beings' natural organs. However, as soon as the labor process develops somewhat, it requires previously elaborated instruments of labor. Many animal species use instruments of labor. For example, some apes crack open nuts with stones or use sticks to reach distant fruit. But creating instruments of labor, in an ever more widespread way, is specific to human beings. Appealing to Benjamin Franklin's definition of man as a tool-making animal, Marx points to the importance of labor instruments in characterizing the various socio-economic formations. It is not what is made but how, and by what instruments of labor, that distinguishes different economic epochs. Instruments of labor not only supply a standard of the degree of development which human labor has attained, but they also indicate the social relations within which men work. 286. Marx is not defending any kind of technological determinism here. It is not that instruments of labor determine social relations. Instead, Marx claims that they are indicators of these relations. If labor is done only with simple, easily made instruments, then there will be simple social relations with a less pronounced social division of labor. By contrast, labor may be done with a large number of more complex instruments, which themselves result from complex labor processes. This would accompany a pronounced social division of labor and complex chains of dependence that individual producers barely perceive. In summary, Marx states about the labor process. In the labor process, therefore, man's activity, via the instruments of labor, affects an alteration in the object of labor which was intended from the outset. The process is extinguished in the product. The product of the process is a use value, a piece of natural material adapted to human needs by means of a change in its form. Labor has become bound up in its object, labor has been objectified, the object has been worked on. 287. In the foregoing there have been many references to labor being objectified. However, since this was always in reference to value, the objectified labor in question was abstract human labor. At the beginning of Chapter 1, for example, Marx said, a use value, or useful article, therefore, has value only because abstract human labor is objectified Vergegenstandlicht or materialized in it. 129. Here, by contrast, we are dealing with objectified concrete labor, that is, labor that creates use values. See, product, means of production, productive labor, and concrete, living labor, 3rd paragraph 287 to 4th paragraph 290. Here Marx introduces two additional terms, means of production and productive labor. If we look at the whole process from the point of view of its result, the product, it is plain that both the instruments and the object of labor are means of production and that the labor itself is productive labor. 287. Marx points out in footnote 8 that his characterization of productive labor as use-value creating labor, that is, productive labor from the standpoint of the simple production process, is not identical with the characterization of productive labor from the standpoint of the capitalist production process. Addendum: productive labor under capitalist conditions refers to surplus value creating labor. In the first volume of Capital this is discussed only briefly in Chapter 16, 643f. However, Theories of Surplus Value contains a more in-depth discussion, MECW 30, 30610, MECW 34, 12146. Marx now turns to the product of the labor process. Frequently, it becomes a means of production in another labor process. In fact, only a few industries have objects of labor that come directly from nature. Most often the object of labor is already a raw material, a previously worked-on object. The same product could be a raw material in one labor process and an instrument of labor in another. Marx concludes: therefore, whenever products enter as means of production into new labor processes, they lose their character of being products and function only as objective factors contributing to living labor. 289. Here Marx mentions living labor for the first time. The term refers to concrete labor employed in the labor process and contrasts with the labor already objectified in products. But the labor objectified in things is only useful if living labor actually engages with them. A machine which is not active in the labor process is useless. Yarn with which we neither weave nor knit is cotton wasted. Living labor must seize on these things, awaken them from the dead, change them from merely possible into real and effective use values. 289. The upshot is: if then, on the one hand, finished products are not only results of the labor process, but also conditions of its existence, their induction into the process, their contact with living labor, is the sole means by which they can be made to retain their character of use values, and be realized. 290. Marx next distinguishes between two things. On the one hand, the labor process involves productive consumption of use values, leading to an independent product. On the other hand, there is individual consumption which produces only the consumer. When people refer to consumption these days they usually mean individual consumption. D. Levels of abstraction of the presentation, last paragraph 290 to first paragraph 291. The labor process, as we have just presented it in its simple and abstract elements, is purposeful activity aimed at the production of use values. It is an appropriation of what exists in nature for the requirements of man. It is the universal condition for the metabolic interaction Stoffwechsel between man and nature, the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence, and it is therefore independent of every form of that existence, or rather it is common to all forms of society in which human beings live. 290. Here Marx is specifying once more the topic of this section. The section does not deal with a simple labor process as against a complex labor process. Instead, it presents the simple elements that characterize every labor process, regardless of the social form in which it occurs, that is, regardless of whether it's capitalist commodity production or, for example, production for the use of freely associated producers. What Marx describes here applies not only to producing material goods, but also to what is today called immaterial production. In developing computer programs, for example, we can distinguish between the objects of labor, existing programming routines, a graphics library, instruments of labor, the computer and its installed programs, the programming languages, etc., and the productive labor, the concrete activity that creates the new program. Footnote 10 appears to be just a humorous aside, but it has a bearing on contemporary economic theories. Economists often conflate means of production with their specific social form in modern society, capital, valorizing value. Then, since every labor process requires means of production, it follows that a labor process without capital is completely impossible. In this way, economists can prove the eternal necessity of capital and therefore also the necessity of profit on capital. The labor process as the process by which the capitalist consumes labor power, the rebel workers, second paragraph 291 to 292. On subsection 1's last two pages, Marx abandons the preceding materials level of abstraction and returns to the would-be capitalist, 291, of chapter 6, who purchased both the labor power and the means of production needed for the labor process. Marx makes two observations. First, if the labor process is carried out for the capitalist, that doesn't alter its general character. Second, it doesn't immediately change the particular methods and operations of production either, since the capitalist has to begin with labor power as it is. However, this does not remain the case forever, since subordination to capital will later on alter the production process. Marx addresses this in depth in chapters 13 through 15. In this passage, he limits himself to identifying two characteristic phenomena that appear in the labor process when it becomes a question of the capitalist consuming labor power he has purchased. The first of these phenomena is: the worker works under the control of the capitalist to whom his labor belongs, the capitalist takes good care that the work is done in a proper manner, and the means of production are applied directly to the purpose. 291. At the beginning of this subsection, Marx claimed it is characteristic of the specifically human labor process that the worker realizes his or her purpose in it and thus must subordinate his will to this purpose. Nevertheless, if the labor process becomes a process in which the capitalist consumes labor power, then it is no longer the aim of the worker, but that of the capitalist, which is realized. The worker must submit to this external purpose, and the capitalist controls his activity. Addendum: in Results of the Immediate Process of Production, originally intended as Volume 1's final chapter, Marx therefore speaks of how the capitalist process of production is, for the worker, the process of the alienation and fremdung of man from his own labor. Then he continues: to that extent the worker stands on a higher plane than the capitalist from the outset, since the latter has his roots in the process of alienation and finds absolute satisfaction in it, whereas right from the start the worker is a victim who confronts it as a rebel and experiences it as a process of enslavement. 990. In this way, the capitalist process of production induces a rebellious attitude, rebellisches Verhaltnis, in the worker. In chapter 13 of the published version of Capital, Marx writes in a similar vein: as the number of the co-operating workers increases, so too does their resistance to the domination of capital, and, necessarily, the pressure put on by capital to overcome this resistance. The control exercised by the capitalist is not only a special function arising from the nature of the social labor process, and peculiar to that process, but it is at the same time a function of the exploitation of a social labor process, and is consequently conditioned by the unavoidable antagonism between the exploiter and the raw material of his exploitation. 449. Here Marx leaves open the question of what forms this rebellious attitude will take and how the workers will organize their resistance. For example, through trade unions struggling for reforms or revolutionary movements aiming to abolish capital. The second of the characteristic phenomena that appear in the labor process is shown in this passage. The product is the property of the capitalist and not that of the worker, its immediate producer. Suppose that a capitalist pays for a day's worth of labor power, then the right to use that power for a day belongs to him, just as much as the right to use any other commodity, such as a horse he had hired for the day. From his point of view, the labor process is nothing more than the consumption of the commodity purchased, i.e. of labor power, but he can consume this labor power only by adding the means of production to it. The labor process is a process between things the capitalist has purchased, things which belong to him. Thus the product of this process belongs to him just as much as the wine which is the product of the process of fermentation going on in his cellar. 292. In Marx's time, many socialists regarded capitalist profit as robbery of the worker. The capitalist takes away from the worker something that actually belongs to him. In contrast to such positions, Marx concedes here that the product of labor indeed belongs to the capitalist, since the labor process is a process between things that belong to him. Indirectly, Marx points to the limits of this justification of capitalist appropriation. It's only valid under commodity production and relations of private property. Addendum: some critics, such as German economist Adolf Wagner, 1835–1917, have attributed this analysis of surplus value to Marx, namely that it amounts to a robbery of the worker. In his marginal notes on Wagner's book, Marx defended himself against such allegations, emphasizing that the capitalist, as soon as he pays the worker the real value of his labor power, would have every right, i.e. such right as corresponds to this mode of production, to surplus value. MECW 24, 535, emphasis MH. Here, Marx explicitly contextualizes the capitalist's right to the valorization process. The products of the labor process, which become property of the capitalist, are use values. However, the capitalist is not interested in use values, but rather in value and surplus value. It's not just use values that he needs, but commodities. Marx draws the conclusion: it must be borne in mind that we are now dealing with the production of commodities, and that up to this point we have considered only one aspect of the process. Just as the commodity itself is a unity formed of use value and value, so the process of production must be a unity, composed of the labor process and the process of creating value. Wortbildungsprozess. 293. A. The process of creating value, third paragraph 293 to second paragraph 298. Marx first reminds us that the value of each commodity is determined by the quantity of labor materialized in its use value. More precise would be the quantity of abstract labor. Since this isn't about individually expended concrete labor, he immediately adds, the labor time socially necessary to produce it. 293. In the commentary on Chapter 1, we emphasized that value and abstract labor are always features that exchanged commodities hold jointly or in community, gemeinschaftlich, and when we speak of an individual commodity having these features, it is simply that we are focusing on one commodity in an exchange relation. See pages 66–67 of this book. Here Marx stresses socially necessary labor time, a quantity that is defined not only by production but by both production and circulation. This reminds us that in the cursory sketch that follows, Marx is not considering a commodity independently from circulation. Rather, he is considering the production process of a commodity that is already in an exchange relation. Marx uses yarn production to illustrate the process of creating value. If 10 pounds of cotton are used to produce a specific amount of yarn, then the value of this cotton purchased on the market, let's say 10 shillings, enters into the value of the yarn. If the production process results in 2 shillings of wear and tear on the spindle being an example of an instrument of labor, then a total of 12 shillings enters into the value of the yarn, for both the raw materials and the instruments employed. Assuming that the amount of value created by 24 hours of labor is 12 shillings, then 2 12-hour working days are already objectified in the yarn. 294. It doesn't matter that the cotton and spindle were produced long before the yarn. All that matters is that the quantity and quality of the cotton and spindle employed were actually necessary for producing the yarn. 294. Marx now looks at the value that the spinner's work adds to the cotton. We have now to consider this labor from a standpoint quite different from that adopted for the labor process. There we viewed it solely as the activity which has the purpose of changing cotton into yarn. The labor of the spinner was specifically different from other kinds of productive labor. Here, on the contrary, where we consider the labor of the spinner only in so far as it creates value, i.e. is a source of value, that labor differs in no respect from the labor of the man who bores cannon. Here we are no longer concerned with the quality, the character, and the content of the labor, but merely with its quantity. 295f. Using different language, Marx is rehearsing the various characteristics of concrete and abstract labor, which he first explained in the second subsection of Chapter 1. In considering the labor process earlier in the present chapter, we looked at the labor that produces concrete use values. Here, by contrast, in considering the valorization process, we are looking at abstract, value-creating labor. Not only the labor, but also the raw material and the product now appear in quite a new light, very different from that in which we viewed them in the labor process pure and simple. Now the raw material merely serves to absorb a definite quantity of value-creating labor. 297. For example, if 6 hours of value-creating labor time are needed to transform 10 pounds of cotton into 10 pounds of yarn, then in the valorization process the 10 pounds of yarn only represent these 6 hours of value-creating labor. Marx now comes to a surprising conclusion. 297. We assume that the capitalist pays the daily value of labor power, which might be 3 shillings. The total capital he must advance to produce the yarn therefore amounts to 10 shillings for 10 pounds of cotton, 2 shillings for wear and tear on the spindle, and 3 shillings for the value of labor power. That makes for a total of 15 shillings. What, then, is the value of the 10 pounds of yarn that are produced? The total value is composed of, on the one hand, the value of the means of production, the cotton plus wear and tear on the spindle, of 12 shillings and, on the other, the new value that the spinner creates during the course of 6 hours. Since above we assumed that 2 12-hour working days, under normal conditions, generate a value of 12 shillings, then here a value of 3 shillings is created, which must be added to the value of the means of production. The total value of the product is then 15 shillings. Having advanced a capital valued at 15 shillings, the capitalist has now obtained a product with the same 15 shilling value. The surplus value is 0, and the money advanced has not been valorized. B. The secret of profit-making revealed, 3rd paragraph 298 to 2nd paragraph 302. At the end of Chapter 6, Marx announced that the secret of profit-making would be laid bare in the sphere of production. 280. Before revealing the secret, Marx first shows that many explanations of profit on capital are completely inadequate. Faced with the absence of surplus value in the results of the spinner above, Marx's capitalist, who is at home in vulgar economics, 298, offers a barrage of arguments that are typical justifications of capitalist profit. One only advances capital to make more money from it. One refrains from consuming one's capital, and this abstinence should be rewarded. One provides a service to society by giving the worker a job, and one should get something in return. One works by supervising the spinner, and therefore also creates value. However, all these claims apply both to a capitalist who actually makes a profit and our capitalist above who does not. Then, since there is no special circumstance preventing the valorization of his capital in the example just mentioned of the spinner, it's clear that none of these arguments really explains profit. Marx obviously assumes that a normal capitalist also sees things this way. He leaves this and all similar subterfuges and conjuring tricks to the professors of political economy, who are paid for it. He himself is a practical man, and although he does not always consider what he says outside his business, within his business he knows what he is doing. 300. So what is the solution to this puzzle? It lies in the difference between the value of the commodity labor power and its use value, which consists in being able to create new value. The value of the commodity labor power is set by the value of the means of subsistence required to sustain it. In Marx's example of the spinner, that value is equivalent to 6 hours, or half a working day. However, the worker can work for considerably longer than 6 hours. This means that he can create a greater value than is necessary to maintain himself, which is what the buyer of labor power had in mind from the very beginning. The owner of the money has paid the value of a day's labor power, he therefore has the use of it for a day, a day's labor belongs to him. On the one hand, the daily sustenance of labor power costs only half a day's labor, while on the other hand the very same labor power can remain effective, can work, during a whole day, and consequently the value which its use during one day creates is double what the capitalist pays for that use. This circumstance is a piece of good luck for the buyer, but by no means an injustice towards the seller. 301. Just as he did in concluding the first subsection, the labor process, Marx justifies the capitalist's appropriation of surplus value here within the legal framework of commodity production. The capitalist only has to procure sufficient means of production for a 12-hour working day. In Marx's example, 20 pounds of cotton valued at 20 shillings and a spindle capable of sustaining 4 shillings of wear and tear. Now the calculation takes on a different appearance. First, there is the necessary capital advance, 24 shillings, for means of production, and 3 shillings, for the value of labor power, so 27 shillings in total. Next, we tally the resulting product's total value, 24 shillings, for the means of production used, and 6 shillings, for the value the spinner creates in a 12-hour working day. The total value of the product thus amounts to 30 shillings, which is 3 shillings more than the capital advanced. The trick has at last worked, money has been transformed into capital. 301. At the end of Chapter 5, Marx stated that capital formation must be explained on the basis of the exchange of equivalents. Paradoxically, it must occur both in the sphere of circulation and not in the sphere of circulation. These are the conditions of the problem. Hic rotus, hic salta. 269. Now Marx has finally provided the explanation and concludes triumphantly. Every condition of the problem is satisfied, while the laws governing the exchange of commodities have not been violated in any way. 301. Marx has finally explained value's occult ability to add value to itself. 255, by virtue of being value. This ability depends on workers being able to work longer than is necessary for their own reproduction, meaning they can create value that is greater than the value of their labor power. Marx now summarizes his analysis. By turning his money into commodities which serve as the building materials for a new product, and as factors in the labor process, by incorporating living labor into their lifeless objectivity, the capitalist simultaneously transforms value, i.e. past labor in its objectified and lifeless form, into capital, value which can perform its own valorization process, an animated monster which begins to work, as if its body were by love possessed. 302. The money owner who wants to become a capitalist first transforms his money into commodities, the value of which represents labor that is past or dead, as Marx writes here for the first time. These commodities can only maintain their value objectivity by entering into a new production process as use values. In analyzing the labor process, Marx explained how products of past labor only maintain their use value if living labor seizes upon them. 289. If the money owner's value is to be transformed into capital, it is therefore a precondition that living labor be incorporated into lifeless objectivity. Marx describes valorizing value as an animated monster, thereby building on the image of capital as an automatic subject, which first appeared in Chapter 4. Capital is something dead which only comes to life with the incorporation of living labor. Then, it becomes an animated monster. The obvious comparison to a vampire emerges in later chapters. Marx says that this monster works, using scare quotes. Nevertheless, he does not refer to the human labor process analyzed earlier in this chapter, but rather to the unceasing hunt for ever more profit. To express how this hunt has something manic and crazy about it, Marx writes that it is as if its body were by love possessed. This phrase can only be understood, however, if one is familiar with Goethe's Faust. In a scene taking place in Auerbach's Keller, a group of revelers sings about a poisoned rat that races around and rages as if its body were by love possessed, als hat es lieb im Leib. This phrase alludes to how lovers, when rejected, sometimes behave madly, racing around and raging. Marx sees capital operating in the same way, blindly and frenetically pursuing the only goal it knows, c. 253, that of constantly increasing profit. C. Conceptual demarcations and simple vs. complex labor, 4th paragraph 302 to 306. The process of creating value and the valorization process. The process of creating value lasts as long as it takes to reproduce the value of labor power that capital has paid for. The valorization process is merely an extension of the value-creating process. 302. The process of creating value and the labor process. The latter is a qualitative perspective on labor that takes into account its method, purpose, and content. By contrast, the value-creating process looks at the labor process quantitatively, focusing on the labor time required. However, what matters here is not the individually expended labor time that could be measured by a clock. Labor time counts only insofar as it is socially necessary for the production of a use value. 303. Marx lists everything that this entails. Labor power has to function under normal conditions, that is, according to what's socially typical. The instruments of labor have to be in standard condition, the raw material must be of normal quality, etc. Labor power itself must possess the average skill, dexterity, and speed prevalent in that trade. 303. Labor power must be expended with the average amount of exertion and the usual degree of intensity. Moreover, the capitalist is as careful to see that this is done, as he is to ensure that his workmen are not idle for a single moment. 303. There must be no waste of raw materials or instruments of labor. Marx's footnote 18, which is concerned with the difference between wage labor and slave labor, connects with the last point. Based on a few examples, Marx argues there that slave labor fails to maintain the instruments of labor. It's questionable, however, whether these examples really justify Marx's generalization. In Chapter 1, we saw how socially necessary labor time is a social result, not known by individual producers when producing. 129. For that reason, a producer might face an unpleasant surprise when his commodity gets to the market. 201f. Here in Chapter 7 we see how, in capitalist production, it's the capitalist who imposes the socially average conditions on the workers, or what he anticipates those conditions to be. Not only is there struggle over the value of labor power, see commentary on pages 274ff in Chapter 6, but also over the manner of its expenditure. Marx concludes his comparing the process of creating value with the labor process by referring to the dual character of the labor represented in commodities, which he analyzed in Chapter 1. There he argues that the difference between labor that creates use value and labor that creates value discovered by our analysis of a commodity continues in the two aspects of the production process. As unity of the labor process and the process of creating value, it is the production process of commodities. As unity of the labor process and the process of valorization, it is the capitalist production process. 304. Finally, Marx briefly addresses the difference between simple average labor and complex labor. In effect, it makes no difference for the valorization process's basic mode of functioning if the living labor that labor power adds is simple or complex labor. In either case, surplus value will only be generated if the labor process's duration extends enough for the newly created value to surpass the value of the commodity labor power. Marx first mentions how higher costs of training, hoher Bildungskosten, 54 make qualified labor power more expensive, but also make it possible to expend complex labor, which creates more value than simple average labor. 305. In footnote 19, however, Marx points out that the difference between skilled and unskilled labor is often based upon illusions or accidental circumstances. We referred to this footnote in our commentary on the second subsection of Chapter 1, where Marx first deals with the difference between simple and complex labor. Looking ahead. Having arrived at the end of Chapter 7, my commentary on capital comes to an end. In conclusion, I will address a few concepts such as the rate of surplus value and exploitation. These concepts are treated in later chapters of Capital, but they still connect directly with the foregoing arguments. Importantly, our brief outline of the concepts cannot substitute for reading the subsequent chapters. In his analysis of the value-creating process, Marx draws a clear distinction between the objective factors, the products of past labor, on the one hand, and labor power being expended as living labor, on the other. The value of the objective factors, raw material and instruments of labor, enters into the newly created product's value. This value is preserved. By contrast, living labor creates new value. Moreover, if the working day is long enough, this new value exceeds the value of the labor power that the capitalist has purchased. With this in mind, Marx divides the entire capital that is advanced into two parts, which play different roles in value creation. Constant capital, C for short, is Marx's term for the part of capital that is spent on raw materials and instruments of labor. If we assume that the instruments of labor are completely used up within a single period of production, then the entire value of the constant capital enters into the value of the new product. Variable capital, V for short, is Marx's term for the part of capital spent on labor power. Through the expenditure of living labor, the workers create new value that not only replaces the value of the variable capital but also provides surplus value, S for short. The total value of the product is therefore C and V and S. The value product newly created by the workers is V and S. See page 321. Based on the value product, the working day can be divided into two parts, necessary labor time and surplus labor time. In the course of necessary labor time, the worker produces the daily value of his or her labor power, that is, the value of the daily expenditures in reproducing labor power. During the rest of the working day, which is called surplus labor time, the worker produces surplus value. The latter goes automatically to the capitalist, since he owns the product that is created. 325. The concepts necessary labor time 55 and surplus labor time allow us to understand the term absolute surplus value, which appears in the title of Part 3. Marx offers his explanation at the beginning of Part 4, the production of relative surplus value. I call that surplus value which is produced by the lengthening of the working day, absolute surplus value. In contrast to this, I call that surplus value which arises from the curtailment of the necessary labor time, and from the corresponding alteration in the respective lengths of the two components of the working day, relative surplus value. 305. Variable capital generates surplus value. Marx calls the ratio of the magnitudes S/V the rate of surplus value. It is a measure of the valorization of variable capital. 324.56. Constant capital does not figure in the rate of surplus value. Volume 3 of Capital introduces the concept of the rate of profit, which is the ratio of surplus value to the total capital advanced, S/C and V. Here, the only important thing is not to mix up the rate of surplus value with the rate of profit, which is a measure of the valorization of the total capital advanced. The rate of surplus value is exactly equal to the ratio of surplus labor time to necessary labor time. For this reason, Marx concludes, the rate of surplus value is therefore an exact expression for the degree of exploitation of labor power by capital, or of the worker by the capitalist. 326. This is Marx's first mention of the exploitation of the worker, also exploitation in the original German. In a later passage that we already referred to above, see page 341 of this book, Marx employs the German expression Ausbeutung for exploitation. 449. The fact that Marx speaks of exploitation is sometimes taken as evidence that Capital contains a moralistic critique of capitalism. However, this term does not appear in chapters 4 through 7, where Marx deals with the basics of the relation between labor power and surplus value. Only in later passages does Marx speak of exploitation/Ausbeutung, and he does so there in a relatively casual way and without moral emphasis. Marx's later references to exploitation in Capital also suggest that this term is not employed in a moralistic way. For example, he will speak of the exploitation of the means of production's use value, 442, the exploitation of the laws of electricity and magnetism for telegraphy, 508f, the exploitation of natural wealth, 754, and so on. In all these cases, to exploit means to benefit from existing forces, potentials, or resources for specific ends. The same holds for exploiting labor power. The capitalist, as the buyer of labor power, harnesses its potential for his benefit. This does not amount to a moral critique, but it does demonstrate that, for capital, labor power is just another resource among others, all of which it subordinates to the endless valorizing of value, which is capital's only goal. The only way to stop the damage that this subordination causes to labor power is to exert pressure on capital. Either the exploited themselves or the state could do so. However, Capital's Chapter 10 will show that the state only sets limits to exploitation in order to ensure the process's continuity over the long term. So far, Marx has dealt systematically with the value of labor power, but has not yet addressed wages. Marx examines wages in chapters 19 through 22. Both for everyday consciousness and for most economists, the term wages refers to payment for the labor a worker performs. However, this is false in two senses. For one, labor itself cannot be sold as a commodity. It is not labor which directly confronts the possessor of money on the commodity market, but rather the worker. What the worker is selling is his labor power. As soon as his labor actually begins, it has already ceased to belong to him, it can therefore no longer be sold by him. 677. Furthermore, given that equivalents are being exchanged, the wages value would have to be equal to the value of the labor performed, thereby eliminating profit. Living labor itself, however, does not have a value, only by being objectified does it, under certain conditions, create value. When analyzing the value form, Marx earlier emphasized that human labor power in its fluid state, or human labor, creates value, but is not itself value. It becomes value in its coagulated state, in objective form. 142. The wage considered as payment for the value of labor is therefore an imaginary expression. 677, in that it expresses something impossible. Nevertheless, it has considerable consequences, by underpinning the idea that the worker, through his or her labor, contributes to the product's value, but with this contribution being completely compensated by the wage. The worker is now in the same position as the provider of raw material. If the raw material provider is paid in full, then the profit on the final product has nothing to do with him. Similarly, if the wage covers the value of the labor performed, then the profit on capital can't be due to exploiting the worker. So the wage is not just another expression for the value of labor power. The presumption of wages to pay the value of labor in fact conceals the actual relation of exploitation between capital and labor power. It is a concealment, however, that nobody thought up, rather it emerges from the relations of production themselves. 677, influencing the perception of both workers and capitalists. 57 Marx emphasizes that notions such as wages being payment for labor are reproduced directly and spontaneously, as current and usual modes of thought. By contrast, the underlying relation must first be discovered by science. 682. 53 In the original German text Marx uses the Latin words actu and potentia, which were often used in philosophical discussions about Aristotle. 54 The Penguin edition translates the phrase Arbeitskraft, Waren hohe Bildungskosten in Gen as labor power of a more costly kind, whereas the German original refers to higher costs of training, Bildung, Trans. 55. This necessary labor time that forms a part of the working day should not be confused with the socially necessary labor time required to produce a certain product. 56. On page 324 the Penguin edition translates the phrase Verwertung des variablen Kapitals, valorization of variable capital, as increase in the value of the variable capital. The latter is incorrect since variable capital refers only to the money spent on labor power. Trans. 57. This is what Marx writes about wages being payment for labor, all the notions of justice held by both the worker and the capitalist, all the mystifications of the capitalist mode of production, all capitalism's illusions about freedom, all the apologetic tricks of vulgar economics, have as their basis the form of appearance discussed above, which makes the actual relation invisible, and indeed presents to the eye the precise opposite of that relation. 680. Appendices. Glossary. Bibliography. Appendix 1. Marx's critical economic writings. Of the 3 theoretical books of Capital that Marx planned to write, he was only able to finish the first one, dealing with the production process of capital. The other 2 books, on the circulation process and the process as a whole, remained unfinished. Friedrich Engels published them after Marx's death. There is not even a manuscript for the 4th book that Marx planned to write, which was supposed to deal with the history of political economy. Theories of Surplus Value, published in the German Mu volumes 26.13 with the subtitle The 4th Volume of Capital, is not a draft for the 4th book. Instead, it is an unfinished history of just one category. In the 20th century, a whole series of Marx's manuscripts were published for the first time. In the discussions that ensued, some attempted to use these manuscripts to patch the gaps in Capital and resolve its ambiguities. Frequently people overlooked the time separating these texts and Capital, and the different contexts in which these manuscripts were written. Marx was engaged in politics and research for more than 40 years, during which time he developed intellectually and changed many of his conceptions. This holds independently of the controversy over whether Marx's thought developed continuously, or whether it was characterized by one or more deep ruptures, since even a continuous development presupposes changes. Therefore what follows will address the context of Marx's most important texts dealing with the critique of economics. The years after the titles refer to the years the texts were written or, for texts that Marx actually published, the year of publication. Marx studied law in Bonn and Berlin but was primarily interested in philosophy and history. The philosophy of Hegel and the young Hegelians, who attempted to politically radicalize Hegel's philosophy, had an important influence on him. After his studies, Marx became editor-in-chief of the Reichszeitung, a liberal newspaper opposed to Prussian absolutism, which was ultimately banned. During this period, he had to deal with economic questions for the first time. After the Reichszeitung's closure, Marx went to Paris, and along with Arnold Ruge and George Herwegh published the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, though only one issue came out, 1844. There, Marx published 2 texts, on the Jewish question and contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law. Introduction. Additionally, this issue contained a text by Friedrich Engels, Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy. How deeply Engels's text inspired Marx can still be measured in Capital, which quotes it multiple times. In the years 1843–44, Marx definitively turned away from the young Hegelians, and the philosophy of Ludwig Feuerbach, 1804–1872, became a strong influence on him. As against the idealist philosophy of Hegel, which focused on the diverse manifestations of spirit, Feuerbach conceived a materialist philosophy of human essence, which he saw as characterized not so much by reason as by sensuousness, Sinnlichkeit. On the basis of this materialism, Feuerbach criticized religion and Hegel's philosophy. Proceeding from this critique, Marx dealt for the first time with political economy in a profound way, studying the works of Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and James Mill. Economic Philosophical Manuscripts, Summer 1844, Mu 40, Mega I/2, English, MECW 3. Left untitled by Marx, this text is also known as the Paris manuscripts. It was published for the first time in 1932. The manuscript is unfinished, and a few parts have been lost. In the manuscript's preface, Marx stresses Feuerbach's importance, positive criticism as a whole and therefore also German positive criticism of political economy owes its true foundation to the discoveries of Feuerbach, MECW 3, 232. Marx expands Feuerbach's concept of human essence by focusing on labor as an objectification of the human being's essential faculties, and based on this, he gives it a historical dimension, since these essential human faculties unfold historically. He also carries over Feuerbach's critique from philosophy to economics. In capitalism, human beings are alienated from their real human essence, since they do not control their own labor, neither the labor process nor its products. By contrast, communism restores this control. It is the overcoming of this alienation. Marx criticizes political economy, since it does not recognize the actual, alienated state of affairs in capitalism as an alienated one, but rather sees it as natural. It is therefore a science that operates within alienation. In autumn of 1844, Marx wrote The Holy Family, or Critique of Critical Criticism, Mu2, English in MECW 4. The text was published in 1845 with both Marx and Engels's names attached, but in fact Engels wrote only a small portion of it. Here Marx subjected the young Hegelians to a scathing critique, basing himself on Feuerbach's philosophy. However, this Feuerbach cult, as Marx later referred to his high regard for Feuerbach at that time, see his letter to Engels on April 24, 1867, MECW 42, 360, came to an end in 1845. Then came a renewed critique of the young Hegelians, this time including Feuerbach. Theses on Feuerbach, Spring 1845, Mu 3, Mega 4/3, English, MECW 5, The German Ideology, 1845-46, co-authored with Friedrich Engels, Mu 3, English in MECW 5. Marx's theses on Feuerbach were first published in 1888 by Engels, in a slightly modified form, whereas the German Ideology was published in 1932. Both texts criticize Feuerbach's philosophy of the human essence. They reject essence and alienation as philosophical constructs. Instead, they propose to analyze real economic relations such as forces of production and relations of production. Additionally, the texts criticize both the young Hegelians and Feuerbach's conception of history for being idealist, meaning not based on real conditions. In contraposition, they present a materialist conception of history. Sketching his own development, Marx claims in the preface to the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, that he and Engels wrote the German Ideology to settle accounts with our former philosophical conscience, MECW 29, 264. Since the work settles accounts primarily with Feuerbach, one may conclude that when Marx says former philosophical conscience it refers to Feuerbach's philosophy, which played such a key role for him in 1844. All Marx's subsequent texts no longer mention human essence, and refer very rarely to alienation, using that expression only in a very general sense to mean that something becomes alien, but no longer in the sense of alienation from an essence. In the 20th century, there were debates about whether the German ideology constituted an important rupture in Marx's development, with Louis Althusser, especially, defending the discontinuity thesis, see Althusser 1965, Althusser/Balibar 1965. Against this view, many others defended the overall continuity of Marx's work, with quite different justifications being given for the continuity thesis. On the one hand was the claim that the notion of human essence retained its significance for Marx, and that the references to fetishism in Capital were equivalent to his earlier notion of alienation from the human essence, for example, Schmid-Kauertic 1981. On the other hand was the argument that an implicit critique of Feuerbach and de facto overcoming of the notion of human essence was already at work in the economic philosophical manuscripts, for example, SOST 1980. Both variants argue for a fundamental continuity, although what is supposed to be continuous is characterized quite differently, but they have difficulties identifying the philosophical conscience with which Marx and Engels themselves claimed to be settling accounts. 58. The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, Mu 4, English, MECW 6. In 1846, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who was quite influential in the socialist movement in France, published his major theoretical work, The System of Economic Contradictions, or, The Philosophy of Poverty. This work was oozing with superficial economic knowledge and moral religious pathos, and Marx responded to it with The Poverty of Philosophy. Marx criticized Proudhon based on the materialist conception of history developed in the German ideology and the economic theory of David Ricardo. At the time, Marx regarded the latter as an essentially accurate analysis of capitalism's mode of functioning. His main critique of Ricardo then was that he had not recognized the historicity of capitalism and instead regarded it as human beings' natural mode of production. In this work, Marx uses the available political economy with a critical intention, but he is still far from criticizing the basic categories of political economy, which is what constitutes his critique of political economy. Wage Labor and Capital, 1847, 1891 edition edited by Engels and Mu 6, English, MECW 9. These are talks that Marx delivered in 1847 to the German Workingmen's Club of Brussels. In 1849 he published the talks as lead articles in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Later, in 1891, Engels published them as a pamphlet, while updating the terminology to match that of capital. Marx keeps his arguments simple and understandable in these lectures. Like The Poverty of Philosophy, however, they are based on Ricardo's political economy, and not the critique of political economy. Manifesto of the Communist Party, The Communist Manifesto, 1848, Mu 4, English, MECW 6. The Communist League, an international workers' association, commissioned Marx and Engels with composing a manifesto. The text was published under both of their names, but Marx was the only author. Its sketch of capitalism's trajectory begins with the famous sentence, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles," MECW 6, 482. The text presents class struggles as the motor of historical development. Class antagonism between the bourgeoisie, capitalists, and the proletariat, wage workers, is what characterizes capitalism. As the bourgeoisie develops capitalism, it produces its own gravediggers in the proletariat. The latter must overcome capitalism in order to maintain itself, since capitalism is not even able to guarantee the exploited class's existence. In the manifesto, as against capital, Marx assumes a tendency to absolute pauperization. The working class's situation will deteriorate absolutely over the long term, not just relatively. As in the earlier texts, here too there is a critical use of political economy, but it is not yet subject to critique. In the revolutionary year 1848, Marx returned to Germany and took over the management of the newly founded Neue Rheinische Zeitung. After the defeat of the revolution, however, he had to leave Germany. He went first to Paris, but was deported. In 1849, he moved to London, where he remained until the end of his life. There, Marx first attempted to analyze the revolutionary events and the failure of the revolution. In the series of articles The Class Struggles in France 1848-1850, 1850, Mu 7, Mega I/10, English, MECW 10, and in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1852, Mu 8, Mega I/11, English, MECW 11, he examined the events in France between 1848 until the coup of Louis Napoleon in 1851. The former work argued that the revolution of 1848 was a consequence of the heavy economic crisis of 1847–48, and Marx was quick to generalize this claim: a new revolution is possible only in consequence of a new crisis. It is, however, just as certain as this crisis. MECW 10, 135. This supposed connection between crisis and revolution was an important motive for Marx to renew his economic investigations. For these studies, London proved to be an excellent place. At the time, England was the most developed capitalist country, and London was its centre. Wide-ranging debates concerning economic questions took place in Parliament and in the newspapers, while the British Museum contained the most comprehensive library of economics at the time. Looking back, Marx wrote in 1859. The enormous amount of material relating to the history of political economy assembled in the British Museum, the fact that London is a convenient vantage point for the observation of bourgeois society, and finally the new stage of development which this society seemed to have entered with the discovery of gold in California and Australia, induced me to start again from the very beginning and to work carefully through the new material. MECW 29, 264f. Reprising his studies, Marx now created extensive manuscripts. But he didn't just broaden his horizon, he also gradually developed a critique of classical political economy's categories instead of just using these categories critically as he had done so far. On the difference, see my commentary on Chapter 1's footnote 34 on page 181 in this book. In the early 1850s, Marx laid plans to write a comprehensive critique of economics. However, it was only in 1857 that Marx actually began what he called the Critique of Political Economy. He wrote a number of manuscripts, but completed none of them. In the course of revising the manuscripts for publication, Marx constantly discovered new problems, or approached old problems again. Instead of developing a publishable text, Marx's methods of research drove him to repeatedly rework the material. Introduction, August–September 1857, Mu 42, Mega 2/1.1, English, MECW 28 and Marx 1973. This is not an introduction to the Grundriss, which was written shortly afterward, but rather an introduction to the large planned work of which the Grundriss constitutes only a part. The introduction is famous primarily for its reflections on the method of rising from the abstract to the concrete. However, Marx composed these reflections on method before working out his critique of economics. Therefore they should not be understood as Marx's final word on method, as is usually the case. Instead, the text is a summary of Marx's thoughts in this area, based on his studies up to that time. Marx will subsequently modify his methodological approach considerably. In the autumn of 1857, it became clear that a severe economic crisis would occur. This prompted Marx to finally begin writing his long-planned critique of economics. Since Marx expected that the crisis would result in a revolution, he was plagued by the fear that his book would arrive too late. See his letter to LaSalle, February 22, 1858, MECW 40, 271. Through a tremendous effort, he produced a long manuscript in just a few months, while continuing his bread-and-butter journalistic work and studies. Grundriss, 1857–58, first published 1939–41, Mu 42, Mega 2/1.11.2, English, MECW 28 and 29 and Marx 1973. Marx gave no title to this manuscript, which is also without a proper beginning. It grew out of his engagement with a book by one of Proudhon's students. The process of research and the process of presentation, which Marx distinguishes in the postface of Capital's second edition, are constantly intertwined in this manuscript, since it is only by attempting to present things that Marx recognizes that many interconnections remain unclear to him. In the manuscript, one can already recognize the rough outlines of the thematic structure of Capital's three later volumes: the process of production, the process of circulation, and the process as a whole, here, capital and profit. Still, Marx struggles with numerous difficulties. In the manuscript, he does not yet address many topics that are dealt with in Capital, although there are also a number of reflections here that will not show up in the later work. It is only in this manuscript, and only in one passage, that one finds a clear theory of collapse. Marx's argument is that the development of the forces of production leads to living labor becoming less and less important in the production process. Yet living labor is the basis of capitalist production, therefore, its diminishment entails the collapse of the capitalist mode of production, MECW 29, 91 and Marx 1973, 705f. By contrast, Capital presents the development of the forces of production as an intrinsic tendency of capital, but one that by no means leads to the collapse of the capitalist mode of production. 59. It was while working on the Grundriss that Marx first developed a precise plan for his presentation, which is not an arbitrary construction. According to Capital's second edition's postface, the presentation should reflect the inner life of the subject matter. 102. The entire critique of political economy was to encompass 6 books. The book on capital was to be followed by books on ground rent, wage labor, the state, foreign trade, and the world market. For the book on capital, there was a centrally important distinction between the part dealing with capital in general, addressing all the essential determinations of capital, but abstracted from the movement of the multiplicity of individual capitals, and the part addressing the competition between many capitals where the determinations of capital express themselves. Underlying this distinction was Marx's insight that competition cannot explain the appearances of capitalism, but instead the nature of competition itself needs to be explained. Through the mediation of Ferdinand Lassalle, Marx found a German publisher who was willing to bring out his large-scale work as a series of individual booklets. In the second half of 1858, Marx started preparing the first booklet. The original text of the second and the beginning of the third chapter of A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Text von zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, 1858, first published in 1941 as an appendix to the Grundriss, Mega 2/2, English, MECW 29. In terms of its themes, this manuscript covers the same material as Capital's first 3 chapters, which address the commodity and money. However, the beginning of the manuscript has been lost. The manuscript is important primarily because the remaining part contains 2 sections that Marx left out of all subsequent presentations, a section on a law of appropriation in simple circulation and another on the transition from money to capital, see Appendix 5. A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, Mu 13, Mega 2/2, English, MECW 29. This was the first and only booklet of the Plan series that Marx actually wrote. In its preface, there is an oft-quoted sketch of the materialist conception of history that is very brief and should therefore be used with caution. I discuss this sketch in the course of commenting on the fetish section in Chapter 1. The booklet deals with the commodity and money, the same material as Capital's first 3 chapters, although it sometimes puts emphasis on different things. Appendix 2 contains a section from the contribution on the specifically social character of commodity-producing labor. In a review of this work, Engels comments on Marx's method of presentation, MECW 16, 473-77. He distinguishes between the logical and historical development of categories and comes to the conclusion that the logical development, that is, the conceptual presentation, is the same as the historical development, only stripped of the historical form and of interfering contingencies, MECW 16, 475. In the debates about the character of the categorical presentation in Marx's work, which focus mostly on his analysis of the value form, there is a historicist approach that invokes Engels's text, treating it as an authentic explanation of Marx's procedure. Traditional Marxism regarded Marx and Engels as essentially twins, each of whose statements was valid for the other. However, a close reading of their works reveals not only differences, but also how they dealt with such differences. Marx never mentioned this review, even when the context seemed to call for it, as in the 1873 postface, which also deals with capital's method of presentation. Since Marx eagerly quoted Engels's works, one suspects that this ongoing silence points to his having considerable misgivings. Economic Manuscript of 1861-63, continuation of A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Mega 2/3.13.6, English, MECW 3133. About half of the manuscript contains theories of surplus value, published by Karl Kautsky in 1904-1910. Marx originally planned the whole text as the continuation of the first booklet of A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy published in 1859. However, as was typical for Marx, it quickly turned into a research manuscript. The text begins with the presentation of Capital in general, which deals with topics that would later play a role in all three volumes of Capital. At the end of 1862, Marx decided not to publish a continuation of the first booklet of the contribution, but rather to publish an independent work, Capital. It was to include 3 theoretical books and a fourth on the history of theory. In the summer of 1863, Marx ceased working on the 1861-63 manuscript and turned to working on Capital. He would no longer mention the 6-book plan developed during the writing of the Grundrisse. Nevertheless, he integrated a number of topics into Capital that were originally supposed to be dealt with in the books on ground rent and wage labor. The formerly central concept of capital in general also disappeared. After the summer of 1863, Marx would never use it again, either in the manuscript or in his correspondence. In terms of both content and structure, a new work emerged. 60. Economic Manuscript of 1863-1865, Mega 2/4.14.2, Volume 4.2 in English in Marx 2017. This manuscript contains drafts for all 3 theoretical books of Capital. From the draft for the first book, only the 6th chapter, intended as the final chapter, remains, Results of the Immediate Process of Production, Mega 2/4.1, English, MECW 34 and Marx 1976. However, Marx did not incorporate this chapter into the first volume of Capital, published in 1867. He wrote nearly complete drafts for the second and third books, yet there was no draft for the fourth book on the history of theory. The writing of the manuscript of 1863-65 coincided with the founding of the International Workingmen's Association, an international association of workers, later referred to as the First International, in September of 1864. Marx played a central role in this organization from the very beginning. Among other things, he wrote the International's inaugural address and its provisional rules, Mu 16, Mega I/20, MECW 20. Value, Prices and Profit, Mu 16, Mega 2/4.1, English, MECW 20. This is a lecture that Marx delivered in June of 1865 to the Central Council of the International. In it, he anticipates some of the material of Capital, but was only able to present it in a truncated form. For that reason, Marx did not want to publish the text. It was first published in 1898 by his daughter Eleanor. Capital, Volume 1, 1867, Mega 2/5, first edition not published in Mu or MECW, English translation of first chapter in Dragstedt 1976. On the basis of the manuscript of 1863-1865, Marx developed the first volume of Capital in 1866-67. He divided the text into 6 chapters with very few subsections. Chapter 1 examined the value form, treating it more expansively than in the contribution to the critique of political economy. On the advice of Engels and Kugelmann, who both read the galley proofs, Marx composed a simplified version of the value form analysis, which became an appendix to the volume. This appendix exhibits a number of problematic simplifications compared to the treatment in Chapter 1, but there are also improvements. Thus, for the first time, Marx both highlights the peculiarities of the equivalent form and introduces the excursus on Aristotle. Appendix 3 presents the concluding part of the value form analysis from Chapter 1 of this edition. Ergenzungen und Veränderungen zum ersten Band des Kapitals, Additions and Changes to the First Volume of Capital, December 1871 January 1872, Mega 2/6. At the end of 1871, Marx received a message from the publisher of Capital that the first volume had almost sold out. For the second edition, Marx wanted to get rid of the double presentation of the value form. With this goal in mind, he developed a comprehensive revision manuscript. It contains revisions and commentaries on the first edition's Chapter 1, which he divided into 3 chapters for the second edition. This manuscript is of great significance for understanding value theory, since it contains fundamental reflections on value theory that are not found in the first or second editions of Capital. Appendix 4 contains the most important passages. Capital, Volume 1, Second Edition 1872-73, Mega 2/6. The second edition of Capital's first volume was published in 1872-73 in serial form and then in 1873 as a complete book. Marx transformed the first edition's chapters into parts, which he divided, in turn, into numerous chapters and sub-chapters. He made considerable changes primarily to Chapter 1, dealing with the commodity. Marx got rid of the double presentation of the value form, his new presentation being based largely on the simplified one in the first edition's appendix, even if it is not identical to the latter. In the second edition, Marx made a strict terminological distinction between exchange value, and for the first time dealt extensively with the fetish character of the commodity in what became a separate section. Parts of this section were already contained in the first edition, but the treatment wasn't as clear there. Traditional Marxism maintained that Marx developed his theory in a continuous process of perfection. Hence a later version of something was always seen as a better one. However, critical readings of Marx in the last few decades have seen a few authors confronting this perfection thesis with a popularization thesis. They maintain that, in value theory, Marx later opted for a simplified presentation at the price of argumentative precision and methodological stringency. They apply this argument to both the changes in the value form analysis from the first edition to the second one, relying, in part, on Marx's own comments and changes in the preface, see my commentary in Appendix 3, and to Marx's evolution as a whole from the Grundriss to Capital. 61. However, Marx's development is far too complex to be reduced to either perfection or popularization. The 3 versions of the investigation of the value form make this especially clear, since none of them can be unambiguously labeled the best. See commentary at the end of Appendix 4. Le Capital, Livre Premier, 1872-1875, Mega 2/7. The French translation was also published in serial form starting in 1872, and then in 1875 as a book. Marx thoroughly revised this translation, and added material not found in the second, German edition, primarily in the section on accumulation. As a consequence, he would say, in the 1975 postface to this edition, that it had its own scientific value. Marx 1976, 105. Marx planned to incorporate the changes from the French edition into the third German edition and an English translation but did not manage to do so in his lifetime. After finishing the manuscript for Book I of Capital in 1867, Marx immediately began preparing Books 2 and 3, which were supposed to follow quickly. During the years 1868 to 1871, Marx developed a long manuscript for Book 2, and a few shorter manuscripts for Books 2 and 3. However, he interrupted his work on these manuscripts to prepare the second edition and French translation of the first volume. Furthermore, in the early 1870s, Marx was heavily involved in the First International. During this time, he wrote, among other things, The Civil War in France, Mu 17, Mega I/22, MECW 22, and an analysis of the Paris Commune. After defeat in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71, the residents of Paris took power, forming new council-like revolutionary institutions, with a view to overcoming the bourgeois state structures instead of merely implementing different policies inside the bourgeois framework. This text was published as a statement by the General Council of the International. During this time, Marx also maintained contact with the Social Democratic Party of Germany, SPD, founded in 1869. When the SPD united with the Lassallean Arbeiterverein in 1875, Marx subjected the joint program agreed upon at the Unification Congress in Gotha to a severe critique. His critique of the Gotha program, Mu 19, Mega I/25, MECW 24, contains a brief, frequently quoted description of socialism and communism. In the 1870s, Marx wrote additional manuscripts for Book 3 and especially for Book 2. He also maintained notebooks, containing a huge number of excerpts, in which he engaged with new literature that was appearing at the time and carried out further research. Above all, Marx wished to take into account economic developments in the United States and Russia for Book 3 of Capital. Although Marx's plans constantly expanded, he was no longer just preparing available manuscripts for publication. His health continued to deteriorate, making it impossible for him to complete the work. Randglossen Zia Wagner, Marginal Notes on Adolf Wagner, written between 1879 and 1881, Mu 19, English, MECW 24. This is Marx's last economic text. German economist Adolf Wagner had criticized among other things Marx's Capital in his textbook. Marx addressed this criticism and along the way offered some interesting comments, especially on value theory. Beginning in late 1881, Marx's health continued to deteriorate, making scientific work impossible. His wife, Jenny, died in December 1881, and his oldest daughter, also called Jenny, died in January of 1883. Marx died soon after, in March. After Marx's death, Friedrich Engels published all three books of Capital. Capital, Volume 1, 3rd edition 1883, Mega 2/8, English translation not completely identical with the third German edition 1887, MECW 35, 4th edition 1890, Mu 23, Mega 2/10, English, Marx 1976. For the third edition of Capital, Volume 1, published in 1883, Engels used the second edition as a basis and added some changes from the French edition. Engels added still more changes from the French translation, but not all of them, to the fourth edition of Volume 1 that was published in 1890. Capital, Volume 2, 1885, Mu 24, Mega 2/12, English, MECW 36 and Marx 1979. Engels put together Capital, Volume 2, from various manuscripts that Marx had written in the late 1860s and in the 1870s. They are contained in Mega 2/11 and Mega 2/4.3. He did not make use of the oldest manuscript of this volume, written in 1864 and contained in the economic manuscript of 1863-65. Capital, Volume 3, 1894, Mu 25, Mega 2/15, English, MECW 37 and Marx 1981. The only manuscript covering all of Capital, Volume 3, is a text that Marx wrote between 1864 to 1865, contained in the economic manuscript of 1863-65, Mega 2/4.2, English, Marx 2017. Engels used it as the basis for his 1894 edition of the volume, but he made changes and reorganized it significantly. Apart from reformulations, almost all of the subdivisions and headings are by Engels. Engels pointed only to a few insertions as his own doing. The majority of the changes, many of which affect the work's content, were not indicated as such. See Heinrich 1996-97. After the publication of the third volume, Engels wrote a long addendum titled Law of Value and Rate of Profit, 1895, mu 25, mega 2/14, English, MECW 37 and Marx 1981. There he develops, among other things, his concept of simple commodity production. This idea came to influence the reception of capital. Engels transforms the simple circulation of commodities and money which Marx presents in Capital's first 3 chapters as a surface phenomenon in the capitalist reproduction process into a pre-capitalist form of simple commodity production. However, Marx does not refer in Capital or anywhere else to simple commodity production, nor to any such model. 2 things should be kept in mind about the 3 volumes of Capital as they are presented by Engels. First, Engels edited and revised all 3 volumes. The first volume is a mixture of the second German edition and the French translation. In it are the fewest direct interventions in the text. However, Engels heavily revised the second and third volumes. To a large extent, he gave these volumes their structure by subdividing and streamlining them, and he intervened extensively in Marx's text, which in some passages led to shifts in meaning. If one wishes to deal in depth with specific issues, one should go back to Marx's original manuscripts as contained in the Mega. Second, there are complexities to Capital that go beyond its merely being an unfinished work. It's unfinished both because the 4th book on the history of theory is missing and the theories of surplus value is not a substitute, and because the treatment of important topics, especially those appearing in the third volume, such as crises and the credit system, remained incomplete. An additional complexity is that the individual manuscripts that Engels used for the edition of the 3 volumes were written at different periods and thus represent different stages of Marx's knowledge. Marx himself redacted the first volume and paid great attention to the details. Engels's edition of the first volume is based upon texts from the years 1872 to 1875. The second volume is based upon texts written between 1868 and 1881. Among these texts, those from the end of the 1870s represent the most advanced level of Marx's knowledge. They constitute a fundamental reworking of the manuscript for the second volume from the economic manuscript of 1863-65. By contrast, the third volume is based almost exclusively on a manuscript from 1864-65, so it is the furthest back in terms of Marx's state of knowledge. When doing an in-depth reading of the second and third volumes, one should consider the unequal character of individual passages in the text. 58. I provide an extensive account of the young Marx's development in Heinrich 1999, chapters 3 and 4. There, I also present arguments for why the German ideology in fact constitutes a break with the philosophical conceptions in Marx's early writings. However, Marx's transition to a new theoretical terrain is not yet complete by the time of the German ideology. That only happens with the introduction of 1857. Having attained this new theoretical terrain, Marx stages his critique of political economy from 1857 forward. 59 authors as different as Robert Kurz and Antonio Negri refer to the theory of collapse in the Grundrisse. However, the theory was based on an inadequate analysis, which Capital later overcame. See Heinrich 1999, 349 ff. End, for more detail, Heinrich 2013. 60. In the debates on Marx's Capital, some contend that the 6-book plan and the concept of capital in general still form the basis of Marx's account in the final work, even though he had ceased to mention them. See for example Mosley 2007. 61. Hans-Georg Backhaus and Helmut Reichelt were the key figures advancing the popularization thesis. See for example Backhaus 1997, Reichelt 2002. A good overview of the debate is found in Hoff 2004, 21 ff. Appendix 2. The universality of labor as a social characteristic of labor that posits exchange value. Starting in 1857, Marx wrote extensive manuscripts for his critique of political economy, but the only texts that he himself published are the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy from 1859 and the first volume of Capital in its first and second editions. The contribution comprises only 2 chapters. The first chapter, The Commodity, covers the material of Capital's first 2 chapters, while the work's second chapter contains the material of Capital's third chapter. In contrast to Capital, the contribution also discusses the history of commodity and money theories. Above all, the contribution does not clearly separate the examination of the value form from the analysis of the process of exchange. There is also terminological vagueness in the work, though Marx indeed distinguishes between value as the objectification of abstract labor 6.2 and the form of appearance of value as a specific quantity of another commodity. He frequently uses the term exchange value for both. Thus, in the fragment of the contribution that follows, Marx speaks of labor that posits exchange value, Tauschwertsetzender Arbeit, in contrast with the more precise language in Capital, labor that constitutes/creates value, Wertbildender Arbeit, or labor represented in commodities, sich in Waren darstellender Arbeit. The following piece of text is found at the beginning of the first chapter. It deals synoptically with the specific social character of labor that posits exchange value. A summary of this kind is no longer found in Capital. This text from the contribution presents difficulties to readers since it summarizes results that have not yet been presented. However, if one has read Capital's first 2 chapters, it should not be hard to understand. Here, Marx deals with the specific kind of socialization described in this commentary in points B and F on the fetish section as retroactive socialization. It's a continuous piece of text. Marx's emphases are in italics, the underlining is mine. The following version of the text is from MECW 29, 273-275. From the analysis of exchange value it follows that the conditions of labor which creates corrected translation, posits, setzt exchange value are social categories of labor or categories of social labor, social however not in the general sense but in the particular sense, denoting a specific type of society corrected translation, socialization, Gesellschaftlichkeit. Uniform simple labor implies first of all that the labor of different individuals is equal and that their labor is treated as equal by being in fact reduced to homogeneous labor gleichzartige Arbeit. The labor of every individual in so far as it manifests itself corrected translation, represents itself, stellt sich dar in exchange values possesses this social character of equality, and it manifests itself corrected translation, represents itself in exchange value only in so far as it is equated with the labor of all other individuals. This text uses the term homogeneous labor to describe the result of abstracting from all differences in the various acts of concrete labor. In Capital, Marx describes this as abstract human labor. The extent to which this abstract labor must also be general is elaborated in the following. Furthermore, in exchange value the labor time of a particular individual is directly represented corrected translation, appears directly, erscheint unmittelbar as labor time in general, and this general character of individual labor appears as the social character of this labor. The labor time expressed corrected translation, represented, dargestellt in exchange value is the labor time of an individual, but of an individual in no way differing from the next individual and from all other individuals in so far as they perform equal labor. The labor time, therefore, which one person requires for the production of a given commodity is the necessary labor time which any other person would require to produce the same commodity. It is the labor time of an individual, his labor time, but only as labor time common to all, consequently it is quite immaterial whose individual labor time this is. This universal labor time finds its expression corrected translation, represents itself, stellt sich dar in a universal product, a universal equivalent, a definite amount of objectified labor time, for which the distinct form of the use value in which it is manifested as the direct product of one person is a matter of complete indifference, and it can be converted at will into any other form of use value, in which it appears as the product of any other person. Only as such a universal magnitude does it represent a social magnitude. The labor of an individual can produce corrected translation, resultieren exchange value only if it produces universal equivalence. Corrected translation, results in a universal equivalent. It is singular in German, that is to say, if the individual's labor time represents universal labor time or if universal labor time represents individual labor time. The effect is the same as if the different individuals had amalgamated their labor time and allocated different portions of the labor time at their joint disposal to the various use values. Here Marx specifies an additional characteristic of labor that posits exchange value. An individual's labor time has to represent itself as universal labor time, expressed in a general equivalent. Capital addresses this issue at the end of the section on the value form, during the analysis of the general form of value. Here, however, Marx cannot yet draw on the analysis of the value form. It is yet to come, so he offers a somewhat different argument. It's not the particularity of the individuals that counts, but only what they have in common, and that is their universality. The labor time of the individual is thus, in fact, the labor time required by society to produce a particular use value, that is to satisfy a particular want. But what matters here is only the specific manner in which the social character of labor is established. A certain amount of a spinner's labor time is objectified, say, in 100 pounds of linen yarn. The same amount of labor time is assumed to be represented in 100 yards of linen, the product of a weaver. Since these two products represent equal amounts of universal labor time, and are therefore equivalents of any use value which contains the same amount of labor time, they are equal to corrected translation, they are equivalents for each other. Only because the labor time of the spinner and the labor time of the weaver represent universal labor time, and their products are thus corrected translation, present themselves as universal equivalents, is the social aspect corrected translation, social being, Gesellschaftliches Dasein of the labor of the two individuals represented for each of them by the labor of the other, that is to say, the labor of the weaver represents it for the spinner, and the labor of the spinner represents it for the weaver. An individual's labor time only becomes social as universal labor time, but that only happens if the product is transformed into a general equivalent. This shows the importance of money. Money is not merely a technical aid or something convenient in everyday life. It is the medium through which the specific sociality of a commodity-producing economy is mediated. Marx accuses Ricardo, whose work is the culmination of classical political economy, of not having recognized precisely this characteristic of value-creating labor. He does not grasp the connection of this labor with money, or that it must assume the form of money. MECW 31, 389f. The passage above summarizes, in the briefest way, what fundamentally distinguishes Marx's theory of value from that of classical political economy. Marx now contrasts the specific social character of the labor that posits exchange value with relations of production that are not based upon commodity production. In Capital, such a comparison first occurs in the section on commodity fetishism. On the other hand, under the rural patriarchal system of production, when spinner and weaver lived under the same roof, the women of the family spinning and the men weaving, say, for the requirements of the family, yarn and linen were social products, and spinning and weaving social labor within the framework of the family. But their social character did not appear in the form of yarn becoming a universal equivalent exchanged for linen as a universal equivalent, i.e. of the two products exchanging for each other as equal and equally valid expressions of the same universal labor time. On the contrary, the product of labor bore the specific social imprint of the family relationship with its naturally evolved division of labor. Or let us take the service and dues in kind of the Middle Ages. It was the distinct labor of the individual in its original form, the particular features of his labor and not its universal aspect that formed the social ties at that time. Or finally, let us take communal labor in its naturally evolved form as we find it among all civilized nations at the dawn of their history. In this case, the social character of labor is evidently not mediated by the labor of the individual assuming the abstract form of universal labor or his product assuming the form of a universal equivalent. The communal system on which this mode of production is based prevents the labor of an individual from becoming private labor and his product the private product of a separate individual. It causes individual labor to appear rather as the direct function of a member of the social organization. Labor which manifests itself in exchange value appears to be the labor of an isolated individual. It becomes social labor by assuming the form of its direct opposite, of abstract universal labor. Corrected translation, the form of an abstract universality, die Form abstrakter Allgemeinheit. An economy based on exchange is made up of precisely these isolated individuals, regarded as models by bourgeois social philosophy. See the quote from the introduction of 1857, found in point B of my commentary on Chapter 2. That kind of economy also depends on their private labor, which does not count in its particularity, since it does not belong to a social context that takes this particularity into consideration. The isolated individuals are only connected through the market, which considers the individual to be a component of an abstract universality, so that only this abstract universality counts as social. Hence, the individual's labor does not count as concrete labor, but only as abstract labor. The fact that only the abstract universal counts as social is a characteristic of society under capitalist conditions, far beyond the economic sphere. 62. In the contribution, Marx speaks of abstract general labor. He first speaks of abstract human labor in Capital. Appendix 3. A paradoxical form of value. Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, has a very brief presentation of the value form, and it is not yet separate from the examination of the exchange process. The first detailed treatment of the value form is found in Chapter 1 of the first edition of Capital, published in 1867. In that edition it exists in two versions, in Chapter 1, and, following the advice of Engels and Kugelmann, in a simplified version in the appendix. In the preface to the first edition, Marx said about the presentation of the value form in Chapter 1, "It's difficult to understand, because the dialectic is much sharper than in the first presentation," meaning that of the contribution of 1859. He recommended that the reader not used to dialectical thinking skip the corresponding passages in Chapter 1 and instead read the appendix, Mega 2/5:12. Marx did not explain in the preface what he meant by dialectic, but we may assume that in such a general context the term refers to conceptual, scientific reasoning. That the dialectic is much sharper means therefore that the scientific reasoning is much more exact and precise than in the contribution. The second edition, published in 1872-73, contains only one version of the value form analysis, and it is strongly oriented toward the simplified account in the first edition's appendix. Marx included the first edition's preface in the second edition, but he deleted both the reference to the now absent appendix and the sentence quoted above about the dialectic being much sharper. He evidently assumed that he had achieved greater intelligibility despite the loss of the sharpness in the argument. As I argued above in Appendix 1, none of the three available versions of the value form analysis can be unambiguously characterized as the best. Both in Marx's appendix of Capital's first edition and in the second edition, there are improvements compared to the earlier version, but both later versions also lose some things along the way. One of the differences between the first version of the value form analysis and all later ones is the structure of the concluding part. Later versions end with the money form, but the first version of the value form analysis has the general form of value followed by a paradoxical form of value called Form 4. The money form does not yet show up at all. Here we reproduce, interspersed with comments, the presentation of the Form 4, as well as Marx's concluding remarks, which are also absent from the later versions. It is a continuous piece of text, and all emphases are by Marx. The text is found in Das Kapital, first edition 1867, Mega 2/5, 42-43. The English translation source is Dragstedt, 1976, 32-34. The illusion-corrected translation, semblance, shine as if the equivalent form of a commodity resulted from its own corporeal nature instead of being a mere reflex of the relationships of other commodities. This illusion-corrected translation, semblance strengthens itself with the continuing development of the singular equivalent to the universal, because the contradictory vectors of the value form no longer develop equally for the commodities which are related to one another, because the Universal equivalent form separates a commodity off as something totally secluded from all other commodities, and finally because this, the commodity's form, is actually no longer the product of the relationship of any singular commodity. This synopsis clarifies what causes the semblance of the equivalent form. In the second edition of Capital, Marx makes reference to the mysteriousness of the equivalent form in his analysis of the simple form of value, page 149. It also explains why the semblance strengthens itself when we consider the general equivalent and not just a single equivalent. Capital's second and later editions, like the widespread fourth edition, Mu 23, and its translations, no longer explicitly mention the strengthening of the semblance. The later editions do, nevertheless, discuss how the general equivalent form no longer reveals that it's an antagonistic form, having the form of general exchangeability because all other commodities do not have this form, 161 and footnote 26. In the later versions, there is no more than a brief mention of this false semblance becoming firmly established, 187, and that reference appears in the presentation of the exchange process. From our present standpoint, the universal equivalent has not yet by any means ossified, however. What was the way in which linen was metamorphosed into the universal equivalent, actually? By the fact that it displayed its value, first in one single commodity, form I, then in all other commodities in order in a relative way, form 2, and thereby all other commodities reflexively displayed their values in it in a relative way, form 3. The simple relative value expression was the seed out of which the universal equivalent form of linen developed. It changes its role within this development. It begins by displaying its amount of value in one other commodity and ends by serving as material for the value expression of all other commodities. What holds for linen holds for every commodity. In its developed relative value expression, form 2, which only consists of its many simple value expressions, the linen does not yet figure as universal equivalent. Rather, every other commodity body forms, in this case linen's equivalent, is thereby immediately exchangeable with it and is therefore able to change places with it. When we reversed the expanded form of value of the linen, this led to the general form of value, with the linen now as general equivalent. However, it was by no means necessary to consider the expanded form of value of linen. It could have been any other commodity's expanded form of value. Marx finds a way to show how, in the linen's expanded form of value, every other commodity body could switch places with the linen. He begins to run through the possibilities, resulting in form 4. So we obtain finally form 4. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat or equals U coffee or equals V tea or equals X iron or equals Y wheat or equals etc. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen or equals U coffee or equals V tea or equals X iron or equals Y wheat or equals etc. U coffee equals 20 yards of linen or equals 1 coat or equals V tea or equals X iron or equals Y wheat or equals etc. V tea equals etc. But each of these equations reflexively yields coat, coffee, tea, etc. as universal equivalent and consequently yields value expression in coat, coffee, tea, etc. as universal relative value form of all other commodities. It is only in its opposition to other commodities that a commodity turns into the universal equivalent form, but every commodity turns into the universal equivalent form in its opposition to all other commodities. If every commodity confronts all other commodities with its own natural form as universal equivalent form, the result is that all commodities exclude themselves from the socially valid displaying of their amounts of value. Form 4 offers us numerous expanded forms of value, one for each commodity. Each of these expanded forms of value can be reversed, so that one also obtains many general equivalents. However, that is by no means possible, since there can be only one general equivalent. What this form of value depicts, on the level of form determinations, is nothing other than what Marx shows in Chapter 2, on the level of action, to be the fundamental problem for commodity owners in the exchange process. For every commodity owner, the value of his commodity is expressed in the multitude of commodities that confront him. He therefore wishes to reverse his commodity's expanded form of value and use that commodity as the general equivalent. Yet if every commodity owner does this, then no commodity is the general equivalent. 180. This original version of the value form analysis thus includes a derivation of the specific form aspects of commodity owners' contradictory starting points. In that sense, the presentation is more comprehensive than the later one. By contrast, the money form is missing. In fact, the money form is somewhat misplaced in Chapter 1, given that this chapter's level of abstraction is the analysis of form determinations. The transition from the general form of value to the money form is not a development based on the value form's properties, as in previous transitions. It is the result of social custom. 162, that is, a result of the activity of commodity owners. However, Marx only begins to treat the activity of commodity owners after the value form analysis. When, on June 27, 1867, Marx sent Engels an overview of the simplified appendix's structure, he made an apologetic comment about including the money form as point 4. The following on the money form is simply for the sake of continuity, perhaps barely half a page. MECW 42, 393. Obviously, the analysis of the commodity yields all essential determinations of the value form, and the value form itself in its contradictory vectors yields the universal relative value form, the universal equivalent form, and finally the never-ending sequence of simple relative value expressions, which sequence forms at first a transitional phase in the development of the value form, in order finally to suddenly shift into the specifically relative value form of the universal equivalent. But the analysis of the commodity yielded these forms as commodity forms in general, which thus also apply to each and every commodity, in a contradictory manner, so that if commodity A finds itself to be in one of the contradictory form determinations, then commodities B, C, etc. adopt the other in opposition to it. What was decisively important, however, was to discover the inner, necessary connection between value form, value substance, and value amount, i.e., expressed conceptually ideal ausgedrückt, to prove that the value form arises out of the value concept Wortbegriff. The last sentence makes especially clear what Marx is dealing with in the analysis of the value form, the interrelation of form, substance, and magnitude of value. He is not presenting an abstract reconstruction of the historical development of the forms of value. Marx expresses conceptually the contemporary and simultaneous interrelation between value objectivity, as captured in the concept of value, and the value form. This conceptual form of expression is an example of how Marx coquetted with Hegel's terminology, as he mentions in the second edition's postface, 103. The notion that a form arises from its concept stems from a way of thinking that held that spirit, which is reflected in concepts, is the actual reality, while the activity of the concept is the active, dynamic element. However, in the first edition of Capital, Marx not only coquetted with Hegel's mode of expression, he also criticized Hegel's autonomization of the concept. In this sense, it is telling what Marx says in relation to linen's value being expressed in a coat, with the result that the tailoring that produces the coat only counts as human labor as such. In effect, human labor as such can only exist as a specific type of labor that confronts external material. Marx throws in a criticism of Hegel here. It is only the concept in Hegel's sense that manages to objectify itself without external material, and quotes as proof the following sentence from Hegel's Encyclopedia: the concept, which is only subjective at first, marches ahead in accordance with its own proper activity to objectify itself, without needing any external material or stuff for the purpose. Dragstedt 1976, 20. Whoever has attentively read the value form analysis in the first edition's Chapter 1 will not believe that what is conceptually expressed there amounts to a relapse into Hegelian conceptual speculation. In the second edition of Capital, Marx put the rational kernel of this conceptual form of expression into words. Our analysis has shown that the form of value, that is, the expression of the value of a commodity, arises from the nature of commodity value. 152. That is, the value form does not arise from the concept of value, but rather from that which the concept of value expresses scientifically, namely the nature of commodity value. Appendix 4. Value objectivity as objectivity held in common. On November 28, 1871, the publisher of Capital, Otto Meissner, wrote to Marx that the first volume was almost sold out, and suggested that he quickly prepare the second edition. For this purpose, Marx planned various revisions. Above all, he wanted to get rid of the double presentation of the value form analysis. Further, he wanted to subdivide the text of Capital into parts. Between December of 1871 and January of 1872, Marx drafted a manuscript that is not a single uninterrupted text, but rather multiple attempts at revision. It is focused especially on developing a new version of the value form analysis. This untitled manuscript was first published in 1987 in the Mega with the title Ergänzungen und Veränderungen zum ersten Band des Kapitals, Additions and Changes to the First Volume of Capital. The fragment reproduced here belongs to a revision of the section on the general form of value. It served primarily to aid Marx in understanding the shortcomings of his original presentation, and he therefore did not directly include it in the second edition's text. Nowhere else did Marx reflect in such detail on how value objectivity is something that is always held in common or communally, gemeinschaftlich, by commodities, making it clear that one cannot speak of the individual, isolated labor product as an object of value or as a commodity. We can also observe in this text how Marx changes from gemeinsam, common, to gemeinschaftlich, communal, which he used in Capital's second edition. This is a continuous section of text. In it, the italics represent Marx's emphases, whereas the underlining is mine. The text is drawn from Ergänzungen und Veränderungen zum ersten Band des Kapitals 1871-72, Mega 2/6, 2932. Until now this important text has not been translated into English. The language of the German original is bumpy, with some parts looking more like a sequence of notes than full sentences. The translation preserves this character, and sometimes may sound a bit awkward. Commodities obtain value expression, value form, only in relation to each other. The expression of value of a commodity is therefore constantly only given in its value relation to another commodity. Where does this come from? How does this property common to all forms of value of the commodity arise from the concept of value? Here Marx raises the exact same question he claimed to have answered at the end of the first edition's analysis of the value form. He does so with language that flirts with Hegel's philosophy by saying that the value form arises from the concept of value. For more on Marx's coquetting with Hegel, see my commentary at the end of Appendix 3. We originally found the concept of the value of commodities as follows. We took an exchange relation such as 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen. We said, the coat and linen express here something in common etwas gemeinsames, they are equal as representations of it. The equality does not consist in their use values or as objects of use. As such, they are things different from each other and indifferent to each other. This common element that makes them equal must therefore have a social character. It is not their practical social character as use values that comes into consideration here. Their equation abstracts from that. It is therefore their character as products of labor. As products of labor, they are only equal, not to the extent that they represent the actual labor that produces their use values, since they are different precisely as use values. They are equal as products of labor to the extent that they are products of the same labor, the coat as well as linen, thus counting as mere objectifications of human labor as such. This is their being as value worth sen. The phrase we originally found refers to Marx's characterization of value in the pages prior to the value form analysis in Chapter 1. In the first edition of Capital, Mega 2/5, 19f, this part was much briefer than in the second edition used in the Mu and most translations. What Marx is offering here is a short version of that argument, 127-28. Thus the coat and the linen as values, each for itself, were reduced to objectifications of human labor as such. But this reduction forgot that neither is in and of itself value objectivity Wortgegenstandlichkeit, they are this only in so far as this objectivity is held in common gemeinsam by them. Outside of their relationship with each other, the relationship in which they count as equal, neither coat nor linen possess value objectivity or objectivity as congelations of human labor per se. They only possess this social objectivity as a social relationship, in a social relationship. When Marx stresses that something was forgotten in the reduction of coat and linen to objectifications of human labor as such, he is criticizing his own presentation in Capital's first edition. What was it that was forgotten? The fact that value objectivity does not belong to each exchanged thing in itself. The exchanged things only held this objectivity in common. Although the presentation in Capital's second edition is a little bit more extensive, and Marx changed from gemeinsam, common, to gemeinschaftlich, in community, communal, as mentioned in this commentary on page 66, many readers still forget this specific character of value objectivity. This is especially true of all those interpretations that claim that individual products of labor acquire value objectivity just by being produced for exchange, that is, before they enter into an exchange relationship. If we say, as values, the commodities are only objective expressions of the same unity, different-looking congelations of the same labor substance, reduced however to their true expression, in that one disregards everything that they otherwise express. A commodity body does not express anything further, as long as it counts for all other commodity bodies as an expression of their being communal gemeinschaftlich, then as such they are related to the same unity as such an objectivity. They are reduced to abstract human labor to the extent that this counts as their communal gemeinschaftlich unity, as the social substance that merely presents itself differently in the various different commodity bodies. They are thus all already expressed relatively, namely relative to human labor, the social labor that creates them. Here too Marx emphasizes that the commodities have value when they are reduced to abstract human labor, as their communal unity. This means that value is not something that each commodity possesses in itself, but rather something they only possess in common or communally. Marx pursues this idea in the next paragraph. If we look at the determination of the magnitude of value, it emerges even more clearly that the value relation of commodities is already anticipated in the concept of value, or that in their value objectivity, they are not only reduced to abstract human labor from the get-go, but rather abstract human labor as their unity, abstract human labor as a specific social form of labor, not only as their substance, but rather as their substance held in common by one commodity with another commodity. The magnitude of value represents a specific quantity of labor, but this quantity is not the coincidental quantity of labor that A or B expend in the production of a commodity. It is socially determined, the labor socially necessary for the production of a thing, that is, the labor that a thing costs at the social average. It is labor, first of all, possessing the average social level of intensity and skill, and secondly labor expended under the socially normal conditions of production. Competition regulates this level, the social pressure that each and all exert on each other. Abstract human labor is the expenditure of human labor power, but the human labor power of the individual counts here only as a part of social labor power, and the measure of its expenditure is therefore not found in individual labor power, but rather in relations where it operates as a component of the social labor power. Marx deals with the magnitude of value here, claiming that it makes even clearer that the value relation of commodities is already anticipated in the concept of value. The concept of value is the conceptual understanding of value objectivity. The nature of value objectivity is anticipated by the concept of value. And what is the nature of value objectivity? Value objectivity has abstract labor as its substance. However, it is not a simple substance, inhering in every commodity individually, but rather a substance held in common by one commodity with another commodity. And why is this social character more clearly expressed in the magnitude of value? Because the magnitude of value represents a specific quantity of labor, but not the coincidental quantity that A or B expend in the production of a commodity. What constitutes value is not individually expended labor time, but rather socially necessary labor time. This socially necessary labor doesn't pertain to an individual product of labor and its production process, however. For that reason, it becomes clear when dealing with the magnitude of value that value objectivity involves a relation with other commodities. Let's summarize the points. The value form of the commodity is given in the value relation between different commodities. 1. The production of the commodity bodies as values reduces them to expressions of the same unity, what is common to them, that which is equal in them, to human labor as such as their communal Gemeinschaft-like substance. This includes the relation to human labor as unity, the relation of the commodities to each other, as expressions of the same unity. Or, the relation of the products of labor to each other as expressions of the same unit is their being as value. And only through this relation do mere products of labor, useful objects, become commodities. A product of labor, considered in isolation, is not value, any more than it is a commodity. It only becomes value in its unity with another product of labor, or in the relation wherein the various products of labor, as crystallizations of the same unity, human labor, are equated to each other. Marx states again rather clearly that the product of labor, taken on its own, is neither value nor a commodity, its value objectivity only exists through its relation to other products of labor. The relation in which products are equated to each other is exchange. Only in exchange are the products of labor commodities and value. It thus follows, since the value of commodities is nothing other than their relation to labor as their communal Gemeinschaft-like substance or their relation to each other as the expression of this communal Gemeinschaft-like substance, this value of a commodity can only appear in a relation in which it relates to another commodity as value, or only in the value relation between various commodities. Hence the expression of value can only be found, or the commodities can only obtain the form of value, in the relation between different commodities. This shows us how the value form arises from the nature of value. If value objectivity is a relation of the product of labor to another such product from the very beginning, then, according to Marx's reasoning, value can only appear or tangibly exist in a relation. The value form as a relation is not something additional to value. Rather, it arises from the specific nature of value, which itself is a relation. If I say, this product of labor is value, because human labor is expended in it, then that merely subsumes the product of labor under the concept of value. It is an abstract expression that includes more than it says. Because this product of labor is merely reduced to this concept of value, in order to reduce it to a thing of the same substance as all other products of labor. The relation to other products of labor is thus assumed. If I say for example, the rock is heavy, I express weight as a property that the rock has considered in isolation. But in fact, its weight is a physical property that it only possesses in relation to other bodies. The expression, although it says nothing about this relation, includes it. These two paragraphs explain what is meant by a phrase like the value of an individual commodity, which Marx also uses. It's an abbreviated expression that includes more than it says, since the relation to the other commodity, exchange, is included in it from the beginning. 2. Objectivity included in the concept of value. The reduction of the product of labor to its being as value, to its value, is consummated by the abstraction from its use value. Or it is fixed as value objectivity, in that one disregards the physical properties that make it a specific thing and therefore also a specific useful thing, use value. What remains is a purely chimerical objectivity, rein fantastische Gegenstandlichkeit objectivity of abstract human labor, the objective form of abstract human labor, that is, human labor, instead of in a fluid state, in a congealed state, instead of in the form of movement, in the form of rest. There are two things to note here. First, the form of objectivity is included in the concept of value. These things, iron, wheat, gold are things of value, iron value, wheat value, gold value, etc. These products of labor can therefore not be expressed as values, their being as value can only come to light, can only appear, or their value can only obtain value form, a form that distinguishes the being as value of commodities from their being as use to the extent that it is expressed objectively, that is, only in the body of a commodity itself, since the only objectivity of a commodity is its objectivity as a product of labor as a commodity body. Second. No further text follows. On the next page of the manuscript, Marx begins a new attempt at presenting the general form of value. Marx refers here to the value objectivity that results from abstracting from a labor product's use value as a purely chimerical objectivity. In the next paragraph, he claims that this value objectivity can only come to light if it is expressed objectively. However, it can only be expressed objectively in the body of a commodity. In the analysis of the value form in Chapter 1 of the first edition, Marx wrote about the chimerical character of value objectivity. In order to retain linen as a merely corporeal expression of human labor, one has to abstract from all that which makes it to be really a thing. Any objectivity of human labor which is itself abstract, i.e. without any additional quality and content, is necessarily an abstract objectivity, a thing of thought. In that fashion, a web of flax turns into a chimera Hirngespinst. Dragstedt 1976, 19f. In this earlier presentation, Marx turns next to the tangible objectification of this abstract objectivity in another commodity. He then voices his critique of the Hegelian concept, which can objectify itself without external material, Dragstedt 1976, 20. Both in Chapter 1 of the first edition and in the passage reproduced above from the revision manuscript, Marx seems unsure about how exactly to present the relation between the purely chimerical objectivity of value and its tangible form of existence in the shape of another commodity. It's clear that this relation is not to be grasped in the manner of Hegel's philosophy. In fact, Marx first found an adequate solution in Capital's second edition. There, he distinguishes between two levels of investigation. 1. The examination of the exchange relation between two commodities. Here, we obtain an abstraction, value, 141, corrected translation, the value objectivity, which cannot be grasped in the case of the individual commodity. 2. The examination of the value relation between two commodities, which already assumes the result of the analysis of the exchange relation in level 1. Here the expression of value, for example, 20 yards linen is worth 1 coat, provides the tangible form of existence of the value of that commodity whose value is to be expressed. On this difference, see the commentary on Chapter 1, pages 140–142. Because Marx now clearly sees the difference between these two levels, his examination of the exchange relation also receives more space in the second edition's Chapter 1, and Marx also introduces into that chapter his references to the spectral objectivity or phantom-like objectivity, 128, that remains when one abstracts from all use-value characteristics of the commodity. The problem of how to get from a purely chimerical objectivity to the tangible manifestation of this objectivity, without falling into the trap of Hegelian conceptual speculation, has been resolved by distinguishing between the two levels of analysis. This last point is also evidence for my claim in Appendix 1 about the perfection thesis in comparison to the popularization thesis. There I said that none of the three versions of the value form analysis is clearly the best. If the second edition's version no longer contains the form 4 that appeared in the first version, reproduced in Appendix 3, this is definitely a flaw. However, the later version's clear distinction between the two levels of analysis is a considerable improvement compared to the previous version. Appendix 5. The transition to capital. After examining the simple circulation of commodities in Part 1 of Capital, Marx turns in Part 2 to the form of circulation MCM. He approaches it as an empirical fact. Alongside the form CMC, according to Marx, we find another form, which is quite distinct from the first, MCM, 248. Marx does not make explicit here whether he considers the relationship between the simple circulation of commodities and the form MCM to be a necessary or accidental one. However, in a footnote he indicates that he by no means assumes the connection to be coincidental. The capitalist epoch is therefore characterized by the fact that labor power, in the eyes of the worker himself, takes on the form of a commodity which is his property, his labor consequently takes on the form of wage labor. On the other hand, it is only from this moment that the commodity form of the products of labor becomes universal. 274 and 4. Hence, the simple circulation of commodities is not only a precondition of money's transformation into capital, but commodity circulation only becomes generalized as a result of capital. However, this is merely a historical claim and does not show why it is so. Only in the Grundriss, 1857-58, and in the so-called Urtext or original text of A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1858, does Marx show the necessary interrelation of simple commodity circulation and the transformation of money into capital. There, he not only tries to demonstrate that simple commodity circulation leads to the category of money, in the sense of money's third form, money as money, but also that money must transform into capital to really exist as an independent manifestation of value. If this connection really holds, then generalized commodity production can only exist as capitalist commodity production. Just as commodity production cannot exist without money, as Marx showed in the value form analysis of chapters 1 and 2, using the connection to critique Proudhon's conception of socialism, so simple commodity circulation cannot exist without capital. On a categorical level, this implies a fundamental critique of the possibility of market socialism. Market socialism proposes eliminating the capital relation from all enterprises, in favor of cooperatives that would continue to produce commodities and compete on the market. In what follows, I comment on several passages from the 6th section of the Urtext's second chapter. A commentary on the entire section, which bears the title The Transition to Capital, is beyond the scope of this book, because Marx's text is both lengthy and inchoate. Confident presentation and the search for such a presentation alternate, making for many repetitions and new beginnings. Therefore, I have selected those passages where the central arguments for the transition to capital are clearest. Moreover, my commentary only addresses what is important for understanding the transition. In the passages reproduced below, Marx does not yet distinguish terminologically between value and exchange value, the form of appearance of value. For that reason, exchange value should be replaced by value in most of the passages. To improve readability, however, I have refrained from indicating this inside the quotes. In what follows, the page numbers refer to MECW 29. Marx's emphases are in italics, whereas mine are underlined. Considered in itself, circulation is the mediation of preposited extremes. But it does not posit these extremes. It itself must be mediated as the totality of mediation, as total process. That is why its immediate being is pure appearance. It is the phenomenon of a process running behind its back. The repetition of the process from both points, money and commodity, does not spring from the conditions of circulation itself. The act cannot again be rekindled of itself. Circulation does not, therefore, carry within itself the principle of self-renewal. It proceeds from preposited moments, and not from those created by itself. Commodities must be thrown into it again and again, and that from outside, as fuel into the fire. Otherwise, it flickers out in indifference. It would flicker out in money as an indifferent result, in so far as money would no longer have any connection with commodities, prices, circulation, cease to be money and express a production relationship, leaving no more than its metallic being, with its economic being annihilated. 479. Circulation mediates between the extremes of the commodity and money. These are preposited in that they exist without circulation's influence. Circulation on its own cannot generate these extremes, which is why Marx says that circulation does not carry within itself the principle of self-renewal. Hence circulation depends on another process. Because this process is not visible from the perspective of circulation, it is thus running behind its back. When Marx says that circulation's immediate being is pure appearance, he is denying that circulation exists immediately, that is, without mediation or independent of anything else. Circulation does not exist immediately, but rather is mediated by another process. If this other process ceases to take place, then circulation stops, and the money that remains would no longer be money, since there would be no commodities that it could buy. In a text placed inside brackets 63, Marx looks briefly at the historical development of circulation. The simple circulation, merely the exchange of commodity and money, the exchange of commodities in mediated form, precisely because it is only mediating movement between presupposed points of departure, kin, up to the formation of hordes, historically exist without exchange value taking hold of the production of a people, whether on the whole surface or in its depths. At the same time, however, historical development shows how circulation itself leads to bourgeois, i.e. exchange value positing, production and creates for itself a basis other than that from which it directly sprang. The exchange of surpluses is commerce creating exchange and exchange value. However, it extends only to the act of exchange itself and runs alongside production itself. But then if the appearance of exchange-seeking intermediaries, Lombards, Normans, etc., is repeated and regular trade develops under which the producing peoples are engaged only in what could be called passive trade, insofar as the impetus to exchange-creating activity comes from outside and not from the inner structure of production, the surplus of production must no longer be an accidental, occasional one, but a constantly recurring surplus, so that the product itself acquires a tendency towards circulation and creation of new exchange values. 480. Here, Marx explains how, in the course of history, production that occasionally generates surpluses, which are not for exchange, ultimately leads to production for exchange. He also briefly describes this process in Chapter 2 of Capital, 181f. Marx could turn next to describing the historical steps leading up to capitalist production. However, as he points out, this is not the issue here. At this point, however, we have nothing to do with the historical transition of circulation into capital. The simple circulation is, rather, an abstract sphere of the bourgeois process of production as a whole, which through its own determinations shows itself to be a moment, a mere form of appearance of some deeper process lying behind it, even resulting from it and producing it industrial capital. 482. This statement clarifies two things. One is that the phrase simple circulation or the simple circulation of commodities, as Marx writes in Capital, does not refer to pre-capitalist relations. Second, we see how Marx's aim is to show how simple circulation, through its own determinations, reveals itself to be a form of appearance of industrial capital. This means that simple circulation, if it is comprehensive and universal, cannot be anything other than the surface of the capitalist process of reproduction. Marx now explores this second point. What becomes, emerges, is produced in circulation, when its form itself is considered, is money itself and nothing else. Commodities are exchanged in circulation, but they do not originate in it. Money, as price and coin meaning the first two forms of money, a measure of value and means of circulation, is already an own product of circulation, but only formally. The exchange value of the commodity is the premise of price, just as the coin itself is nothing but the self-established form of the commodity as similarly premised means of exchange. 485. As Marx pointed out earlier, we are not dealing with a historical transition. The term originating does not refer to emerging in history, but rather a process that happens in circulation every day and can be revealed by considering the process of circulation. Circulation generates money in an ongoing way. However, the first two functions of money, measure of value, means of circulation, are merely formal products of circulation, since they express something that already exists in the commodity. But things stand differently with money, meaning the third function of money, money as money. It is a product of circulation which has grown out of it, as it were, contrary to initial agreement. Money is not merely a mediating form of commodity exchange. It is a form of exchange value growing out of the circulation process, a social product which, in virtue of the relations into which individuals enter in circulation, creates itself. As soon as gold and silver, or any other commodity, have developed themselves as measure of value and means of circulation, as the latter, whether in bodily form or as symbol, they become money without the society's aid or desire. 487. The third function of money as an independent manifestation of value is the true product of circulation. It is something new, not yet present in the commodity. Value is just one of the two factors of a commodity. It is only with money as money that value comes to exist in an independent shape, that is, in a form in which it is not simply present in the commodity. However, we soon see that this is not really independent value at all, since money's independent attitude with respect to circulation, its withdrawal from the latter, robs it of both its values, of its use value, since it does not have to serve as metal, of its exchange value, since it possesses this exchange value only as a moment of circulation, as an abstract symbol of the commodity's own value reciprocally opposed to each other, as a moment of the movement of the form of the commodity itself. So long as money remains withdrawn from circulation, it is as worthless as if it lay buried in the deepest pit. But if it re-enters circulation, its intransience is at an end, the value it contains disappears in the use values of the commodities for which it is exchanged, and it once again becomes a mere means of circulation. 488. Hence money cannot retain its independent value, outside of circulation. As a hoard, it loses both its use value and exchange value, while within circulation, it loses its imperishability and therefore its independence. In an earlier passage, Marx made this even clearer. Money, as universal form of wealth, as exchange value become independent, confronts the whole world of real wealth. It is the pure abstraction of the latter, hence, fixed in this way, an imaginary magnitude. Wherever universal wealth appears to exist in an entirely material, tangible form, it has its existence only in my head, and is a pure chimera. As the material representative of universal wealth, money is realized only when it is thrown back into circulation, when it disappears in exchange for the particular species of wealth. In circulation, it is always real only when it is given out. Should I want to hold on to it, it evaporates in my hands as a mere spectre of wealth. Making it disappear is the only possible way of securing it as wealth. The dissolution of the stores in ephemeral gratifications is its realization. It can now again be stored by other individuals, but then the process starts once again. The independence of money with respect to circulation is mere appearance-corrected translation, semblance, shine. So in its determination of consummate exchange value, money sublates itself. 479. Money as an independent manifestation of value results from simple circulation, but at the same time its independence is mere semblance. This independence cannot exist within simple circulation. This means that within the framework of simple circulation, we cannot get all the determinations of money, therefore we need a further determination, another categorical development. How can money, as an independent manifestation of value, maintain itself as the general form of wealth? Based on the analysis so far, Marx begins to lay out the requirements that must be fulfilled. If money is to be preserved as money, it must, just as it appears in the form of residue and a result of the process of circulation, be capable of re-entering this process, i.e. of not being converted in circulation into a mere means of circulation disappearing in the form of commodity in exchange for a mere use value. Money, while it is in one determination, should not be lost in the other, i.e. it should remain money also in its being as commodity, and, in its being as money, exist only as a transient form of commodity. In its being as commodity it should not lose its exchange value, and, in its being as money, its relation to use value. Its entry into circulation must itself be a moment of its stay by itself, and its stay by itself, entry into circulation. Thus, the exchange value is now determined as a process and not merely as a disappearing form of use value indifferent to this use value itself as physical content, and not merely as a thing in the form of money. It is determined as relation to its own self through the process of circulation. 490f. If money is to maintain itself as an independent manifestation of value, it cannot just enter circulation and buy any commodity. Instead, money must enter circulation in a specific way. It must do so in a way that allows it to remain an independent manifestation of value. We still don't know what this special way of entering circulation is in a concrete sense. However, Marx concludes that, if this way of entering circulation exists, value must be part of a process involving constant changing of form between the commodity and the means of circulation. If money as an independent manifestation of value results from circulation and can only exist as a process, then what is this process's content? Prior to the passage just quoted, Marx wrote, "As the aim of exchange, i.e. as movement which has for its content exchange value itself, money itself, the only content of the process is an increase of exchange value, accumulation of money." 488. Hoarding itself involves accumulation, but of a merely formal kind. Value that was previously launched into circulation as a commodity is simply withdrawn as money. Here we are looking for something different from merely formal accumulation. This means that a further requirement is that money must enter circulation as an independent manifestation of value. To reappear in its adequate form as adequate exchange value, but simultaneously as multiplied, increased exchange value, valorized exchange value. Value valorizing, i.e. multiplying, itself in circulation, is in general exchange value for itself which passes through circulation as an end in itself. This valorization, this quantitative increase of value, the only process which value can perform as such, appears in the accumulation of money, that is, as hoarding only as the opposite of circulation, i.e. through its own sublation. Moreover, circulation must itself be posited as a process in which value is retained and valorized. 491. Yet how can circulation be a process where value preserves itself and grows? Marx continues. In circulation, however, money becomes coin and, as such, is exchanged for commodity. If this exchange is to be more than formal, if the exchange value is not to be lost in the consumption of the commodity, so that there is not merely a change in the form of the exchange value, once as its universal abstract being in money, and again, its being in a particular use value of the commodity, the exchange value must in fact be exchanged for a use value, and the commodity must be consumed as a use value, but in this consumption it must be retained as an exchange value, in other words, its disappearance must disappear, and must itself be merely a means for the emergence of a greater exchange value, for the reproduction and production of exchange value, productive consumption, i.e. consumption through labor in order to objectify labor, to create exchange value. 492. Increasing value in circulation can only happen if consuming the purchased commodity itself becomes a way of generating increased value. This is productive consumption, consumption through, value creating, labor. However, it is still not clear exactly what commodity must be purchased to carry out this kind of productive consumption. So far Marx has simply formulated the requirement. Independent value entering into circulation for the sake of valorization is not a one-time process. Marx explains how the process of multiplying value is endless, by appealing to the contradiction between independent value being qualitatively unlimited, but quantitatively limited inasmuch as any particular value has only a limited magnitude. As a form of universal wealth, as exchange value become independent, money is incapable of any other movement but the quantitative one, to expand itself. By concept it is the essence of all the use values, but its quantitative limits, as the limits of what is always merely a definite magnitude of value, a definite sum of gold and silver, is in contradiction with its quality. That is why rooted in its nature is a constant drive to go beyond its own limits. So enrichment is an end in itself. The end-determining activity of exchange value become independent can only be enrichment, i.e. its own self-expansion. So, fixed as wealth, as the universal form of wealth, as value that counts as value, money is a constant drive to go beyond its quantitative limits, an endless process. Its own viability consists exclusively in this: it preserves itself as self-important value distinct from use value only when it continually multiplies itself by means of the process of exchange itself. The active value is only a surplus value positing value. 495f. Marx has now characterized money as truly independent value as value in process, value that multiplies itself through an endless process, which is an end in itself. In this way, he has identified capital's key determinations. Marx now concludes. Resulting from circulation as adequate exchange value and independent but again entering circulation, in it and through it perpetuating and valorizing, multiplying, itself, money is capital. In capital, money has lost its rigidity and from a tangible thing has become a process. Money and commodity as such, just as the simple circulation itself, exist for capital merely as particular abstract moments of its being in which it just as continually appears, passing from the one into the other, and just as continually disappears. The process of becoming independent appears not only in the form that capital confronts circulation as an independent abstract exchange value money, but also in that circulation is simultaneously the process of its becoming independent, that it stems from circulation as something become independent. 496. Marx's work in revealing capital's properties roughly corresponds to what he demonstrates in the form analysis in Capital's Chapter 4. However, Marx's starting point in Capital is the form of circulation MCM, or MCM, the existence of which he simply presupposes. By contrast, the text actually demonstrates how these properties of capital follow from the categorical determinations of money's third function. With that, Marx makes good on his claim at the beginning of this subsection of the text. He has shown that the very characteristics of simple circulation show it to be a result of a deeper, underlying process. 482. Money with its third function money as money can only acquire a real existence when it repeatedly enters circulation as part of a valorization process. Otherwise its independent existence will remain illusory, as with hoarding. In this way, Marx demonstrates that the characteristics of generalized simple commodity circulation depend on its being the expression of an underlying capitalist valorization process. If this capitalist valorization process is not present, then simple circulation will not be completely developed, its characteristics will not really exist. Both in Chapter 4 of Capital and here, at the end of the text section, the transition to capital, value emerges as value in process that yields surplus value. But these determinations of value are still no more than requirements. In the text, they emerge as requirements to be fulfilled for money as truly independent value. In capital, the requirements arise from the existence of the circulation formula MCM. However, we still don't know how it is possible to fulfill these requirements. The text points to productive consumption, but we still don't know how productive consumption makes value that generates surplus value possible. In capital, Marx explicitly asks how it is possible to create surplus value, if we assume the exchange of equivalents. In Chapter 5, he criticizes a series of inadequate solutions to this problem. In Chapter 6, however, Marx finally presents the first part of the answer. It involves the purchase and sale of a special commodity, labor power. The second part of the answer comes in Chapter 7. In the text, Marx still did not clearly distinguish between labor and labor power. The text uses the German phrase Arbeitsvermögen, or labor capacity, whereas in Capital it's Arbeitskraft, or labor power. Marx even equates living labor and labor power in a few passages, and does not make a precise analysis of the commodity labor power. Instead, in the section that follows, the transformation of money into capital, he attempts to characterize what constitutes the opposite of money as capital. It can't be commodities, since money as capital passes into any form of commodity whatsoever. 502. Because money, as the form of all commodities, represents subjectified labor, its opposite could only be unreified labor or living labor, which only exists as a capacity of the living subject. 502. However, the capacity for living labor existing in the living subject, independently of whether that subject works or not, must be distinguished from living labor itself, which only exists when the living subject actually works. But Marx does not tell us why the transformation of money into capital can only be explained by an exchange with the opposite of capital. Nor is it very plausible to say that commodities can't be this opposite because they exchange for capital, but then explain the transformation of money into capital precisely because it exchanges with its opposite, labor. Here, Marx is not able to explain fully why capital's exchange with labor is so fundamentally different from capital's exchange with other commodities. The vagueness of Marx's reasoning becomes especially clear in this passage, which summarizes the argument. Money exists as capital only in connection with non-capital, the negation of capital, in relation to which alone it is capital. Labor itself is the real non-capital. The first step made by money to become capital is its exchange with the labor capacity so as by means of the latter to transform the consumption of the commodities, i.e. their real positing and negation as use values, simultaneously into their actualization of exchange value. The exchange through which money becomes capital cannot be its exchange with commodities in general but can only be one with its conceptually determined opposite, the commodity which is itself a conceptually determined opposite of it, labor. 504. In the first paragraph, Marx says that money becomes capital by exchanging for labor capacity, but in the second he says that money becomes capital by exchanging for labor. Marx is not yet really clear about the difference between exchanging for the commodity labor power and exchanging for labor, which is not a buyable commodity and also has no value, but rather creates value. See Chapter 19 of Capital and the concluding part of my commentary on Chapter 7. In the text, Marx is beginning to chart out an explanation of surplus value creation, but he hasn't arrived at it yet. The text constitutes an important supplement to the analysis in Capital, because in the section Transition to Capital it demonstrates the categorical relationship between money and capital. However, the material under the heading The Transformation of Money into Capital suffers from an inadequate conception of the commodity labor power. For this reason, the last considerations fall short of being a truly helpful supplement to Marx's account in Capital. Point 64. 63. In his drafts, Marx sometimes put longer notes inside brackets. He would write down a note to preserve a thought, but the brackets indicate that this was not the final place for the note. 64. Both the conception of labor as non-capital and the claim that the transformation of money into capital turns on the relationship of capital to its opposite were important for Italian operaismo and the texts of Antonio Negri in particular. Appendix 6. Levels of abstraction and the course of argument in the first 7 chapters of Capital. 1. What is being abstracted from? What follows is not a summary of Capital's first 7 chapters. Instead, it aims only to clarify the structure of the argument, and it presupposes familiarity with the chapters. Capital's object of investigation is the capitalist mode of production, but it begins its account with the commodity. Even so, the very first sentence of Chapter 1 indicates that it's the commodity in capitalism that's being analyzed. 125. Capital's first 3 chapters deal with both the capitalistically produced commodity and money as used in capitalism, though still in abstraction from capital itself. In those chapters, Marx examines the simple circulation of commodities, treating it not as an independent mode of production, but as an abstract sphere of the capitalist process of reproduction. See Mega 2/2, 68. Chapter 4 is the first to address capital, and does so with the general formula of capital MCM, in which the valorization of value is depicted at the level of the simple circulation of commodities. The analysis of the capitalist process of production then begins in Chapter 7. There are no general methodological considerations that could determine in advance whether this sequence of presentation makes sense. That can only be decided by examining the entire course of reasoning in Capital's 3 volumes. To understand the structure of Marx's argument, it's useful to explore, focusing on certain nodal points, the levels of abstraction and the course of Marx's presentation so far. In the preface, Marx pointed out that the analysis of economic forms does not have microscopes or chemical reagents at its disposal, but only the power of abstraction. 90. Let us turn, then, to the levels of abstraction in the first 5 chapters. Capitalist production is based on purchasing a particular commodity, labor power. It was an important insight on Marx's part that what is sold is not labor, but rather labor power. Both classical political economy and common sense assume that it is labor that is sold. However, buying and selling the commodity labor power is only a special case of the buying and selling of commodities. If one wishes to examine the peculiarities of the buying and selling of this particular commodity, one must first examine the circulation of commodities in general, abstracting from the peculiarities of both commodity owners. On the one hand, there is the owner of money, who purchases labor power, and, on the other, the owner of labor power, who sells it. By considering them only as owners of commodities or money, one gets a view of the simple circulation of commodities, the permanent buying and selling that a capitalist economy appears to be at first glance. The simple circulation of commodities comprises numerous, interconnected individual processes of exchange. Commodity owners exchange their commodities for money, while owners of money exchange their money for commodities, with individuals alternately taking on the roles of commodity and money owners. Therefore, examining commodity circulation first requires considering the exchange process in abstraction from this mutual entanglement. In examining the exchange process, however, one notes that the owners of commodities and money confronting each other in exchange must act in accordance with the already existing properties of commodities and money. Examining the exchange process therefore requires an analysis of these presupposed properties. This in turn leads to an analysis of the commodity in abstraction from the exchange process of commodity owners. What is left is the pure exchange relation of two commodities. Marx begins his presentation in Chapter 1 with the commodity, treating it as a simple economic form. In the marginal notes on Wagner, Marx characterizes the commodity as the simplest social form in which the product of labor presents itself in contemporary society, MECW 24, 544. However, Marx does not begin his presentation with the price-determined commodity, which is how one can see the commodity in simple circulation. Instead, the commodity Marx considers in Chapter 1 is a result of the process of abstraction described in the preceding paragraphs. In that sense, what Marx examines in Chapter 1 is the exchange relation of commodities underlying the exchange process between commodity owners, which is what he will examine in Chapter 2. 2. Value, money, and fetish at different levels of the presentation. Based on the analysis of commodities exchange relations, Marx characterizes the substance of value, magnitude of value, and value form. The substance of value, abstract human labor, is not simply present in the labor process, nor does Marx develop the category by analyzing the labor process. Rather, abstract labor results from the reduction of the different types of concrete labor. Just like the value it creates, abstract labor does not come to exist in the labor process. Instead, it exists only in the social relationship where this reduction actually takes place, that is, in exchange, which is what Marx stresses in the manuscript Ergensungen und Verandrungen of 1871-72 and later in the French edition of Capital. The reduction of various concrete private acts of labor to this abstraction of equal human labor is only carried out through exchange, which in fact equates products of different acts of labor with each other. Mega 2/6, 41, and Mega 2/7, 55. Nor is the magnitude of value set in the labor process. What constitutes value is the socially necessary labor time, 129, that is required to produce a use value. However, that is a social result that only emerges in exchange, because it is only in exchange that the standard productivity of labor, addressed in Chapter 1, and the size of social need is determined, 201f. It is also there that the reduction of complex to simple labor occurs, 135, 304ff. Note, however, that commodities' empirically average prices do not coincide with the magnitudes of their values, 269 and 24. Since the substance of value only exists as a social relationship, it is not tangible but rather spectral or phantom-like, as Marx observes at the beginning of Chapter 1, 128. This raises the issue of the value form, that is, the form in which a commodity's value is expressed. Another commodity, in its concrete useful shape, functions as the expression of value. Marx then works out the three peculiarities of the equivalent form: use value becomes a form of appearance of value, concrete labor a form of appearance of abstract labor, and private labor a form of appearance of labor in directly social form. The general character of value, however, cannot be expressed by a single, random commodity. It takes the general form of value where an individual commodity is singled out as the expression of value of all other commodities to have an adequate expression of value. Then, if this general equivalent becomes fused with a particular commodity, the general form of value becomes the money form. Importantly, the value form analysis of Chapter 1 results not in money, but rather in the money form. Only in Chapter 2 does money become the object of investigation, with Marx presenting it as the unconscious and unintentional result of the actions of commodity owners. Here, Marx no longer examines the exchange relation of commodities, but rather the exchange process among commodity owners. If producers are going to behave as commodity owners and exchange commodities, they must mutually recognize each other as the private owners of their respective products. They must also behave according to the commodities' form determinations. Their commodities can only be realized as values if they relate to money as the universal expression of value. If the commodity owners follow the logic of the commodities' form determinations, then they behave as economic character masks. If they fail to do so, they face economic ruin. Individual processes of exchange are intertwined in simple commodity circulation, CMC. The various relationships of commodities to each other result in a crystallization of the fundamental form determinations of money, the measure of values, means of circulation, money as money. Value was initially only one of the two factors of the commodity, but in money as money it takes on an independent shape. Part 2 remains at the level of simple commodity circulation, but it examines a new figure of circulation, MCM. Since its only possible purpose is multiplying value, the creation of surplus value, the formula must be written MCM, with MM. This represents an endless and limitless multiplication of value, valorization, as an end in itself, and Marx refers to it as capital. With this basic determination, capital is characterized not as a simple sum of value, but as value in process. It is value that alternately takes on the forms of commodity and money and multiplies in doing so. But money is not just a temporary form that value assumes in the circulation process MCM, money is rather the independent form in which value expresses its identity with itself and its own multiplication. A capitalist possesses, but does not necessarily own, a sum of money, and he makes its endless multiplication into his subjective purpose. This multiplication of value is made possible despite the exchange of equivalents because of a specific commodity, the commodity labor power. The latter's use value, living labor, creates new value, when deployed to produce commodities which are then actually exchanged. Whereas chapters 4 through 6 remain at the level of simple commodity circulation, chapter 7 deals with the use of labor power. Marx first discusses the abstract elements of all labor processes, also characterizing the specifically human labor process. He then turns to how the capitalist process of production uses labor power. There, the commodity labor power is purchased and deployed in commodity production, but it will only generate surplus value if the productive expenditure of labor lasts longer than required for the reproduction of labor power. Hence workers work more than is necessary for their own reproduction, which Marx later calls exploitation. The surplus labor time expended creates surplus value, which is the purpose of capitalist production. Marx's presentation of value and money includes, in an integral way, the inversions and forms of fetishism that apply to each of these categories. Chapter 1 deals with the exchange relations of commodities, and at this level of abstraction Marx develops the commodity fetish. The latter is the fact that the commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things, 164f. These are not forms of false consciousness, but rather objective forms of thought, objective Gedankenformen, 169, that are given with commodity production. Fetishism, Marx emphasizes, attaches to the products of labor whenever they are produced as commodities. 165f. In the capitalist economy, the fetish is not an illusion. Since relationships between producers really are mediated by things in capitalism, social relationships really are reflected as properties of things. 166. What is false, however, is the idea that this must hold for every kind of economy. 167. Marx develops the money fetish in Chapter 2, where the level of abstraction is the exchange process among commodity owners. What Marx calls the money fetish is that the unconscious result of the commodity owner's activity, the general equivalent, appears as an objective property of a special object. What appears to happen is not that a particular commodity becomes money because all other commodities express their values in it, but, on the contrary, that all other commodities universally express their values in a particular commodity because it is money. The movement through which this process has been mediated vanishes in its own result, leaving no trace behind. 187. Following his treatment of the commodity fetish and money fetish, Marx's presentation continues at the level of commodity circulation and turns to the increasing autonomization of social relations vis-à-vis the individual. 202. This leads him to speak of a whole network of socio-natural connections. 207, corrected translation. With the third form determination of money, as money, the money fetish attains completion. Social power becomes an external object capable of becoming the private property of any individual. Thus the social power becomes the private power of private persons. 230. Part 2 does not mention the capital fetish explicitly. This occurs for the first time in Capital's third volume when dealing with interest-bearing capital. Nevertheless, Marx anticipates the capital fetish, when he states that value has acquired the occult ability to add value to itself. 255. However, this isolated hint is not yet connected with Marx's explanation of how workers produce surplus value through their surplus labor. Later on in his argument, Marx will more fully analyze both the capital relation in the production process, the circulation process, and in the capitalist process taken as a whole, along with the inversions and mystifications it generates. At the end of Capital's third volume, then, Marx will not only have deciphered the connection between surplus labor, on the one hand, and profit, average profit, commercial profit, interest, and ground rent on the other. He will also have shown the reasons why everyday consciousness and mainstream bourgeois economics do not perceive this connection, or do so only in a very distorted way. To grasp this, one must be familiar with all three volumes. Here, after going over the first 7 chapters of Volume 1, we are still only at the beginning of the whole investigation. 3. Theoretical developments and historical process. The capitalist mode of production does not constitute an eternal condition for human economic activity. Rather, capitalism is a historical mode of production, and it is so in 2 senses. First, capitalism developed out of a non-capitalist environment, expanding geographically and subordinating more and more areas to its control until it finally became the dominant mode of production. This means that there is a history of how the capitalist mode of production emerged and imposed itself. Second, after becoming the dominant mode of production, capitalism continues to have a history. This is a specifically capitalist history marked by class struggle, accumulation, the development of productive forces, reproduction, and crises. It takes a different course in each specific country, while being simultaneously influenced by developments in other countries. When Marx examines the capitalist mode of production, he is dealing with a historical object. This has led to the misunderstanding that his presentation must also be a historical one, an abbreviated and pointed retelling of capitalism's historical development, as Engels suggested in his review of the contribution to the critique of political economy. People have often seen the first 3 chapters of the first volume following Engels's claim in his supplement to Volume 3 as depicting a pre-capitalist simple production of commodities, an erroneous construct, as I have pointed out several times in this commentary. In this view, later chapters in Volume 1 present modern capitalism's historical development up to the factory system and the concentration and centralization of capital. This conception holds that Marx's Capital, as Kautsky claimed in his influential introduction to the work, is an essentially historical work, Kautsky 1887, 11. However, such a conception baldly contradicts Marx's claims in the preface to the first volume. There, he emphasizes that the work deals with theoretical developments, 90, and that the text makes reference to conditions in England only as an illustration of such developments. Marx makes it clear that he is by no means offering a historical depiction. Intrinsically, it is not a question of the higher or lower degree of development of the social antagonisms that spring from the natural laws of capitalist production. It is a question of these laws themselves, 90. In keeping with this perspective, Marx emphasizes at the end of Volume 3 that he wants to present the internal organization of the capitalist mode of production, its ideal average, as it were, 970. This way of defining the object of capital is not arbitrary, nor does it exclude historical developments from the account. On the contrary, the presentation of this ideal average is what makes possible an approach to history that is not based on mere anecdotes but rather on scientific analysis. In the Grundriss, Marx emphasizes that capital's emergence constitutes a completely different object of investigation than developed capital's mode of functioning. The conditions and presuppositions of the becoming, of the arising, of capital presuppose precisely that it is not yet in being but merely in becoming. They therefore disappear as real capital arises, capital which itself, on the basis of its own reality, posits the conditions for its realization. 459. Marx is not only talking about two different objects. In fact, knowledge of developed capital amounts to a precondition for investigating capital's emergence, for only if we know what is coming into being can we recognize the elements of this formation taking shape in the mass of historical data. In the introduction of 1857, Marx embodied this idea in the biologically questionable claim, "Human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape." 105. For this reason, capital presents the historical emergence of capitalist structures only after sufficiently explaining the categories that define these structures. Hence Part 8 of Volume 1, on the so-called primitive accumulation, deals with capitalist production's emergence in England, but it comes only after the analysis of the capitalist process of production. The same holds for the historical chapters dealing with merchants' capital and interest-bearing capital in Volume 3. Each of them follows the presentation of the categories corresponding to these forms of capital. However, theorizing capitalism in its ideal average is not only the precondition for recounting the historical emergence of the capitalist mode of production. It also constitutes a precondition for analyzing the history of developed, fully formed capital. Capital's dynamic is based on the unlimited and endless valorization of value, and the tendency to expand both absolute and relative surplus value production. This constitutes a specific field where under certain historical conditions, traditions, and relations of force class struggle and the struggle of competition between individual capitals plays out. The theoretical development of the categories, however, does not just constitute a general background for analyzing concrete struggles. The categorical presentation itself leads to points where nothing further can be developed conceptually, and we must turn to the contested historical process instead. Chapter 10 of the first volume, which deals with the working day, demonstrates this in an exemplary way. We cannot determine the limits of the working day based on the laws of commodity production. Instead, it is the violence, Gewalt, of class struggle and the state that decides these limits, which are repeatedly brought into question. Hence, there are historical depictions in Capital that are not just illustrations and go beyond telling how capitalist relations emerged. Nevertheless, the location and meaning of these passages are by no means arbitrary but rather are based strictly on the theoretical development of the categories. Glossary. In the first two chapters of Capital, we encounter a number of terms that might be new for the reader. Marx created some of these terms, and others he discovered, sometimes giving them new definitions. This glossary cannot explain all these terms. I will only address those that have a close connection to commodities and value, as well as labor. The keywords used to group the terms are not arranged alphabetically. Instead, concepts that belong together come one after another. Explanations are kept rather short, and they presuppose familiarity with the preceding commentary. Italicized terms within an explanation indicate that a term has its own explanation. The page numbers point to especially relevant passages of Capital dealing with the concept in question. Commodity and value. Commodity, a thing, or service, that appears in a dual form, in its natural form, as a physical thing, an object of use, and as an object of value. 138. Things and services only become commodities because they are produced by private labor acts carried out independently from one another and are exchanged. 166. The commodity form of the product of labor is a specific social form existing only in societies based on exchange. Use value, the usefulness of a thing, or a service, makes it a use value. It is conditioned by the physical properties of a thing, but presupposes that people know how to use these physical properties. 125f. Exchange value, the amount of another thing B that one obtains in exchange for A. 126. Exchange value is a form of appearance of value. 126-28. Value, the common element of commodities that are exchanged. 127, only as values are commodities quantitatively commensurable. 141. Substance of value, the basis of value. It is a social substance that is common, or, better translated, communal, to all commodities. 128. This substance is not merely labor, but rather equal human labor, abstract human labor. 129. Magnitude of value. The magnitude of value depends upon the quantity of value-creating labor contained in a commodity. This quantity is not identical to the individual labor time that a producer expends, only socially necessary labor time for producing a commodity counts. 129. Value objectivity, Workgegenstandlichkeit. With this term, Marx emphasizes that commodities, besides being physical objects, are also objects of value. However, things only obtain value objectivity, separate from their objectivity as use values, through exchange. 166. Value appears as an objective property of commodities, although as a purely social property it cannot be grasped by the senses or in a physical way. Marx therefore speaks of a spectral or phantom-like objectivity. 128, and of value as a supernatural. 149, property of the thing. He also refers to commodities as sensuous, extrasensory, sinnlich things. 163 and 165, in the first case wrongly translated as a thing which transcends sensuousness, and in the second case as sensuous things which are at the same time supersensible. An abstraction, value, word abstraction, wrongly translated as abstract value. An abstraction we perform as observers, in which we discover that commodities are objects of value. We have therefore reduced the commodities to their property of being values. 141. Value form, expression of value, exchange value. In the value form, the value of commodity A acquires an objective expression as a specific quantity of another commodity B. Now the value of commodity A is no longer intangible, it comes forth in the relationship to another commodity, becoming tangible as a specific amount of the other commodity. 138f, 141f. Value relation, the relationship of commodities to each other as objects of value. The fetish character of the commodity, commodity fetish. Under the conditions of commodity production, the social characteristics of labor appear as objective characteristics of the products of labor. Marx describes this quid pro quo as commodity fetishism. This fetish character is not a conceit of the imagination or an illusion, it is real, originating from the peculiar social character of the labor which produces commodities. 165. However, it is not easy to see that commodities' fetish character originates in the peculiar social relations of commodity production. What is valid only under commodity production appears to people caught up in those social relations to be eternally valid. Here, we are dealing with a false semblance, that labor products are necessarily objects of value in every form of society. 167. Exchange relation, the relation between two commodities that are exchanged, considered in abstraction from commodity owners. The exchange relation is examined in Chapter 1 of Capital. Exchange process, the process of exchange carried out by commodity owners. In contrast to the focus of the exchange relation, the concern here is the commodity owner's activity. The exchange process is examined in Chapter 2 of Capital. Labor. Labor power, the ability of people to perform labor. Labor, the process of applying this ability. Concrete, useful labor, the visible, actual labor process, which takes place in a specific, concrete manner and creates something useful. Concrete, useful labor produces use values. 128, 131 ff. Abstract human labor, equal human labor in exchange. There is an abstraction from the particularity of various types of labor. These various types of labor are reduced to equal human labor or abstract human labor. 128. Whereas concrete useful labor that creates use values exists in all forms of society. 133. Abstract human labor is a specific social determination of labor that only exists in a specific social context, a society based on exchange. 166 f. MECW 29, 277 f. The dual character of the labor embodied/represented in commodities, the fact that commodity-producing labor is both concrete useful labor and abstract human labor. 131 ff. Individual labor time, the labor time an individual producer, either an individual person or enterprise, requires to produce a certain product. 129. Socially necessary labor time, the labor time necessary to produce a specific use value under socially normal conditions of production and with the usual level of skill. 129. As a supplement to this technical characterization of necessary labor time, Chapter 3 brings demand into the picture. Labor time only counts as socially necessary if it creates a product for which there is social demand. 201 f. The individual process of production determines neither what counts as normal conditions of production nor the demand. Both are determined socially in the process of exchange. Private labor, labor carried out independently of other producers, that is, without consultation or coordination. Commodities are products of private labor. 132 f. Every producer attempts to estimate market conditions, but it is only in the market that he finds out whether his product is socially accepted and whether his private labor forms part of the total labor of society. 165. Under the conditions of commodity production, privately expended concrete useful labor only becomes a component of the total labor of society when it is reduced to equal human labor, or abstract human labor, in exchange. Total labor of society, in generalized commodity production, the total labor of society is made up of the many acts of private labor. However, acts of private labor only become components of the total labor of society if their products are actually exchanged. 165. Labor in directly/immediate social form, labor in a direct or immediate social form, with its product requiring no further mediation to become a social product. Under the conditions of commodity production, the only private labor that is directly social is the labor that produces the general equivalent. 151. In social relations not based upon commodity production, but rather on relations of personal domination and servitude, labor in its natural form enters directly into the workings of society as a specific concrete, useful labor. Under such relations, labor in its natural form is therefore immediately social labor from the get-go. 170. Immediately socialized labor, here, too, labor in its natural form is already labor in immediately social form. It becomes immediately socialized labor because it is expended in common and uses communal means of production. Marx's examples are, on the one hand, the patriarchal rural industry of a peasant family and, on the other hand, the association of free people. 171, corrected translation.